This course is a course on church history. And that seems obvious enough, church history, the history of the church. But it's actually not. The problems emerge from the very beginning, the very posing of the concept of church history. What is the church? What is history? So our typical way of discussing church history is that we tell a story of the church within the world. So the way to imagine this maybe is perhaps that the history of the world is like a field, like a playing field, a soccer field or something like that. And there's a bunch of players on the field moving, maneuvering, competing with each other. And these players could be corporations, ideologies, companies, individuals. And the church, we imagine it as just being one of those players. So the church, which is the home of this religious stuff, is playing on this world of the secular, right? This sort of field that isn't itself the church, but it's just the place where the church operates. And so that enables us to tell a story of the church within that world that doesn't implicate the whole world, right? So we can have a direct sort of a play-by-play account of what moves the church made and what other players made and how it worked. But we could easily imagine the church just being pulled off the field and the game continues without it. This idea is almost entirely wrong as an analogy for church history. In fact, you almost want to flip it completely on its head and imagine instead that the field is the church. The field is humanity, and the movement from the fall to redemption is the game that's being played. And so the players on the field, it's still the corporations and the companies and the countries, and we can still have those players on the field, but they're no longer playing a game that involves the church as another player. Rather, the game itself is the game of salvation history, the game of redemption. The church is fundamental, not secondary. So where do we get in this idea that the church has a separate history, right? Well, there's several mistakes, major sort of fundamental errors that are made right from the get-go. One of them is the idea that's widespread even among Christians, it's more or less universal, which is that the world is divided into two tidy and distinct realms. You have the religious realm on one side and you have the secular on the other. And so the religious realm is often what we think of as includes supernatural things. So it's the realm of religion, it's the realm of God, of prayer, of heaven, of miracles, this sort of a realm. And it's a place that has primarily to do with our private life. It has to do with our personal happiness, with our reflective sort of well-being. And then that realm it takes place within this other realm, which is we call the secular, which means something like in time, and that's basically what we mean by it. And that realm, the secular realm, is the realm of everything that happens kind of outside the realm, the private realm. So that realm includes politics, it includes economics, it includes everything, the space, basically, within which the religious realm operates. Okay, you're just going about your daily life, and then a miracle happens. No, that's a religious thing. You're just going about your daily life, and then you get maybe stirred by a sermon, and you get motivated to adjust your private life somewhere, your morality. Oh, that's a religious thing, right? So these religious things are kind of intervening in the secular here or there. And their ultimate goal of the religious stuff is to get you to heaven, which is someplace that happens outside of the secular. So even the end, or the sort of objective of the religious, is not itself a part of the secular. The secular just kind of trucks along according to its own rules and its own laws, right? One human lifetime after the next, one event after the next. And the religious is operating in it or above it, but we could easily imagine the religious going away and the secular just is still there, just the way it is. It doesn't need the religious. Now this is almost completely wrong. In fact, it is just simply completely wrong. In fact, Christianity is not about our private lives. And it's not merely about where we go after we die. Christianity is about everything in the cosmos. Everything in the cosmos. There's nothing that isn't involved in the story of Christ. And the cosmos is temporal, right? The cosmos is moving through time. So that concept of the secular, that time-bound stuff, is the realm of the church. The church is in time. And it is secular in that sense, fundamentally. So when we say Christianity is inherently temporal, when I say it's inherently temporal, I mean that Christianity is in time in the same sort of way that you or I are in time, right? So if we ask the question, who are you? Who am I? We immediately, in order to answer that question, really answer it, we have to start telling a story about ourselves. Where have we been? What choices have we made? What are your regrets, your dreams? These are the things that make us who we are. And all of those are inherently temporal. They have to do with change over time. However, it's not an absolute change over time, right? Because the very context of asking that question is that there's a you that you're telling the story about, a you that persists through time. There's a you that was there when you're a baby, a you that's there when you're in your prime, a you on your deathbed, and a you that will exist for eternity. There's something that reaches past time, even though it's fully within time. That's your soul. So the church is like this when we say the church is temporal. It is entirely in time, and yet it reaches beyond time. But we have to not think because we have those two realms that we separate them. That doesn't make sense. That's not what we need to fight against that with all of our intellectual being here. So like how our soul and our body are intimately connected, so the thing that reaches beyond time, the thing that's in time to make us who we are, the church is like that. The supernatural bits, the religious bits, and the natural bits, the sort of secular bits that we think of are both intimately bound within the church, like the soul and the body, making it what it is. This should, of course, remind us of the Eucharist, or even more profoundly, to the incarnation of Christ himself. And when we think about that, we start to see how it is. We start to approach the mystery of the church as the body of Christ. But in order to really understand that, really unpack that mystery, we have to address a second modern error, which is the modern tendency to view the world through the lens of individualism. We tend to imagine the world as a whole sea of individuals, more or less self-sufficient individuals going about their business, making their decisions, living their lives, according to their own wills and pursuing their own motivations. Now, these individuals sometimes come together for various purposes. They could come together for political purposes, like defending themselves against violent men. They could come together for economic purposes, maybe to trade goods or to form some sort of a business corporation. They could come together for private reasons, like maybe a romantic relationship. But the point is, in all of those sort of scenarios, what we're imagining are self-sufficient individuals that are combining with other self-sufficient individuals after the fact of their individuality, right? So there's a sequence. First, we're by ourselves and we're individual, then we join up socially. This is the error of individualism. It's almost entirely wrong as well. So individuals are, in fact, born into social worlds. We are who we are in our core, in a society. The other people in our lives are a part of who we are intrinsically. So this is what I mean when I say something like human beings are social in our nature. We don't mean we like society. We mean we are social. We're not human beings other than being social. So when we say we're social in our nature, it's similar to saying we're rational in our nature, right? What distinguishes a human being from a dog? We're rational, the dog isn't. So we are, in our relationships, us. That's who we are. So we only exist as full persons in relation to other persons. That's what it means to be a person. And this is a hard idea for us. We have individualism so embedded into our minds that it's hard for us to even kind of wrap our minds around this. But we have certain analogies that can help us see it. For example, the analogy of a mother and her son. Right, when we say someone is a mother, when we say mother, the concept of child is in the word. You can't be a mother without the child. The converse is the same. You can't be the son or the daughter without the concept of mother. What it means to be a son or a daughter is that you have a mother. They require each other to be what they are. So this way of thinking is the way we are in our natures, in our social natures. And this is, again, like the church, or the church is like this. The church is social fundamentally. The church is a society of persons who are united together in this sort of fundamental way. But they're not just united together, they're also united to Christ in this sort of a fundamental way, in his humanity and his divinity. So the church is human beings in fundamental relationship with God, with Christ. And this we sometimes get at by talking about the church as the bride of Christ. Because if you think about the analogy of mothers and sons, the analogies of brides and grooms works in the same sort of way. What it means to be a groom is to have a bride. What it means to be a bride is to have a groom. In fact, the Bible is so insistent on this point that it talks about brides and grooms becoming one flesh, having one body, not being distinct, or they're distinct within their unity. So again, this is why we sometimes talk about the church as the bride of Christ. But talking about the church as the bride of Christ is not a different analogy than talking about the church as the body of Christ. Brides and grooms have one body. The church is the bride of Christ. It's the body of Christ. You see how they fit together. So we're social fundamentally, and this society includes Jesus Christ. This is the church. So we might say the church then one way to think of it is the church is the redeeming of humanity through time, all of humanity, and with humanity, the cosmos. But another way of saying it is the church might be the redeeming of humanity. The church is the activity of the redemption of man in time, and that helps us get the temporal into the idea of the church. It's an action. The church is something that's happening. So in the incarnation, human nature was perfectly united to the divine. Now, in the church, this unity remains. The church is really the continuation of Christ's incarnational mystery. In fact, St. Thomas and others have gone so far as to say that the establishment of the church was the mission of Christ. That's why he came. So the church is fundamentally temporal, the church is fundamentally social, it is fundamentally human, and yet it reaches beyond this to the eternal. It's also divine. So the church, when we talk about the church saving us, we mean it saves us, as men and women in the world, in this temporal stream. Not us as extracted out of that context, not some sort of hypothetical us that gets to go to heaven after this world passes away or something like that. So the church does not wait for us to die to save us. Christ begins the saving work now, in time, here. God created the world in the beginning, which we'll talk about later, to be in union with him. The union was broken in sin, and the church is the reunion of man and God. The church, then, is the place where the particular, where the here and now is mysteriously united to the universal, to the all times and all places. And that's really what this whole lecture series is about, that reuniting of the particular with the universal. So this topic, of course, is endless, it's infinite. And so any sort of treatment of it has to pick and choose what we're going to talk about, and that's going to be no different here. I focus here on the Latin Church. I focus with a particular sort of narrative arc, which we'll talk about here in just a second. But one of the things that people will notice maybe most significantly is I'm going to focus here on politics. And this is typical, this is normal. History is normally written about politics. It's normally written about the great men and great events, battles and generals and presidents and all of that sort of thing. That's normally the content of history. And here, we're actually going to pretty much stick to that tradition. Politics, though, most generally understood, is the science or the reality of human beings living together. So you can see within the description of the church that I just gave, there's no such thing as politics other than the church, and there's no such thing as the church other than politics. So this isn't a real compromise on my part. Okay, so one other things about this series. Typically, the church histories are told as histories of the clergy. They're often, tragically, as just histories of the papacy. We won't make that mistake, right? The laity are fully and completely parts of the church. And in fact, all of humanity is parts of the church in one degree or another and ought to be in a perfect sense. So what that means is that when we tell this story, we're not going to pretend like you have, within the confines of Europe, say, of Christendom, we're not going to pretend like we have the church on one side, which is like the Pope and the priests that are loyal to him, and then the world on the other, which is made up of all the kings and nobles and knights and the laity, and then act like they're fighting and something, and the church did this and the nobles did this. The nobles are the church. They're the baptized laity. The church fights with itself often, tragically. The plot that we're going to have here is really the rise and fall of Christendom. So as for the characters in this story, St. Augustine explained to us centuries ago, that there's really only two. There's the city of man and the city of God. So the city of man is made up of the communities that are aiming down. So if we think about the whole dynamic of church history is fall and redemption. So you have the city of man as the fallers, the falling ones, right? So they're aiming down to the merely temporal, to trying desperately to find happiness in that which they control simply. And these are many, many communities that together constitute the city of man. And then they are in conflict, fundamental conflict with the city of God. And the city of God is made up of all the communities that through receiving the grace of God are moving upwards, aiming up to find their happiness in union with him, in that which they don't control, and that which escapes their grasp, that which is the aspect of the temporal that's reaching into the eternal. That's their movement. Now, the story of history is a story of the conflict between these two. And by rights, the church is just the city of God. The city of God is the church in its sort of purity. But the institutional church, the visible church, the church of the baptized, is not simply the city of God in history, but rather the two cities are intermingled. And so you both have the godly sort of reaching out of the institutional church, and the fallen, or the city of man, kind of its little tentacles reaching into the institutional church. And so there's conflict within the church that mirrors the conflict that's going on in history itself. Or another way of saying is the history of the world as a whole and the history of the church are the same history. Now, the rise and fall of Christendom is the sort of framework for this, but there's these lectures, but there's no sense here that that's the end of history. In fact, I think it would be the height of foolishness to suppose that the fall of Christendom is anywhere close to the end. The church is only now breaking free from the confines of Europe. I suspect instead that this will just be the first chapter in a much, much longer story. These lectures will span from creation all the way until today. And we're going to move all the way through telling this story of the two cities and their conflict. So when did the church begin? When did it start? Now, in a sense, it was always there. From creation itself. In creation, God creates humanity to be in communion with each other and to be in communion with him, which is really a pretty good description of what the church is. So in Genesis, in the account, the biblical account of this creation, we are told about how God created the animals and the plants, and then he created mankind. So I'll read here a piece of their biblical account of creation to get us started. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created them, male and female he created them. And God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth." There's a lot going on there. But where I want to start is talking about communion or relationality. So we have two directions to this, right, in that original story. First, there's what we might think of as the horizontal, right? Mankind is created male and female, and is told to multiply. So we're created as a family of love, a communion of persons. And again, you might think of this as the horizontal component, man to man, a communion within humanity. They're husband and wife, of course, and are instructed to have children, right, which is to build a society. But then they're also created in vertical relationship, in vertical communion. So when we talk about the fundamental relationality of man, we're not here just represented with the horizontal, we're also presented with a vertical, and this is often missed. But they're placed in the garden to till and to keep it. God commands them to subdue the earth and to have dominion over it, over all of creation. So Adam and Eve are placed over the plants and the animals, the fish and the birds. And this vertical relationship is as much an aspect of who they are in their core as that horizontal relationship. And in both directions, both the horizontal and the vertical, Adam and Eve are given a mission, right? They're told to multiply. Then they are told to subdue the earth. Now, what this means then is that we ought not to imagine Adam and Eve in the garden like pets in an aquarium where they have this static little paradise and they're just going to live out their lives, which is the image that we often get in like children's Bibles and things like that. But in fact, from the very beginning, there was going to be a history, a dynamism. Man was charged to go out and change things in time. So they have this, and that change is going to be both within humanity itself and with humanity's relationship with the lower beings. But that vertical aspect axis isn't just down for man, but it's also up, right? Because man is also created in communion with the higher beings, with the angels, and then ultimately with God himself. I mean, the Bible tells us that God walks in the garden with Adam and Eve. And this relationship, this upward vertical relationship, is so profound that they're created full of grace, which is a condition that we often refer to in theology as original justice. So we start putting these pieces together. You have Adam and Eve are called to have dominion over creation. So they're to go out and to order it, right? To subdue it. But for what? What are they doing as they order it and subduing it? Well, what they're doing is allowing the lower creation to participate in their vertical relationship with God, right? So in their holiness. So if we think of the subduing as sort of kingship, the ordering of the world, the sort of use of our own power to rearrange it as a sort of kingship move. That kingship is so that the creation can participate in man's holiness. And so in man's relationship with God through grace, which we could think of as his priesthood, right? As mediating creation and God. But both of these tasks then are performed in service of the truth. So the truth about mankind, the truth about the world, the truth about God. Human beings in their ordering of the cosmos and in their worship of God are participating in the very reason of God, the very logos of God. And so they're mediating the truth, which is God's mind, into the world, which is a prophetic office. So we have Adam and Eve as kings, priests, and prophets. And they're charged to go out and to create the world, to sort of finish the creation of the world. Now, a good way to imagine this is with the idea of a temple. We've already started putting these pieces in place when we start talking about kingship, priests, and prophets, right? We're already sort of gesturing towards later historical developments. So let's just do it and go right to the temple, right? A temple, what is it? A temple is a place where God dwells with human beings, right? A temple is a place where the divine and the eternal and the temporal and the material meet, where they find a degree of communion. But temples are built by human beings, right? So what human beings do, human beings are taking the things of the world and they're ordering them, constructing them into something that they weren't before. And this thing then that they build out of their own minds is built as a place to offer worship to God, for God and man to find communion through liturgy, right? And liturgy is a continuation of this concept of ordering the things of the world towards God. Because what is liturgy? Liturgy ultimately is the bodily, verbal, material worship of God. So it's the taking of the things of the world, including our own bodies and our own words, and ordering them in a way that's appropriate for the worship of God. So liturgy and temple are really sort of two aspects of the same concept. So we might think then of Adam and Eve's original mission is to build the cosmos as a temple, that they're given the Garden of Eden as a little starting point, right? Here's a place to begin, but that's not where they're supposed to remain. What they're actually supposed to do is move out from there and to order the cosmos to participate in their holiness, and so to build the cosmos as a temple. Now this temple, we might think of, this is what we're saying here is what? That there was a church from the beginning, right? This is what all these words, all those concepts we're talking about, these are all churchy things, right? And so what we're talking about is that Adam and Eve from the beginning were charged to construct a church, construct the cosmos as a church that would have included everything. So in that discussion I just provided, like what would have been left out, right? Nothing in the cosmos was left out. Everything from the dirt to the angels are involved. So their mission is to extend this temple out over all of creation. One of the things that we just have to understand is the way in which this would have involved unpredictable decisions. So human beings, the whole point of their construction of a temple is that it's human beings as rational creatures who are doing it. That's how they give worship to God, right? They're not just mirroring God or just sort of following his dictates. They themselves are creating this thing. And that's how you could think of it sort of as God gives the gift of the world, gives Adam and Eve a mission. Adam and Eve, in fulfilling the mission, are giving a gift back to God, which is to allow the world, the whole cosmos, to worship him. So that means that they would have had to make decisions as to what to do. So had Adam and Eve not sinned, the church would have existed and the church would have had a history, and it would have been an unpredictable history. It would have been contingent, we could say. Now, one of the implications of this is that humanity would have had to have a government of some sort. And we don't mean here that they would have had politicians and policemen and junk like that. Like what we're talking about here is that the mission required coordination, right? It required decision-making and coordinated action. Now, in order to understand that, we can start, I think the temple analogy helps, because what is the temple but a piece of architecture? And so if we kind of unpack the concept of architecture, I think it helps us get at understanding this dynamic. So architecture is a universal human endeavor. Everybody builds buildings, right? Why? In fact, it's sort of like a metaphor, like a meta-metaphor. If you read even the Bible, the architecture metaphor just permeates the scripture and really all of culture. Because it's a fundamental human activity. There's something going on that gets at who we are when we build buildings. And what is it? I mean, what I think here is that, at least in part, it's that a building provides us with a small world that we control. A building provides us a place where our mission of dominion and subduing is sort of accomplished, right? We've achieved some degree of that in this little space. When we go out of the building, it's a more chaotic world, a world we don't have as much control over, right? So in a sense, I think when we look at buildings, what we're seeing is on a micro scale, the sort of fulfillment of our mission, which is a reason why we find it to be such a powerful concept. But what we have to see about architecture is that it is not merely a practical endeavor, right? So rather, every building has both form and function. Now, the function is pretty straightforward, all right? So the question, what is the building for? And then we get some idea of its function. The form, on the other hand, is more complicated. So not just what is it for, the building, but what does it look like? How does it make us feel? What emotions does it evoke? What does it evoke? What does it make us want to do? These sorts of questions contribute to the concept of its form. Now, architects, of course, are entirely concerned with both, right? So, and they're ultimately inseparable. So take, for example, a home. What is a home for? What is its function? And we can say things like its function is to keep the weather off us, to keep us warm, to protect us from wild animals, those sorts of things, all very true, obviously. But, of course, a box would accomplish that function, right? Maybe we could live in those steel shipping containers that come over from China, right? That would satisfy those functions. And the inadequacy of that gets us at the concept of form. Because the form, again, the reason why we revolt, we recoil, I should say, from the idea of living in a steel box is because we recognize that the function of a home is not merely to keep us dry or merely to protect us from animals, but rather it's about human flourishing. The function of a home is to make us happy, right? And so what we build instead are pieces of sculpture, right, that we live in, things that have proportion and flow, natural light, certain aspects of just what we would think of as almost pure aesthetics. But they're as integral to the function as keeping the rain off. So form and function are bound together because really the purpose of a home is human flourishing, and we require beauty in order to be happy. So what we're getting at when we think of this or look at this is that form and function are inextricably linked. They're two aspects of the same thing. So what this means, though, is that human rational creativity is fundamental to architecture in two ways that are intimately related. First is that the building has to do a job. It has to, and in this sense, we have to use our kind of mechanical problem-solving rationality. But then second, a building has to be beautiful, to be a work of art. And here we use our rational creativity in an artistic or aesthetic sense. But these two types of creativity or rationality are obviously incapable of being separated. Now, another thing about it, though, is that this creativity, this creative rationality, is unpredictable. It's an unpredictable and truly free creativity. In response to the same need, we could build any number of things, which is obvious. I mean, we just look at the architectural diversity across cultures and time. Our rationality is free within its creativity. So we can choose between the means, which means we're going to use in the pursuit of our ends and how we're going to organize those means. What's interesting here is that we have that kind of infinite free creativity, but it's not infinite. It's infinite within the realm of the rational, but not beyond the realm of the rational. So for example, we can't build whatever we imagine. I can imagine all kinds of things that we can't build. I can imagine houses that float, right? Or a house that has a roof made out of paper towels or something, right? We can imagine these things, but we can't build them for one, because the first one breaks the laws of physics. I simply cannot create a house that floats in the air. And the second is that even if I can imagine creating something out of materials like, say, a roof out of paper towels, it'll fail in its function, right? It doesn't work. So architecture is a fascinating example that gives us truly relative human activity. We could build any number of things, but it's always bound by some sort of truth. It's not relativistic. We cannot build merely whatever we want. We have to use the materials that are at our disposal. And what this is getting at, of course, is that we're truly creative, but we're not the creator. We don't create out of nothing. We create out of what is given us. So we must work within the truth. We're not masters of the truth. You see then how architecture provides us with an antidote to relativism, but without falling into sort of a dogmatic absolutism, right? It provides us a way of seeing how the relative and the creative and the rational is not in conflict with truth, right? We don't have to put those things up against each other. And this is really a concept of the natural law. So these ideas that there's a natural law, there are sort of things of true about the cosmos and about ourselves that are beyond our control. But that doesn't then bind us in everything we do. In fact, all of our action that is authentically human, what makes us human, is the freedom, the rational, creative freedom that works within the natural law, not against it. The natural law is not oppressing us. We work within it. So these reflections allow us to get at a deeper understanding of mankind's primordial mission, right? So his primordial mission to build the cosmos as a temple for God. So we can think of him as being commissioned to be an architect with all the creative variety that comes along with that, to build this, not only the temple, but think about it, the temple, we already talked about the liturgy, so that when we say he's building a temple, he's also building the entire liturgical event that occurs within the temple, right? Everything from language to ritual, all of that is a part of his creation. And all of it, though, is being done within the truth of God. So one of the things that this allows us to see, though, is that that need for a primordial government is essential, because you have a whole community of people who, from the original commission, are commissioned to build something, and that something is infinitely variable. So you just take a very simple example, something like a door. You're building a house and you have a door. The door has to be painted. Now, the painting of the door itself is really an aspect of the natural law, in the sense that it has to be waterproof, right? You have to waterproof it somehow. You have to coat it. Okay, but are you going to coat it in blue paint or red paint, right? One isn't right and one isn't wrong. They're different. How do you decide which one? Now, if we say it's arbitrary, we might as well just say we flip a coin, but that's not right, right? Because what color it is fits into the aesthetic of whatever it is that's being built. It's not arbitrary. Not any old choice has to be made. A choice has to be made within the sort of governing ethos, the governing sort of motivation of the structure as a whole. So these choices, this is where government, primordial government, comes in, because what we know about humanity is that we're different. We have different skills, different talents, right? Some of us are better at engineering. Some of us are better at understanding color. Some of us are better at working with our hands. We have these sort of different talents and gifts. And so the primordial government would have been about ordering those talents, ordering humanity in this shared project. So not only do we have different talents sort of innately, but those different talents and abilities have to be developed. Right, so we're not born. I mean, you can be born with a talent to be a phenomenal painter, but you'll never be one without the training, right? Without the work, the discipline into the habit. And this is what St. Thomas tells us is calls virtue here. So even in the primordial state, even before sin, there would have been not only different types of people with different skill sets, but those people themselves would have achieved different levels of virtue or different levels of skill within their skill sets. So again, this primordial mission would have required the ordering of those people so that they could build whatever it is they're building. So even had humanity not fallen, we would have had bosses and workers. We would have had artists and craftsmen, farmers and teachers. We even probably would have had poets and philosophers, theologians, maybe even historians. So without any sense of domination or of lording it over, right, between one man and another, humanity, had it not fallen, would have had to be organized. And therefore, it would have had to been hierarchical. But we have to imagine a society that's graced, fully graced. So they're ordered in a hierarchy, in a project, but without sin, without vanity, without envy, without the lust for power that seems that dominates our conception of government. So what we can see is that these organizations would have had very little resemblance to what we talk of speak of as sort of governments and states and stuff. And this is the reason why we need to be very, very wary when people try to tell us that before the fall, Adam and Eve would have had states and stuff like that. That's just nonsense. They would have been ordered, that's true. They would have been political, absolutely. They would not have had a state. So what they would have had, however, is human law. But the human law, we can see within this description that I'm giving, the human law would have been what Thomas would describe as the specification of the natural law, which is a complex concept, or complex terminology for a simple concept, which is just to be, how are you going to obey the natural law, right? So the natural law dictates certain general principles, and then how is it that we're going to obey those? So in other words, you can think of the human law as sort of the blueprints for the building that we're building. They're the plans that are under construction. So human law, Aquinas tells us, is architectonic, which just means it's like the architecture, the architect. So had humanity not sinned, the primordial church would have included absolutely all of human activity. We would have been up to nothing else, right, other than building this church. Now, we ought not to imagine, though, this primitive society, or this primordial society, I should say, as a single sort of hegemonic entity that's micromanaged from the top or something. Some people fantasize about some sort of absolutist monarchy. They really like that idea, and they think that that's the way this would have been organized. And that just doesn't square with what we know about who humanity is and what the Bible tells us. So again, the architecture idea allows us to get past that, to see through that temptation. Because think about what buildings are. Buildings are organized in cities, right? Or they're grouped together into cities. And the buildings that make up a city each have their own designs. There's a certain integrity to them, right? But they're not fully, they don't have a totally distinct or self-sufficient integrity. In order to really understand a building, you have to look at its setting. So if we can't really understand the building without seeing where it is. And the city itself in which the buildings are placed have their own forms and functions. They have their own plan of a sort, and I'll get at that in a minute. But if you think about how like a doorknob within an individual building is a piece of the building, but it has its own design. Similarly, a building is a piece of a city with its own design. But that doesn't mean that a city is just a building writ large. It's a different type of thing. It's categorically different in its design and how it works than a building is. So think about a city. It has a very limited number of explicit laws or rules, right? So it has, rules involving how roads are built, maybe how drainage works, things like that. But those are exceptions. But within those explicit rules, we can say, okay, the planners of the city are sort of like architects, where the leaders of the city are producing plans that are similar in some ways to architecture. But even there, they're different, because the plans are pertaining not so much to planning the city as a whole, the way an architect plans a building, but more designed to sort of integrate a whole bunch of little plans that are going on, right? Really what the city planning is about is managing the unplanned by the city. It's planned by others, but not at their level. So cities are really laid out over time by the execution of many, many little plans, and the city managers are primarily managing it rather than creating it. So this dynamic, though, works in the other direction, too. So we're talking about the difference between a building within a city, but then you also have the difference between the building and the craftsmen who are working on it, right? So the architect drafts very detailed plans for a building. You can think of these as sort of rules that govern the execution of the building. But he doesn't dictate the skill of the individual craftsman or the individual tradesman. So nothing, for example, you think about it, is more detailed, more particular, more fine than the skill of, say, a silversmith who crafts the doorknob. But the architect doesn't even understand those things, let alone control them. What he can say is, I want a doorknob of this type that looks something like this. And then it's the silversmith who does it according to his own rules, within his own freedom, that the architect is not the master of. And so it's categorically different in the bottom, in the lower direction of the hierarchy as well. So what we're seeing here is just how complex architecture really is. Architecture and the cities that they subsist within and the craftsmen that build them is really the process of integrating the most particular with the most universal. And it's also simultaneously the instantiation of the universal within the particular. So because the smallest is the most finely controlled and the largest is the most generally governed, this kind of a hierarchical order is not the destruction of freedom. It's exactly the opposite. It's the context for the maximization of freedom. So within this sort of a conception, some sort of autocracy, some sort of an absolute kind of sovereign rule from the top down becomes impossible. because each level operates in a distinct realm, and the higher levels are ultimately the less powerful ones, even if they encompass the lower within their vision. So the creative freedom that operates at every level operates without competition with the other levels, but rather in harmony in a single building project. And this is the basic context of a city's justice. Within this sort of extended metaphor or analogy that we're using here, this whole complex reality is what we could think of as a single social architecture, where a group of people or a culture of people, a commonwealth we might call it, is pursuing a shared end through a hierarchical matrix of shared means. So had mankind not fallen, we could imagine that they would have built the world, this cosmic temple, as an incredibly complex piece of social architecture that would have had an immense amount of diversity at the smallest levels, even while being united in the general project at the very highest levels, and ultimately at the very highest, most general principles of the natural law, which are the love of God and the love of neighbor. So we can imagine this sort of beautifully dynamic and complex world that could have been built as a single worshiping entity of God that would have maximized human freedom even while uniting the different people within it. But that's not what happened, right? So human beings did sin. And when we sin, what we did is instead of setting out to build this temple, this horizontal and vertical temple society for the worship of God, we set about building one to ourselves. We set about sort of dismembering this vision and attempting to build a temple to ourselves as if we were gods. And this is a violation of justice, because justice is nothing else than the proper ordering of the cosmos. That's what justice ultimately is. And so we're violating justice at the most fundamental level, and we lose then original justice. So at the same act of sin, we not only lose then our vertical relationship with God, grace is cut off, but the same act destroys our horizontal relationships and our vertical down. So our nature, we can say. So if we think about our nature as what elevates us above the plants and the animals, but then grace is what elevates above our nature, in the same act we lose both that, the grace that elevates us up, and our nature is wounded, which lowers us, which limits our ability to even fulfill our obligations or our nature to that which is below us. So those two aspects of our primordial mission, the first you think of as the multiplying, the social, the horizontal. We all of a sudden, now the curse of pain in childbirth, right? Now that aspect, that mission is going to be painful. But then, so you can think of that maybe as the horizontal. But then the vertical too. Now, instead of tilling and keeping the garden, we're going to toil on it, right? We're punished in both our directions. But those punishments are not simply sort of extrinsic, arbitrary punishments for our sin. They are really the consequence of our sin, the shattering of the original justice in the cosmos. So our relationship with God is shattered. We hide in the bushes. We're scared of God. Through our sin, mankind's world was shattered. In original justice, our reason had ordered that which was below, even as it was elevated by grace into that which was above. So in sin, both those directions are shattered, are wounded. The grace is cut off. Our reason is damaged. Our control over that which is below us, or our nature itself, is wounded. And what this means then is that without the help of grace, without the help of what was above, what was below slides into disorder. So reason becomes wounded by ignorance. The will becomes wounded by malice. Right? Fortitude, which is sort of the ability to push forward, becomes weakness. Temperance, the ability to order goods properly, becomes concupiscence. So the way we describe this is that when mankind is no longer ordered by what was above, his sensuality, his senses, the goods that are perceived by his senses alone, come to increasingly dominate his rationality, which is the connection that man has with what is above. So what's lower tries to usurp the position of what is higher. We become oriented down towards the animals rather than oriented up towards God. So in this situation, man becomes divided against himself. His higher powers, like his reason and his creativity, are increasingly experienced as at war with his passions and his desires. Even our own rational participation in the divine reason, which we call the natural law, becomes experienced as a tyrant because it tries to restrict what we desire and what our bodies want. So similarly, God is no longer seen or understood as a transcendent Father to whom we submit and love and trust and obedience. And instead, because we're looking down and yet God is there, we experience him. What we experience him as is just a really powerful creature, as a tyrant who is scary and who can punish us. So we're broken off from what is above. The world itself becomes closed, right? The world united in justice is open upwards. The world cut off from the divine becomes closed in on itself. And this becomes frightening. And a way of imagining this is you say like a child who's holding the hand of his father, and there's a dog there, right? And the child's not afraid of the dog because he knows first that his father will protect him, and second, that the father has control over the dog, right? But as soon as the father's gone, right? The child's not a fool to be afraid of the dog. He ought to be afraid of the dog. The dog is scary, right? Cutting off from God, cutting ourselves off from God and looking down into the world now without God as the third that unites us, it is scary. The world is scary. Society itself becomes scary. No longer united to each other through a shared love of God, we become opaque to each other. We become suspicious of each other. And this fear is justified. The story of Cain and Abel shows us this. We're not fools to be afraid of our brother. He might kill us. Now things are different. So what that means is that faith is replaced with doubt, right? Charity is replaced with suspicion. Hope is replaced with fear. Now, in this situation, God, of course, does not abandon mankind. He doesn't just abandon us to ourselves, to our sad fate. Rather, because he is, in fact, a loving Father, he comes to us. And this coming, though, is a movement of condescension, of God reaching down to us. Now, what we call this action of God, we call this whole, the story of him moving to us to where we are now is what we call salvation history. And it's a combination of God reaching down to us and then mankind's kind of prolonged struggle between that upward pull of God and towards redemption and our downward pull towards a more bestial life. And this is what the St. Augustine's story of the city of God and the city of man is really about. What distinguishes these cities is their orientation. The city of man is oriented down. The city of God is oriented up. So both cities, however, are after the same thing, which St. Augustine describes as peace, which is the tranquility of order. We talked a great deal about the tranquility of order in the last lecture and the possibility of the tranquility of a very complex order in a sort of social architecture. And we can see then that the fall disorders man. So if order is the ideal, the tranquility of order, the fall disorders us. It disorders us in our relationship with God, disorders us in our relationship with each other, and disorders us in ourselves, our relationship with ourselves. So after sin, we enter into this desperate struggle of every person to somehow regain order or peace. So to reinstate, we might think of this in sort of philosophical terms of the particular within the universal, my little plan within the bigger plan, right? What I see down, looking down, what I control to be united with what is bigger, that is up, that I can't see and can't control. That reunion of the particular with the universal is where peace is found. That's the tranquility of order. So this is the sort of plot of history for St. Augustine, is that man is attempting to regain this peace. Now, of course, the only way to do this is what St. Augustine talks about, our restless heart, right? And the only way to find this peace, to defeat anxiety, is, of course, for our restless hearts to rest again in God. Then this is the path that's taken by the city of God. This is what the city of God is after. So its citizens are striving in the world to reunite themselves with God. The city of man, on the other hand, is still driven by the pursuit, the desire for peace and for order. But the city of man is pursuing peace through contrivances of its own creation, its own making. Its citizens attempt peace through total domination. The city of God is attempting peace through humility. The city of man through domination, through power. So the city of man is still convinced that maybe they can actually complete what Adam and Eve started, the idea that they could, in fact, become gods themselves. So St. Augustine talks about these two cities, and it's important to understand what a city is. All right, we've already talked about this a bit in the last lecture, but for St. Augustine's world, in the ancient world, right, a city is understood as a complete community. Cities have their own human laws. They have their own cultures and customs and mores. But perhaps most importantly for St. Augustine, they have their own cults. They have their own gods. Cities in the ancient world are temples. And so we can combine St. Augustine's reading of the two cities with the discussion we had earlier about the primordial mission and the building of a temple society. When St. Augustine talks about the two cities, he's talking about two temple society projects, two social architectures that would have been self-contained. They include everything that is in humanity. The city is the perfect community. It needs nothing outside of itself. So the city of God is not some sort of secret little group within the great stream of history that relies upon the rest of history for its own self-identity or its own ability to sustain itself. The city of God is humanity in all of its complexity, moving back towards God, whereas the city of man is humanity in all its complexity, including what we call now religious stuff, the temple stuff, going down to the demons. So St. Augustine describes the history of all of humanity as then church history, right? As the history of these two cities. So after the fall, the city of man comes to dominate over the city of God. Man as a whole descends deeper into depravity. And this descent is tragic, but it's understandable given the discussion we had earlier about how human society works, about the project that it's engaged in. Right? Human beings are engaged in architectural projects. Individual human beings are born into societies. They're taught human laws. They're given a task to perform within the project. So when man falls, right? So society is falling in its relationality, its fundamental socialness. The human beings that are born into that then, instead of being initiated into holy projects, just projects for the worship of God, are being initiated into depraved projects for the worship of man. They're being taught in their human law, not how to move into the perfection of their talents, which is virtue, but rather to move deeper into vice and viciousness. So the human laws that we would have needed to pull man out of sin, the sort of pedagogical rules that would have been necessary for us to learn not to be bad, but instead to be good, are exactly what our fall into sin make it impossible for us to create. And the deeper we fall into sin, not only the less able are we to create just and holy laws, but the less inclined we are to do so. So what this means is that you get into a downward spiral, right? So vicious men create rules, manage a culture, create laws that lead the new people being initiated into deeper vice. Just gets worse and worse. And this is exactly the story of the Bible, the way the Bible relates it to us. And the way St. Thomas tells us, it's not like there's a fall and then it's just static evil. St. Thomas talks about us getting worse as time goes on. Right? We're training ourselves into vice, building increasingly depraved social architectures. It's a downward spiral into increasing ignorance and malice. So as we fall deeper, the residual city of God is there, but it's losing ground to the city of man. Man's animalness, our bestial in nature, comes to dominate over our rationality. So human law in these cities, right, is leading us, rather than leading us deeper into our virtue, is leading us deeper into our vice. But you'll remember in the original discussion we had here that our relationality is not only horizontal, it's also vertical. So the descent into vice is simultaneously a descent into idolatry, right? That we can't not have that divine connection there. And so what we do is posit ourselves as gods, right? Which is the nature of idols. So the cities are temples, regardless of whether they're the city of God or the city of man. So this period in history, in the salvation history, is the origins of what we think of as paganism. Now, this is the period that the tradition calls the age of nature, or the age of the natural law, as Thomas will call it, which is somewhat ironic, but what he means is the natural law was all we had. And you can see in the story what we did with it. So the city of man steadily envelops the city of God, the Bible relates to us, until the holy city consists only of one man, Noah, and his family, right, who walks with God, the Bible tells us. So in this period then we get the story of the flood, where God attempts to wipe the city of man from the earth. But it doesn't work. As soon as the flood subsides, as soon as the waters subside, the Bible says Noah gets drunk, right? Then his son, Ham, sins. And the city of man, just like that, is back and growing again. And the city of God, however, continues now into the line of Shem. So we get the story continues with the two cities now descending out of the same family. So it's like it doesn't matter how small you cut down humanity, all the way down to one family. As soon as you let it go again, they're going to split into the two cities. Because that's the nature of our fallenness. That's the sort of drama that we're engaged in. All of humanity is engaged in this. All of creation, in fact. The flood doesn't just kill all of humanity, but all of the animals, except for those that Noah preserves. So there's no department of the cosmos. There's no department of human society or of creation of the human race that's somehow not included in the story. And this is an idea that will fundamentally remain when we start talking about the church as universal, right? That it's about all of human history. The flood is a perfect example of this. The Bible provides us here with no neutral ground. There's no population of men that fall outside of the story. Everybody's involved. In fact, it's after, what the Bible relates is that after Noah, after the flood, this is the origin of the nations. What happens here is that we are initially this cultural unity, right? So if we think about it, we were supposed to, as I described earlier, have great diversity in our project, but it would have been a diversity that was united. But in the aftermath of the flood, and then the respreading of humanity, then we come to the story of the Tower of Babel. Right? And what's happening in the Tower of Babel? Well, the Bible says that the whole earth had one language and few words. We are still united in one sort of cultural context. And as the city of man comes to dominate, this unity makes it exceedingly powerful. So in the story of the Tower of Babel, the citizens of the city of God, in this unity, this sort of organization, this cultural organization they have that's oriented towards evil, decide to build a temple to themselves, which is the exact opposite, of course, the exact inversion of what the social project was supposed to be. But again, it gives credence to the original interpretation because mankind, even in his fallenness, can't help but be temple builders. That's what he is. And so he's building a temple to himself. This is an acceleration of the downward spiral, but God intervenes in the story. He disrupts their cultural unity, and this is an important thing. This is their source of their power. So how does he mitigate their power? How does he keep them from harming themselves? Is he weakens them. But the way he weakens them is by confusing their tongues and scattering them across the face of the earth. This is very significant. Mankind was meant to be diverse, but we weren't meant to find each other baffling or confusing or hostile. And this is what happens after Babel. We're divided into the nations. We don't understand each other anymore. St. Augustine at some point says that a man would rather spend time with a dog than another man who doesn't speak his language. It's probably true. So the division of us into the nations is an interesting thing because it's both a mercy from God, because he's stopping us from the great harm that we're attempting to perform. He's intervening. But then it's also a form of punishment. So now we'll be divided into nations. But this itself isn't a sort of cutting loose of humanity. It's not like he's dividing us into the nations so that he could ignore the great bulk of humanity. That's not at all. We're being divided into the nations so that we can then be redeemed out of the nations. This is what the story of the calling of Israel is all about. So it's the division into nations, and then what? And then God picks a nation and pulls them out so that they'll be the light to the nations. So the purpose of Israel, when you read the election of Abraham, the purpose of Israel is for the nations. These are two sides of one movement. Create the nations, save the nations, through the nations, through a nation. So when God elects Abraham to be the father of this nation, it's a fascinating plot twist because you think about what's happening. God takes Abraham out of the line of Shem, right? So he's out of the city of God. But then he instructs him to move away from his kindred, move away from his nation. We're just going to start over with a single family. And what God tells this single family is that you will become a nation, a great nation, but your nation will be for the rest of the nations and not against them. Through them, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. So we see here the dynamic of God seemingly taking a step backwards to the level of a family, but the purpose is to move forward, right? And so God establishes a covenant with Abraham according to which his descendants would become the Lord's people and the Lord would be their God. So they would no longer have idols, but they would have God himself as their national God. And this, from here, will move in then into the age of law. Genesis relates how Abraham's grandson, Jacob, and his 12 sons moved to Egypt during a terrible famine. Insecurity and prosperity in Egypt, the Israelites multiply quickly, and this troubles Pharaoh, who viewed their strength as a threat, and so he reduces them to slavery. They toiled in bondage for 400 years. Now, understanding this slavery is important. The church fathers almost universally taught that this was as much spiritual as it was a physical slavery. Their bondage was both to sin and to other men. Now, this makes perfect anthropological sense. 400 years is a very, very long time. The first English-speaking colonists in the Americas landed 400 years ago, to give you a sense of the type of time we're talking about. It's a huge, expansive time. And during this time, Egypt, the kingdom of Egypt, develops into a full-fledged slave state, slave temple state that's run by a god king, by a sort of living idol. So this society is literally the temple state, a fallen temple state that's constructed for the worship of a man as if he's a god. And during this 400 years that Israel is there, they are assimilated into this society, becoming really members of it. Now, Egypt isn't unique in this history, where the nations everywhere are forming themselves into these kind of fallen temple states with god kings. Now, this is precisely the kind of society we would imagine fallen man creating. He's increasingly enslaved to his vices, and so he builds, not totally divorced from the original commission, right? He's still driven to be a king and a priest and a prophet and to build a temple of some sort. Only now, rather than building that beautifully complex and diverse temple to the true God that opens upwards into infinity, now they invert it. They're building a temple to a man god, an idol, something that as if that will, the will of that man, is what orders the cosmos as a whole. So you have a god who is really a man and a cynical priesthood. So what we see in Egypt and the other slave states of the nations is the inversion of that primordial hierarchy. Remember, I talked about that original architectural model and how we can see in that sort of a hierarchy how the most power, the most control is at the lowest level, the level of like the craftsman who works in freedom within the rules and knowledge of his trade. And then that's ordered up into an expanding project that actually has decreased power, even if it has increased scope. Now we reverse this, right? So the king, the god king at the top, is the most powerful, the most particular power. And those that are below simply work in his will as an extension of his will. It's as if he's the craftsman and they're just the material that he's shaping. And this is slavery. Or this is sort of the meaning of slavery. And we can see this inverted hierarchy so clearly in idols, what an idol is, right? An idol, what is it? It's made out of wood and paint, stone. It's at the very bottom of the hierarchy. And yet we've ripped it out and put it and pretended like it's at the top, right? This is a hierarchy that's oriented down, that's closed in instead of opened up. Now this is sort of descending. This is a city of man's hierarchy, right? It's a descending hierarchy down. Now, it's in the slavery that is in play here is as much slavery to sin as it is sort of physical or political slavery. And this is the point that the church fathers are getting at. Because what is the power of that inverted hierarchy? How is it that the king at the top has the power that he has to shape, to direct those below him? And it's through fear. Right? So the people at the bottom perceive the power of the king and of his priests, of his gods, his idols, and are afraid of them. And the only sort of security that they can have is in submitting to his will. But the power of the king that he can exert is never anything other than their own power, right? He's simply using them as if they're extensions of his own will. So in a sense, they're afraid of themselves. They're afraid of each other, right? This is the effects of sin, the effects of vice. And so what you see in the inverted hierarchy is that it's the ruling elites, it's in the ruling elite's interest to increase the people's fear, the fear of the idols, the fear of their power, so that they then submit ever fully to the monarch, to the king, who is also a god. So more fear equals more power, which then means the ability to create more fear. And this is the way a slave state works. The idols and the so-called religion, the temples that they build here, are just mechanisms of this kind of power, right? There's not some sort of a natural religion here that we're seeing. It's not some sort of it's not, what it is a perversion of the natural impulses, right? The perversion of the impulse towards building a temple to worship God. Only now this temple is being usurped. This impulse is being usurped by other men and used to build their own power. But that power relies upon the fallenness of those who they dominate. And the more fallen those people become, the more their domination grows. So nowhere is this power of the kings and their idols more demonstrable than in the practice, the very widespread practice of human sacrifice. Throughout the Bible, the most abominable practice of the nations is the sacrifice of their own children. And this makes a lot of sense. This isn't just something that's in the Bible to kind of shock us with how evil it is, even though it is terribly shocking. But when you think about it, that parent-child bond is the most fundamental, non-violent, non-coercive bond that exists. That's the reason why in the beginning of this series, I used the example of the mother and her son as the example of the fundamental relationality of human beings. So what the parent-child bond shows, or what it demonstrates, is the ever-present sort of bottom-up capacity for order, because their love, and so their order, their union, is not predicated on some higher ordering, but is rather comes out of their very personhoods, right, who they are. So it's capable of the concept of a common good, of a justice, of a love that is not controllable. And this is exactly what human sacrifice is designed to eliminate. The total domination of the God-kings require the institution of child sacrifice. Because as long as that parent-child relationship remains in integrity, there's a little outpost or a foothold of the upward-moving hierarchy of the city of God, because there's a foundation of peace, justice, and love, and order that happens at a level that's not controlled by the gods or their idols. So they need to insert their fear into that, the fear that makes their power possible. They need to penetrate that and make the mother frightened of her relationship with the child, right? And the way that you do this is instituting the practice of child sacrifice, that you must sacrifice your own child, your most fundamental love, the fundamental aspect of your personhood. Otherwise, you'll suffer the rebuke or the punishment of the gods. It's the final sort of decisive move of the city of man attempting to extinguish the city of God. Now, this is the reason why all pagan regimes have the institution of child sacrifice, and why it's such an abomination to the Lord. So the story of Exodus makes it very clear that Israel had become largely assimilated into this sort of a society. They suffered as all fallen men suffer as slaves, both to vice and then to the political power that centers on the gods that vice produces. Now, of course, Israel is not totally lost, right? Their identity is greatly diminished, their identity as the chosen people of God, but it remains rooted in this covenant with Abraham and this promise that God will never abandon them. So there remains deep within their personhood, or their peoplehood, I should say, a sort of fading glimmer of the city of God. And God is always sort of retaining his connection with this people and not letting them fall completely away. So they cry out to God for help. And when the time is right, God intervenes, right? And he intervenes through Moses to save his people. So in the Bible's recounting of the story of Exodus, it's very, very clear that Israel has fallen into slavery. Both they're suffering under the slavery that is in the Bible, of course, both slavery to sin and slavery to other men. And this slavery is what leads them to cry out to God for help. And the patristic reading then, that their slavery was as much spiritual as it was physical, is not some sort of allegorized, sort of pious stretch. The church fathers are getting at the very heart of anthropology. They're seeing precisely who we are and how fallen human power works, as well as what the gods really are. It's very insightful. So the Israelites have fallen with Egypt into this sort of a slave state, but they're not totally fallen. God had made a covenant with Abraham, a promise that he would never abandon them, and he doesn't. So they cry out in their suffering, right? And God hears them. He sends them Moses when the time is right to save his people, who he refers to as his firstborn son. And he's saving them, of course, both physically and spiritually. So again, the church fathers talk about the Passover, which was the movement of the Israelites out of Egypt. It is a Passover from slavery to freedom, and also a Passover from vice to virtue. So even though they're being extracted out of this situation, because of the way culture works and the way history works, the Israelites are still profoundly idolatrous. They're still a part of the nations, right? So they're being pulled out of the nations in order to be saved, but they haven't lost their kind of nationhood. So Moses leads Israel out into the wilderness, and this is where we get this imagery of being led out of these kingdoms, right? Out into the wilderness where the nations don't rule. But what's their experience out there? They're frightened and they're scared. They don't have gods. They don't have idols. They don't have the temples, the things that provided some sort of order, even if it was a servile order. Those are gone. And so they're frightened. And so God steps in to give them a law to live by. Right? What he's doing here is sort of asserting himself as their king and as their God. You need a king, you need a God. I'll be your God. I'll be your national God. I'll step in here and give you a law to live by. So through Moses, he gives them the 10 Commandments first. Now, St. Thomas Aquinas, as well as just almost the entire tradition, has always seen the 10 Commandments as the basic propositions of the natural law, the moral natural law. So why is it that God has to explicitly articulate propositions of moral truth that come out of humanity's very rationality? That's what the natural law is. The natural law is nothing other than human participation in the eternal law. It's what it means to be a human being. And so he has to tell us what it means to be a human being. This is seemingly peculiar and odd, and the reason is because Israel had fallen so far that they couldn't tell right from wrong anymore. They didn't know. This is a descent into the bestial, right? Out of the human. So God explicitly articulates the basic outline of the natural moral law for them. But this isn't enough. This isn't enough. The natural moral law, how do we live it? You think about the 10 Commandments. Honor your mother and father. Well, how do you honor your mother and father? What does that even mean? Don't steal. What does it mean to steal? Honor the true God. Who's that? Right? It's not enough. The basic list is not enough. And so you'll remember that kind of specification, we call it, of the natural law was supposed to happen in what Thomas Aquinas tells us or calls the human law, which is the human specification, the human determination of how it is that we live the natural law. Take the injunction, thou shalt not murder, right? That's part of the natural law. Every human society knows this. Every human society has a law against murder. That doesn't get us anywhere. The natural law, we know that. Thou shalt not murder. But the Nazis had that law and they had Auschwitz. We have that law and we kill millions of babies. So you need a human law that says what it means not to murder. The human law is the way in which the natural law is lived. It's the way in which human beings keep or break the natural law. It's really where the rubber hits the road. So Israel had spent 400 years in Egypt. So it's more or less an idolatrous society, living in an idolatrous worldview. And so it can't, if it's so fallen that it can't even quite get a handle on the content of the natural law, it of course can't specify that into a human law, into a law, a sort of blueprint for a temple society that they're going to build that we talked about in the earlier lectures. So God doesn't give them merely the 10 Commandments. He then starts giving them a specification of the 10 Commandments. He starts giving them a law to live by. So through God, Moses instructs them in great detail how to live out the natural law. I want to put this in juxtaposition with what we were talked about when we talked about human society within the Garden of Eden, right? Because in Eden, God gives very, very few positive commands. Very few positive commands. But does that mean that Adam and Eve were then not living by the divine law? It's like, no, in fact, it's the exact opposite. He gives them so few commands because their living of the divine law wells up from within them, right? Their nature, their creative rationality is a participation in his rationality. So their way of life or their human law is a instantiation of the divine will, right? A sort of creative instantiation of it. So God gives himself to us as if he's a Pharaoh. And this shows a sort of method of God that we see throughout the Old Testament, where there's a condescension to us, to meet us where we are, to collect us, right? So it shows not only his immense humility, to be the willingness to enter into these really corrupt forms, but there's also a sense in which it's showing how those corrupt forms aren't entirely corrupt, right? Man isn't pure evil. Instead, these things that we're doing is this kind of pitiful grasping after truth. And so there's space for God to move and to act. He can enter in there in his humility and find us. St. Thomas Aquinas explains to us how the two most fundamental precepts of the natural law are the love of God and the love of neighbor as ourselves. So these loves, of course, animate our humanity in both its vertical and its horizontal dimensions. So what happens in the divine law, in the old law here, is that he gives us, through Moses, the judicial precepts, which you might think of as like what we think of as sort of like criminal law or civil law, which we can think of as sort of governing the horizontal aspects of that, or the love of neighbor is what Thomas says. This specifies the love of neighbor, the judicial precepts, loaning money to marriage, to how we farm, right? It's the whole sort of horizontal aspect of human life. And then concerning the love of God, the Mosaic law includes the ceremonial precepts. And so this is the ritual and liturgical law through which Israel was to worship God. So first and foremost, in this ceremonial law, God commands them to build a tabernacle, which is a place for worship. So for here, I want to turn to a little bit of a description. This is from Exodus 26. And this is God speaking. Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twinned linen, and blue and purple and scarlet stuff. With cherubim skillfully worked shall you make them. The length of each curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of each curtain 4 cubits. All the curtains shall have one measure. 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another. And you shall make loops of blue on the edge of the outmost curtain in the first set, and likewise you shall make loops on the edge of the outmost curtain of the second set. And this goes on for 2 chapters of this sort of immensely detailed description of what they're supposed to build. Now think about that. Put that in juxtaposition to the original sort of architectural project of what is human beings, what is our mission? Our mission is to build the cosmos as a temple for God. And how are we going to do it? With a full sort of spontaneous and free outpouring of our creative rationality. So now what? We don't know the natural law. We can't figure out what's right and wrong. We get the 10 Commandments. Why can't we obviously can't build a sort of temple that's appropriate to the Lord. You'll remember how when I was talking about architecture in the garden, the example, say, of whether we're going to paint the door blue or red, and that there's this real creative, rational freedom that man gets to exhibit in making such decisions and such choices. And now what's happening is that God's stepping in even to make those choices in the level of aesthetics, that Israel's not even capable of determining what's something beautiful that would be appropriately beautiful for the worship of God. Like they're going to make mistakes there. And so God is moving in even at that level. So the law that he's giving us is not merely, we're so tempted to separate these laws, right? We have the judicial precepts, which are like the civil code. Then we have the ceremonial precepts. Then we have this like instructions to build the temple. But in reality, this is all one move for God. God is giving us a human law that includes all aspects of our humanity, our horizontal, our vertical, and intrinsically that idea that we're temple builders, right? That's right there. In fact, in this first round of the divine law, the old law, there's more text about how to build this tabernacle than there is anything else. In fact, the fallenness of man here is so pronounced that the Lord even empowers certain workmen in order for their artistry to be divinely imbued, that they're not even working in their own creativity with their hands, but he's going to motivate or sort of inspire them with how to carve. So what God is doing here is coming to fallen man, right? Mankind is looking down at the ground. And God the way I like to imagine this is he inserts himself within our line of sight, right? We're looking down, looking at idols, trying to find idols, wanting gods to protect us, wanting to build temples to worship them with. And he steps in and says, here's a temple to build. I'll be your God, right? But it's not like the Egyptians. So you see what's going on here. It's like we need temples. That's what we've been doing in Egypt for 400 years. Here's a temple to build. We need gods to worship because we don't know what else to do here. I'll be your God, right? So here's a temple that doesn't have an idol in it, because the God is the true God. He doesn't forbid the building of temples. He could have, right? He would have been totally justified in sweeping the whole concept of these sort of false temples away, but he doesn't. He instead enters into Israel's fallenness and tries the goodness that's still there. Because remember, the impulse to build temples, the nations that are building temples, this isn't a totally depraved action. No such thing exists. That impulse to build the temple still was flowing out of that primordial commission, even if in a perverted state. And so when God comes, he takes the goodness that's still there and says, yeah, build a temple. Let's build one, right? But it's going to be to me. It's going to be to the truth. So the same sort of way, you need a law to live by. You need some sort of will that's going to direct you. That's the way you were in Egypt. That's the way the slave nations are. Okay, we'll give you a law code, but it's going to be just. It'll be true. It'll be based on the natural law and not on lies. So one of the things that we want to see here is the unity of all this. The judicial precepts and the ceremonial precepts and the architectural precepts are all different aspects of one law. God, we can say, I'd say, is giving Israel a starting point. It's sort of like how in the original creation, God gives Adam and Eve Eden, a garden. They don't start from total scratch and then he says, there, subdue, have dominion. Rather, he gives them a sort of place to begin, right? Material for which they can begin, they can start their project. And this is what's going on here. It's just so much more material. Because of the fallenness of man, God has to start in a way more profound remedial place where he's directing so much more of their lives than had been the case with Adam and Eve. So one of the things that's happening here, of course, is that Israel is being constituted as a priest and a prophet and a king for the nations, as a mediator for the nations. And like, how is it that that's what's happening here? This is a very fascinating aspect of the scriptural narrative, because it's clearly the case that what God's doing is instantiating the truth, instantiating the natural law and the divine law within the forms of the nations, the cultural forms of the nations, right? So the tabernacle is actually a great example of this. The nations everywhere are building these temples to their idols. The nations understand temples, right? Their fallen world contains temples. And so God uses temples. He corrects the error in the temple, but without destroying it. This makes God intelligible to the nations. So Israel being allowed to go into the nations before it's pulled out of the nations is an aspect of God coming to the nations through Israel. Right? So Israel's election, Israel's Passover out of slavery is about the nations. And the Bible actually makes this explicitly clear. It says repeatedly in Exodus that Israel's exodus is for the Egyptians. So Israel's being formed as a king and a priest and a prophet, as the city of God that could reach back and convert the city of man back into itself. But that's not what ends up happening. Israel falls almost immediately. So Moses is getting the law. He's bringing the law down from Sinai, ratifying the covenant with God. And while he's away, the Israelites fall again into this crudest form of idolatry with the golden calf. This is a sort of second fall. Adam had rejected the divine law, rejected, which in that time was mostly grace, right? And now here Israel rejects the divine law that God is giving them and builds an idol. So what this is revealing is this mission that God has for Israel. Israel's not ready for, right? Israel needs even more remedial action. They need to take either a further step back. And so what does he do? He institutes the priesthood. So from here on out now, the ceremonial precepts, the worship of God, the liturgy, the temple will be mediated to Israel. So Israel's supposed to be the mediator to the nations, but now Israel itself needs a mediator. And so the one tribe the one tribe that's obedient is pulled out and made the priesthood, the Levites. And this is the division of Israel into the clergy and the laity. This is the first time we get this division, and it'll persist then throughout church history. But then God follows up on that by giving even more law. So throughout the books of Leviticus and Deuteronomy, the judicial and the ceremonial precepts of the old law are greatly expanded to include just more and more of Israel's life. And this is God stepping in more as a king. You need even more of a king to guide you because of your idolatrous nature. And so I'll do so. So this law that he's giving is both penitential and pedagogical. As St. Thomas explains in great detail, God gives the law so that Israel can move from vice to virtue. So the first move in that dynamic is through fear to obey. So for fear of punishment leads to obedience externally. But the second movement is a love of righteousness, or the love of obedience, not through fear, but through devotion to God himself. The image that the tradition uses is that of being a boy who moves into manhood, right? And this is the dynamic that the law is supposed to facilitate. Now, the problem, however, is that the law remains external, right? It's written on tablets of stone, as they say. It's external, but why the final call to virtue is an internal law. It's a law that has to be written on the flesh of the heart. And this requires grace. This is that elevation of human nature. When we talked about in the original creation, it wasn't just integral nature, but the elevation of nature into a union with the divine, which is where the final sort of conformity of the heart to God takes place. And this requires grace. But the old law doesn't give the grace that's necessary here. This is what Thomas Aquinas again tells us. It's not given through the old law in of itself. Because of this, the law could not really be fulfilled. And so Israel continually falls. It falls short repeatedly. The book of Judges is particularly instructive in all of this because as the book of Judges relates, in those days there was no king in Israel, and every man did was right in his own eyes. Now, of course, they did have a king of a sort. The king is God himself who'd given them a law. But they're being ruled then not through a king who's a lawgiver, that comes from God, but rather through judges who are judging the law. But this is even too difficult for them. So you have this basic plot in the book of Judges of fall from the law, which is also fall into slavery. Then the raising of a judge who is a sort of redeemer who brings Israel back into obedience to the law, which is back into freedom, with this back and forth dynamic, which is, of course, the basic plot of the Passover and of the Exodus being recapitulated. But over the course of this history, Israel demonstrates that it's really incapable of the free obedience that God is calling them to. And they cry out to be subject to power. And so finally in 1 Samuel, we read this. Then all the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel at Ramah and said to him, Behold, you are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now appoint for us a king to govern us like all the nations. But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, Give us a king to govern us. And Samuel prayed to the Lord, and the Lord said to Samuel, Listen to the voice of the people and all that they say to you, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from being king over them. According to all the deeds which they have done to me from the day I brought them up out of Egypt, even to this day, forsaking me and serving other gods, so they are also doing with you. Now listen to their voice, only you shall solemnly warn them and show them the ways of the king who shall reign over them. So here, what's happening? In the same sort of way that the idolatry of the golden calf had led to the establishment of the priesthood, here, a slightly different form of idolatry is leading to the establishment of the monarchy. The kings are gods that wielded the mechanisms of the idols in order to keep the people in slavery. So when Israel's begging for a king, when they're begging for a king, when they say that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may govern us and go out before us and fight our battles, what they're begging for is really, literally, to be like the other nations. What they're asking for is that kind of peace that slavery provides, that kind of false peace that slavery provides, the sort of perversion of peace that the city of man has on offer. Now, this doesn't mean that kingship itself is evil. We have to be careful about this. Like we talked about in the very beginning, Adam was a type of king, right? So it's not that kingship is depraved. It's kingship as fallen becomes depraved, right? The kingship that they're clamoring for is depraved, not kingship itself. What they're asking for really is for a man to be put in the position of God himself, which is exactly what God says they're asking for. Now, with all this, with these reflections in mind, it seems very strange that God would give them such a king, but he does. And we have to understand this in the same sort of framework through which we understood God's giving them of the law, God's giving them of the Levitical priesthood. Let's look at sacrifice. You'll remember earlier that I spoke about human sacrifice as being the sort of ultimate act of pagan kingship. So the people are driven to some sort of sacrifice. But what God does here, he doesn't eliminate sacrifice altogether. He strictly forbids that form of sacrifice, the sacrifice of children. But, I mean, it's an abomination to him. It's something he cannot abide. But what he does do is say, sacrifice animals now, right? So the sacrificial form remains. That drive to sacrifice is allowed a space to operate. But the mechanism of domination that child sacrifice functioned is eliminated entirely. It doesn't serve the social purposes that the old form did. It's a sort of remedial action that in a lot of ways, it seems, is giving Israel a sort of space for its error, a sort of space for its fallenness, right? So he'll say to them, you seem to require priests and sacrifices. So we'll give you priests and sacrifices so that as you perform them, you won't be committing the heinous sin of idolatry, because the God that you're sacrificing to is the true God. So here again, you seem to require kings. You're begging for a monarchy to protect you. So I'll give you a king. But he won't be the king that you think he is, right? So instead of being a false king, a tyrant who dominates you, as a slave state, which is what you seem to want. Instead, we can put a man in that place who is a true king, who obeys the law. And that again, it's like Israel can see that king. And when they're fallen, in their fallenness, as they sort of descend in idolatry, they might even perceive that king as being no different than the king of the nations. But he need not, in fact, be no different than the kings of the nations. So I think there's a sort of irony in this story, where Israel finally descends so far from the law that they beg for a God king like the nations. And it's precisely for this reason that they need a king to rule them, that they're incapable of ruling themselves, even through the law that God has given them. So God gives them a king in David, but he's a king that's not the God king they're demanding, but rather a godly king, right? A king who will obey God. Not perfectly, of course, but generally speaking. And so David builds this military and cultural power of the nation, and for the most part directs it towards the true worship of God and to the obedience of God. So you look at this as sort of a mixture of the architecture of the nations and a sort of divine architecture, or an architecture that accomplishes the divine mission, right? It's sort of using the elements of the nations in order to build a temple society to the true God. And it includes so many of the pieces of the nations. So at this point, we have the restoration of a kingship, a priesthood, and the prophetic office. And you remember that this is a restoration, although at a different level and corrupted by the culture of the nations, of that original commission of Adam and Eve in the garden, which was oriented towards the construction of a temple cosmos. And so it's appropriate now, with the reinstitution of these offices, that it's time to build a temple. And it's not a temple cosmos, but a temple as a building. So here in the Davidic monarchy, we have a priesthood, we have a law, now we have a temple. And these are all components that come out of the nations, but now they're realigned and reoriented towards the truth. And this is the way in which Israel can be seen as a light to the nations, right? That there's a way in which the nations, within their own cultural idiom, their language and their forms, can see what the truth of God is. And so it makes sense that it's at this point that we get, for example, the wisdom literature in the Bible, where we're moving now to where the universal aspect of the law seems to become clearer, that they come to understand that the law is really ultimately a call towards charity, right? Towards the completion of this the particular being united in the universal, which is a move towards internal righteousness and not just external righteousness. But they're still not given the grace as a society. The grace that would make that necessary is not imbued into this order. It's still an external order, even if they're aware that it ought to be internal. And so again, we have a fall. So having given so much to the monarchy's fall into depravity is even more grievous. And so we see in the story, the history of the monarchy in the Bible, just this rapid and rather depraved decline into idolatry, immorality. And then this leads to slavery, again, as is always the case in the Bible. So in the fall of the monarchy, the descent of the monarchy into depravity, we see again how slavery is tied to vice. It's a major theme of the preaching of the prophets, the warnings that the prophets are given, that their infidelity to the law is going to will lead to famine and pestilence and slavery. And this finally occurs in the exile, where God just takes it away. They've fallen too much and takes away all that he's given them, and they're sent away to live under a pagan king, under his law, without their cult, without their priesthood, without their monarchy. Now, the tradition has maintained that all of this happened for a reason. Right? This is not just sort of a random story or a series of fairy tales. There's a rationality to it all. Now, so what St. Thomas Aquinas tells us is that the events of the Old Testament occurred because they were appropriate, he says, for the conquering of men's pride. And what Thomas tells us is that man is prideful on account of two things, his knowledge and his power. And this is what we see in the garden, right? So after the fall, God left man to his own devices. And what do we get, right? Thinking, this is what Thomas is telling us, thinking that his natural reason would suffice for his salvation, Thomas says, that he could find peace through just his own intellect, his own understanding of the world. He's striving after this, and what does he do? He falls repeatedly. This is the age of nature. And what Thomas says is that he falls into idolatry and the most shameful vices. Now, what this does is convince him that his reason is inadequate, that his intellect is not capable of understanding the truth of the world on its own. And so then Thomas says God gave man the law in order as a remedy for his ignorance, to show him what was true. But then the second phase happens. Now he knows what's true. And now so his pride on account of knowledge has been remedied. But what about the one on power? And that's the second phase in this story. So now he thinks he can obey the law on his own will, through his own power. He can obey the law. And the second half of the story is how he fails at that. And what he's being done, what's happening there is he's being taught that his will is inadequate, that he can't obey even what he knows to be true. So St. Thomas is telling us that the age of nature and the age of law shows man his weakness and his fallenness and trains him for the ultimate healing of both his intellect and his will in the coming of Christ. So what we're seeing is that the Old Testament prepares a particular people for the coming of Christ. But this preparation was not merely for them. It's not merely so that they can be saved. If this is the case, the whole story becomes very, very confusing. If the Old Testament was necessary for Israel to be ready in order to be saved by Christ, well, then why wouldn't it be the case that all the nations of the world have to go through that exact same cycle, right? They're all born in the age of nature, and yet they don't, right? What we have to see is that the nations are involved in the story of Israel intrinsically, that kind of like socialness of man is a part of a prerequisite to understanding how the dynamic of the Old Testament is working, that Israel is bringing that culture, that fallen nationhood into the redemption that God is providing here. So what it's also happening is Israel's being prepared for the coming of Christ, right? So Christ will come as a member of this nation. Right? And one of the ways that I like to think of this is that when Christ comes, he comes fully as an Israelite, a first century Israelite, fully in there. And he's born to the perfect Israelite woman, right? He's taught by her. He's taught in their language, their culture, their whole sort of social architecture. And so really, I think we can see this, that all of this story is in a lot of ways about Mary. It's about having Mary to be Jesus' mother, because Jesus needs to be in this place. It's fitting or appropriate that this is the language, the idiom, the cultural material Christ is going to use to now explain final redemption to all of humanity, to bring the nations in. So in the necessity of the Old Testament, we're actually being taught a lesson in anthropology and how it is that we're all connected together, and how essential culture is, and the movement of time, centuries of evolution is so crucial and important to who we in fact are. The incarnation of Jesus Christ is the central event of all human history. All that came before was leading up to it, and all that comes after it is a response to it. The universe is a different place because God became a man. And this is so not merely because we have more information. It's not just that God shows up into our world and tells us more stuff that we then understand. It's much more than that. Rather, the incarnation opens up a channel of grace that flows into the human heart. Things are different fundamentally. The universe is a different place. The rules have changed. We're capable of things that we weren't capable of before. This is the ultimate temple event. We've seen through that the Old Testament was really about a temple, all the way from Eden through the story of the age of nature, through the age of law, that it's really about a temple, which is a place for God to dwell with man. And the New Testament is really about the same thing. It's still about a temple. Jesus Christ, the incarnation, is the ultimate temple event. As the opening of the Gospel of John makes very clear, Christ is the Logos, right? The Word through whom the creation, all of creation was made, was spoken into being. And then he comes, as John says, and pitches his tent with us, or his tabernacle, his temple with us, to dwell with us, so we can see him, touch him, talk to him. He can talk to us. He's Emmanuel, God with us. And he's truly one of us. This is a very complicated concept. Human beings are extremely complicated. Right? We live in worlds and cultures that have histories and languages, myths, mores and customs. This is who we are. We're born into and initiated into these social entities, these cultures and worlds, these nations. When God becomes a man, he enters into this embeddedness. So he isn't some sort of theoretical man or some sort of abstract man, some sort of perfect sort of what do we say, like the essence of man that's somehow removed from all of this historical contingency. He's rather born as a child into a family, in a place. He's a Jew from Galilee in the first century. That's who he is, there in this place with those people. He becomes embedded within their world. But what we've seen is that that world that he becomes incarnated into was already being shaped, already being redirected by God through the Old Testament. So Israel, the place of Christ's birth, is literally waiting for him. That's what it's for. It's been set there and sort of directed for his appearance. So Christ is the fulfillment of Israel. This is something we say so often, it's like we almost forget what it means, or it becomes kind of a platitude. But it's not. It's actually a very incredibly powerful idea, because fulfillment, the nature of all sort of hierarchical fulfillments, where something is elevated beyond itself into its perfection, is that it's elevated in a way that it would never be capable of on its own. Christ showed how the law was fulfilled precisely by moving past the law. He declares, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law and the prophets. I have come not to abolish them, but to fulfill them." The law, Christ teaches, will never pass away. And those who teach the law, he says, shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Indeed, Christ demands not less, but more dutiful obedience to the law, which is what the Bible calls righteousness. Christ says, "You have heard that it was said to the men of old, you shall not kill, and whoever kills shall be liable to judgment. But I say to you that everyone who is angry with his brother shall be liable to judgment." And again, he says, "You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart." So Christ is deepening the law. So rather than the law being merely about the externals of our actions, about their dictates about mere works, we might say, what he's saying is that, in fact, the law is kept or broken in the movements of the heart. And this makes sense, of course, because that's why the law was given, right? The law is given in response to the movements of our hearts. So what Christ is telling us is that to hate is to murder more properly than to kill. To lust is a more profound type of fornication than to commit adultery. So one is truly righteous then only when the law becomes written on, not on stone tablets, but on the fleshy tablets of our hearts. It's not enough to refrain from killing our enemy. We must not want to kill him. But even more than that, we have to love him. St. Thomas Aquinas explains that the law is fulfilled not in the mere performance of its mandates, but in the performance of these mandates in a certain way. So as we discussed earlier, the law, the old law, consists of, starting with the Ten Commandments, a specification of the natural law. So a way of living the natural law. So what this means then is to obey the law in an outward way is then to act in a moral way. It's to perform the acts of virtue. But this is not the same thing as having virtue itself. Someone who has virtue obeys the law not because of fear of punishment. So they obey the law not because of externally, because of an external command, right? When you have virtue, that turns internal. So that a virtuous man, say a man of chastity, he's faithful to his wife not because he's afraid of the consequences of cheating, but because he loves her. And not only that he understands that it would hurt her to cheat on her, but he doesn't want to. This is what it means to have virtue. So what St. Thomas explains to us is this kind of virtue is a sort of second nature. Virtuous people perform the acts of the virtues as if it's just who they are. It is who they are. Similar to our eating or sleeping. It just becomes a nature to us. So one of the ways of describing virtue then is as the internalization of the law. So the law, which is external, becomes internalized into being who we are, and we live it effortlessly. In virtue then, the law is both perfectly obeyed and, in a sense, done away with, right? Because part of the very nature of law is that it's external. So a perfectly virtuous man is free from the law, but he's only free from the law because he perfectly obeys the law, because he fulfills it. So virtue then is true righteousness, wherein we are free from the law, and yet, as Christ said, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished. But can someone command virtue? Right? Can one demand that an action be performed with a certain internal orientation? Can one demand love? Can love be ordered? And the answer is clearly no. Real virtue cannot be commanded. And what this fact points to is the radical nature of Christ's fulfillment of the law. So the law, St. Thomas Aquinas explains to us, is what is just. But this instruction is not enough for us to actually be just. After the fall, right, our hearts were turned to sin, and we accumulated these terrible vices, which are the very opposite of virtue. So the presence of these orientations towards evil, towards concupiscence, ignorance, weakness, cowardice, this is what made the formation of virtue impossible. We could only obey out of fear. Now, we could obey out of fear, and Thomas says there's even a certain love that's possible. Say, if a slave might come to love his master in a certain way, or a soldier come to love his commander. But these are not the kinds of love that fulfill the law. That kind of love is only charity. It's a perfect virtue. So we can't ever shift in the realm of sin from perfect obedience, or from obedience, even if we were capable of obedience, from that into fulfillment. That gap is infinite. It's too wide. So the New Testament then brings a new law, right? And this new law is a fulfillment of the old. And the way in which it is by bridging that gap. It's not merely that it instructs us in what is true, but it assists us in fulfilling what is true. It doesn't just tell us what to do. It gives us the ability to do it. This is grace. So grace is unmerited and totally disproportionate help from God. Grace literally means gift or free, and that's what it is. It comes from above. So this is an at least partial return to the situation that we found in Eden, right? Where the natural law was obvious or known by mankind, and they were full of grace. So within the sequence of the Bible here, we have first the law, first the knowledge of what is true, and then what comes next is the grace, or the ability to fulfill it. So again, we see a sort of restoration of man, or at least the ability here of man, the possibility of man being returned to his primordial condition. So for example, Christ preaches that divorce is wrong, that a man who divorces his wife and marries another is committing adultery, and this is shocking to his listeners. Why? Because the old law, of course, allowed for divorce. But what Christ says is that that was allowed because of the hardness of their hearts, which is to say that it was only because of their inability to be virtuous that divorce had been allowed. But now things were different. Now virtue was again possible through grace. And so it's a return to the primordial understanding of marriage, wherein marriage is permanent. So the horizontal relationship between man and wife, and by extension to their children, and by extension to society as a whole, becomes once again possible through the fulfillment of the law. So the new laws live through the virtues of faith, hope, and charity. And what the faith teaches us is that these virtues are divinely infused, which means that they are gifts from God. When men accept these gifts, then, they're capable of acquiring all the particular virtues all the particular virtues that are necessary for the fulfillment or the obedience to the law. Faith perfects the intellect to see and to understand what is truly good. Through charity, man's desires are perfected so that we desire this good perfectly. So faith working through charity or love shows us it's to both know the truth and to desire it. This is to be restored to our natures through being elevated past our nature. So a grace-filled man is a man of perfection. And this is exactly what Christ calls us to. Explicitly, you therefore must be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. And this seems terrifying. And if we were remaining within the sort of paradigm of the law, this would be a sort of doubling down on the part of Christ, right? And this is actually the way some interpreters, Luther and Calvin and others, have interpreted it, is that what Christ is saying is that the law cannot be obeyed. You have to be perfect. So therefore despair and then seek our mercy, right? But that's not the message. That's not the way Thomas Aquinas teaches us this. What he's saying is that you must be perfect, and here's the gift of grace that will allow you to be so. So such a thing becomes possible only because God comes to us. So God becomes a man then, so that we may become godlike. And this is hard. This is a hard idea. It's actually fundamentally mysterious. So the fall closed us in on ourselves. We retreated into human history to build our own little kingdoms, right, with our own idols made of human hands and our own kings that we pretended were divine. And in doing this, we sunk lower into our earthliness, and our connection to what was above was severed or at least severely weakened, almost to the point of breaking. So in the incarnation, God comes into this fallen world. So we can no longer reach up to him through perfect prayer, for example. So he comes down to us and talks to us, and we can talk to him in our language since we've lost the ability to speak to him in his. We no longer walked with God in the garden like Adam, and so he comes down to walk with us in our temple kingdoms that we've built, right? He enters into the city of man to find us. And there's perhaps a really strange or very fascinating irony in all this. In the fall, human beings had placed ourselves at the top of the hierarchy of being. We had pretended like man was God and that there was nothing higher than man. This was an act of supreme pride. So God's response is not merely to just shove us back into our rightful place like he would certainly have been justified in doing. So he does not come as just a sort of terrifying God of power that we could have perceived as sort of earthly power, like the way a hurricane is power and destroyed us. Rather, what he does is through the incarnation, he makes, in a sense, our grave error true, right? God becomes a man, which is what we claimed. We claimed that man was God. Now man is God. This is an act of supreme humility. So he becomes our king as a man God. We'd set about building men as gods, kingship as a form of divinity, and he fulfills it. So he reaches down to where we are and enters into our world and elevates it to his place, right? Which is the very place that we tried to claim for ourselves in violence. So what this means is that what we're seeing is he undoes the city of man, not by destroying it, but rather by sanctifying it. And the way in which he's going to do that is by humbling himself rather than just humbling us. So this is the way love works. What we're seeing is love. God is love. So through this love, this amazing act of humility and love, the redemption of our sin becomes an elevation past where even Adam was, past where even original justice, even Adam didn't share with God a nature, a human nature. But now, after the incarnation, humanity does. We have that bond. So the letter of Hebrews says that we were for a little while lower than the angels, right? In the hierarchy of being. And here we're elevated above the angels. And this is what the liturgy, the Easter liturgy has referred to as a happy fault, which is a sort of strange and mysterious concept, right? That how can there be a happy fault? That the fall of Adam was the sort of prerequisite to the elevation of man. So through his entering into the world, Christ brings his grace, and God becomes intelligible to us in terms of our world, right? So in terms of our superstitions and cults even. He talks to us about himself in language that we can understand that's utterly incapable. It's utterly absurd that you could describe who God is in our languages, and yet he comes and talks to us. And yet, so this world that we've built, this world of rituals, of sacrifices, of laws, and of kingdoms, this is the temple world that we had built. And after the fall, and this is the world then in which God had to find us, and he comes to us to find us there. He doesn't just sweep that world away, but he takes the pieces of it that still have goodness in it and elevates it. So the ceremonies of the old law become the sacraments of the new. Ritual remains, but now, instead of just being symbols, instead of just conveying truth, they have efficacy, right? So the new sacraments carry grace with them. So they don't just tell us what's true, they give us the ability to live what's true. So instead of doing away with sacraments, instead of doing away with this sort of accumulated religious process or method that we had come up with in the fall, he instead sanctifies it and elevates it into his church. So this method of redemption that Christ brings is wholly new. It's a wholly surprising move. It could never have been anticipated from within the Old Testament. If you think about what has happened after the fall, is the cutting off from what is above. So the people who are living in this sort of abbreviated hierarchy can't see past it and anticipate what's going to come from above down to them. And when it does that come, then it fulfills them by elevating them beyond what they could have imagined. And maybe a way of understanding this is the way a child is not capable of understanding the gifts that his parents are giving him while he's still a child. And it's not, and parents find themselves saying things like, "You'll thank me when you grow up," or "You'll understand this when you're a parent yourself." And that's just true. They won't understand it until they've been elevated to the position of the parent. This is what the incarnation does. He comes down to us like we're children. He collects us and elevates us. Now we can look back at the old and understand what it means. So through Christ, communion again becomes possible. Communion with God and communion with each other. Right? So because the Son of God becomes one of us, we are capable of friendship with God. But it's more than just simple friendship. Right? What the faith makes clear is that we're capable of actual union with Christ and so with God. So through faith and charity, we're capable of a unity with Christ and so with God that we would never have been capable of without the incarnation. And this unity with God is also what allows a unity with each other. So this is what the whole concept, you think of the church as the body of Christ. So becoming a member of the church is becoming united with Christ, but it's also the place where we're united with each other in one living thing. So it's through the love of God and the communion with God, is the vertical element is what makes that horizontal possible. Right? We become one living thing. So the other images the Bible uses is that Christ is the vine and we're the branches, right? Or Christ is the bridegroom and we're the bride. But the point is the same, that the union with Christ is what makes union with each other possible. The vertical and the horizontal are united in one living thing. So this is the ultimate temple event. Right, we've seen throughout history here, the course of salvation history, this struggle to find a place to dwell with God again and to find some form of peace horizontally between men and men. And this is the way it's fulfilled. So in the new law then, it's not that we're going to just build a sort of temple building or these externals that we were striving after in the old. Now we become the temple. Right? Christ is the ultimate temple, God dwelling with us. And how do we find union with Christ? We become a part of his body, and that puts us together. So we are the temple. We're the stones that make it up. So the construction of us as the temple is the redemption of humanity. But with humanity, all of creation is redeemed. Because that's one of the functions. Let's remember the original commission of man was to elevate creation to God through our rational nature, through our ability to commune with God. So the reestablishment of our communion with God is the reestablishment of the possibility of proper order in the cosmos itself. So this is a restoration then of that primordial commission, that primordial mission to go out into the world and create it as a temple for the worship of God. And what we're seeing is what that means now is it's the very expansion of the church. So we are here restored as true kings, priests, and prophets. Right? We're rescued from our bondage to the false kings and false priests and false prophets that we had built and the corrupt societies that they serve. So what we're seeing then here is the establishment of the church through the incarnation is the ultimate undoing of these god kings of the ancient world, these slave states that they had built. And this is the reason why one of the central teachings of Christ in the New Testament is about the kingdom of God. right? We talk about the kingdom of God, and we say it so often that we forget the power of that phrase, like what Christ is saying. I'm come to bring the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God is at hand. To the people he's speaking to, the kingdoms are the things they've just lived through for thousands of years. This is a radical claim that has direct political implications. But as in every other transition from the old to the new, what's revealed is this kingdom of God will be the fulfillment of kingdoms, but in a way that surpasses them over an infinite gap. Egypt is undone in a sense that's ironically, in a sense, by becoming true, right? Now we do have a king who is a God-man. So God can enter into our evil worlds through the goodness that's still there. And the goodness is still there. So in our perversions, what we're doing is perverting the good. We're disordering goods. We're grasping after God when we build stupid little idols, right? And so there's still a goodness there that allows God an entry point where he can come in, find us, and cure us, heal us, move us out of that. But of course, the kingdom of God looks nothing like Egypt. Now, I realize this can be a shocking concept, but we have to think about the power of the idea here. Right? Man had been created as rational and creative, as fundamentally social and fundamentally in time. That's our very nature. So when we sin, it's that nature that falls into sin. And so our pursuit of the building of God kingdoms, of slave states, of the temple societies, these are perversions of that happen within our nature. Right? They're what the sort of movement that within our nature, within our freedom that allows for this terrible sin. It's what makes it terrible sin, is that it's a perversion of the nature, right? But still within human nature. And so what God does here in the incarnation is he doesn't act against our nature. He doesn't do violence to it. He redeems it, right? So he enters into what we had built, finds the goodness in it, because there is necessarily goodness in it. There's no such thing as pure evil. All evil is a perversion of the good. So the goodness that exists within our rituals and our social forms and our legal structures, and that's what's redeemed. That's what's elevated. So here maybe we start to see the profound significance of the church's just almost axiomatic teaching that grace does not destroy nature but perfects it. So God does not destroy this corrupt temple world that we had built, but rather he enters into it and provides it with the opportunity to move past itself into a perfect temple world, into its redemption. So after the fall, we had attempted to satisfy our natures without ever looking up, without ever seeking the assistance of that which is higher than us. So we're looking down and trying to satisfy our drive to build these temple societies through our own means. And this, of course, can't but fail. But nevertheless, up until the time of Christ, we're continuing this with a sort of frantic despair. In a lot of ways, this project sort of reaches a fulfillment with the Roman Empire. So Christ is born at the time of Caesar Augustus, the first emperor, and he's acclaimed as divine. This acclamation of divinity, we read backwards through the lens of Christianity and find it to be kind of odd or shocking. But in fact, it's totally understandable and normal. If what you primarily understand divinity as being is power, then it's merely the case that this is a powerful man. That's what makes him divine. And this was not a shocking thing to the Romans. In fact, sometimes even fathers were sort of understood as divine because of the power they wielded over their wives and their children. So Augustus is just a particularly powerful man. And this is his divinity, because divinity is power in this fallen world. So the peace of the empire, and there was a sort of peace in the Roman Empire, is predicated upon this power. And the peace isn't false, right? At the time of the birth of Christ, one really could travel across the empire, across the entire Mediterranean world, say without being attacked by brigands. Well, a peasant in the countryside didn't have to worry about an army coming through and destroying his crops. There was a sort of order and a sort of peace that the empire maintained. This sort of peace that the God Kings are capable of delivering is exactly why people were continuously tempted to build them. Right? It's not foolishness in that sense. There is a sort of efficacy to this. And there is a sort of even virtue in this sort of construction of an empire. Right? The Romans had a sort of virtue that made this possible. They disciplined themselves. They self-sacrificed for the good of the empire, for the strength of the empire. They displayed remarkable fortitude, courage, especially military courage. They devoted themselves to something bigger than themselves. These were all approximates of virtue, or sort of quasi-virtues. But this love that they were devoted to, the thing that they were applying these quasi-virtues to, was nothing more than glory. Right? What they were working towards, the society they were building, or the architecture, the social architecture that was under construction, was aimed at nothing more than the sort of intoxicating pleasure of power. So this is their real God, power. It's the thing they're worshiping. And sometimes I think when historians are looking at the Romans and looking at their religion, and we sense a sort of insincerity or sort of cynicism in their devotion to their gods, sometimes it's because what we're missing is that the real God is the power itself. And so the more sophisticated people can kind of see through the sort of mythologies and these sorts of things, but that's not to dispute the divinity of the power that those gods emanate into society. They always buttress that. So Augustus, or the emperor, is a god, not because of some magical ceremony. He's a god merely because he has the ability to marshal the force to destroy nations. He held life and death in his hand, and he could mete it out according to his will. And that's the will of divinity. That's what it means to be divine. So Christ is born into a Jewish culture that's subjected to this Roman Empire. And so his declaration, when Christ goes out and starts preaching and declares that the kingdom of God was at hand, and that he, Jesus Christ himself, was in fact the Son of God, must be read directly within this context of this world in which he's saying these things. And in this world, these are radically subversive statements. This is why the Romans kill him. Right? They execute him because of this. It's treason. It's why they martyr so many of his disciples. So Christ, we can see, is a direct threat to the status quo, to the continuation of this system. And this threat is not some sort of spiritualized threat about the next life. It has direct political implications in the here and now. The Pharisees recognize this immediately. And if we turn to a passage here, the famous passage where the Pharisees confront Christ, and they say, the scripture reads, "Then the Pharisees went and took counsel how to entangle him in his talk. And they sent their disciples to him along with the Herodians, saying, 'Teacher, we know that you are true and teach the way of God truthfully and care for no man, for you do not regard the position of men. Tell us then, what do you think? Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not?' But Jesus, aware of their malice, said, 'Why do you put me to the test, you hypocrites? Show me the money for the tax.' And they brought him a coin. And Jesus said to them, 'Whose likeness and inscription is this?' And they said, 'Caesar's.' Then he said to them, 'Render therefore to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's.'" So we have to take a moment and understand what's going on here. One of the best ways to start is to talk about that penny, the coin itself, because this is actually what Christ draws the attention to, everyone's attention to. Show me the coin. They bring him a coin. What's on the coin? And what is on the coin? On the obverse, on the head side, there's an image of Tiberius Caesar, the current Caesar. And the inscription says, "Caesar Augustus Tiberius, son of the divine Augustus." So it asserts the emperor to be the son of God, right on the front of the coin. On the back of the coin is an image of the Queen Mother, so the emperor's mother, and she's displayed as the goddess Peace, or Pax. So you have a god on both sides, false gods on both sides, and the peace of the world on the back that is given to the world through this false god king, which is Tiberius Caesar, who's a son of God, on the front. So this coin then is actually struck for the very purpose of maintaining the power of this God King. That is what it's for. So it itself is an idol, and its dutiful payment is a form of submission to the power of, even a form of worship really, to the power of the Roman Empire. So Christ attacks this in this pericope directly. He looks at the penny. He sees it for what it is, which is merely a mechanism, right? Merely the property of the man called Caesar. And so like all idols, it is merely the work of human hands. It's fashioned out of metal and cast by men. There's nothing divine about Caesar's power. The coin then is an empty boast. So Christ says, "Give it therefore back to the guy who made it," right? Just toss it back to him. But do it not with the worship for which it was made. right? Treat it as the sort of pitiful nothing that it really is. Rather, give worship to the true God, the true King. Give to the true King what is truly his. And what is this? Well, just a couple lines later, Christ is asked, what is the greatest commandment in the law? And he says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment. And a second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments depend all the law and the prophets. So what is God's? All of it, right? Your whole soul, the love of God and the love of neighbor encompasses all that is right and true in the world. So what is left for Caesar, right? His worthless little coin and the sin that it represents, the structures of sin and the power of the God kings. That's what's left for Caesar. So this is treason. Christ's assertion to be the Son of God who had come to establish a new kingdom, to establish a kingdom of God, is clearly rebellious, and it forms the basis of Christ's trial. So if we turn to the Gospel of John's account here. So the chief priests and the Pharisees bring Christ, of course, before Pilate with the charge that he called himself the king of the Jews and the Son of God. And so Pilate asks him, are you the king of the Jews? And Jesus answered, do you say this of your own accord, or did others say it to you about me? And Pilate answered, am I a Jew? Your own nation and the chief priests have handed you over to me. What have you done? And Jesus answered, my kingship is not of this world. If my kingship were of this world, my servants would fight that I might not be handed over to the Jews, but my kingship is not of the world. Pilate said to him, so you are a king? And Jesus answered, you say that I am a king. For this I was born, and for this I have come into the world, to bear witness to the truth. Everyone who is of the truth hears my voice. Pilate said to him, what is truth? So Christ is confusing Pilate here. Right? To Pilate, of course, kingship is simply worldly power. That's what it means to the Romans. So to not have an army is to not be a king. So Christ's assertion that he is a king, and then that he does not fight for worldly power against Pilate because his kingship is not of this world, is bizarre to Pilate, even a form of insanity. But it does bring us back to the discussion of the difference between the external law and the internal virtue. Right? So to be virtuous is to live in the truth. And the truth is to fulfill human nature, to live the law in its completion. And if the law, the sort of external power, is the structure of kings, then to be the source of virtue is actually to be a king of such profound strength, so much greater strength than the kings that control the externals of law, the externals of coercion. But of course, Caesar doesn't understand this at all. So for Caesar and the kings of the world, the power of the law comes from below, not from above, right? So Christ's claim that my kingdom comes from above, my kingdom comes through grace, is nonsense to him. So it's not then that Christ here is saying my kingdom has nothing to do with the world or is irrelevant to the world. It's actually the exact opposite. What Christ is asserting here is such a radical subversion of the power of the world that it seems nonsensical to the ones who wield that power. They can't even conceive of it because they're still in that bottom level of the hierarchy where what's coming from above is unintelligible to them. For Pilate and the Romans, power is truth. Truth itself has no power. Whatever is powerful is the truth. Truth is nothing more than power. So here then, his soldiers, right, mock him. We can go back to the text, and he says, he entered the praetorium again and said to Jesus, where are you from? But Jesus gave no answer. Pilate therefore said to him, you will not speak to me? Do you not know that I have power to release you and power to crucify you? Jesus answered him, you would have no power over me unless it had been given you from above. Therefore he who delivered me to you has the greater sin. Upon this, Pilate sought to release him, but the Jews cried out, if you release this man, you are not Caesar's friend. Everyone who makes himself a king sets himself against Caesar. When Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus out and sat down on the judgment seat at the place called the Pavement, and in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now it was the day of preparation of the Passover. It was about the 6th hour. He said to the Jews, here is your king. They cried out, away with him, crucify him. And Pilate said to them, shall I crucify your king? And the chief priests answered, we have no king but Caesar. Then he handed him over to them to be crucified. So the chief priests and the Pharisees are here committing an extreme form of idolatry. In fact, I think it's the most extreme in all of the Bible, appropriately. They're the custodians of the divine law, right? The very law of God that's incarnate before them, right? The word of God that came down to the Israelites in the form of law, and that is now came down in the perfect form of a man, Jesus Christ himself. He is the law incarnate. And yet they're seeking to turn the law against the law, right? Like they're the masters of the law, to judge the law itself, which is God. But that law of the Old Testament that they're the custodians of, because it's from the Old Testament, because it's before the incarnation of Christ, has the form of the laws of the nations, right? It resembles the laws of the nations and even has some of the same functions, right? In a sense, it's still a servile law. And so the Pharisees are recognizing, that their control over society is through this law, just like the control of the kings over the nations is through their law, and that Christ is a threat to that law, that he's going to undermine it through the coming of grace and the completion of the law. And that's going to undermine their power, which is predicated upon this law. And so they're actually seeing a more similarity between their power and Caesar's power than between the law that they're enforcing and the fulfillment of the law that Christ is bringing. They view the fulfillment of the law through Christ as a greater threat to their law than Caesar's law. And so they say he made himself the Son of God, which they know, of course, that Caesar understands to be a king. And even if he doesn't quite follow, then they double down and say he calls himself the king, right? And anyone who calls himself a king is a threat to Caesar, just so Pilate understands exactly the logic of their reasoning here. And this is where Pilate becomes afraid, right? Once he starts to realize perhaps this is the Son of the Hebrew God. Perhaps Christ is actually the King of the Jews. And so to execute him, to remove him, is to decapitate the Israelite people, to remove their king, and to make them finally subject fully to the Roman Empire. And the chief priests and the Pharisees go along with this. So the final apostasy is to assert that the breaking of the divine law, the law that the Pharisees and the chief priests are the custodians of, is simply identical to the breaking of the law of Caesar. This is the move, this is exactly the move that the chief priests and the Pharisees make. So what they're essentially arguing is that the rendering to God what is God's and the rendering to Caesar as Caesar's is the same thing. Why? Because they have no king but Caesar, because Caesar is God. So in order to defend their own power, the Jewish authorities here, the chief priests and the Pharisees, are essentially making themselves slaves to other men. And this is where we see the sort of tragic logic, the tragic paradox that is in sin. The slavery to the drive to amass power always leads, ironically, to slavery to other men. So the Romans crucify Christ as the King of the Jews. This is what Pilate writes on the cross. And I see no reason to suppose that Pilate does not in fact believe this. To believe that in killing Christ, Pilate is destroying the independence, finally destroying the independence of the Jewish people and absorbing them into the Roman world definitively. Which makes perfect sense, of course, given the cries of the crowd that we have no king but Caesar. So in order to have Christ killed here, we see that the Pharisees and the priests are giving Pilate exactly what he wants. They acknowledge that Caesar is the Son of God and the King of Kings in order to kill the true Son of God because he's a threat to their law. So you see here the sort of tragedy that vice leads to slavery. The pursuit of power leads to slavery. This is sort of ultimate culmination of that plot line or that truth that persists throughout the scripture. So in the crucifixion, the Romans unleashed all the power that they had. Right? They tortured and killed Christ. The kings of the world, this is the power they have. It's over bodies. They had the violence, external power. This is the power they have to bring to bear. So had Pilate and Christ's accusers been right about the world, right? Had they been right about the way power works, this would have worked. The raw physical power that they brought to bear on Christ would have undone him. The fact that they could kill him demonstrates that he's not God, because God, of course, divinity is power, and death is the ultimate powerlessness. It's the ultimate moment of defeat. And this is exactly what the onlookers to the cross. So if we turn to Matthew, as Christ is hanging on the cross, what do some of the onlookers say? So So he said, over his head they put the charge against him, which read, "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews." Then 2 robbers were crucified with him, one on the right and one on the left. And those who passed by derided him, wagging their heads and saying, "You who would destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the Son of God, come down from the cross." So also the chief priests with the scribes and elders mocked him, saying, "He saved others, he cannot save himself. He is the King of Israel. Let him come down now from the cross, and we will believe in him. He trusts in God. Let God deliver him now if he desires him. For he said, 'I am the Son of God.'" You see how they move effortlessly between being the Son of God and being the King. And what that means is that you should have power, but you're hanging on the cross. You're powerlessness. You're not the real Son of God. You're not a true king. So it would seem to be the victory of kingship, of worldly kingship, if all Christ's kingship was worldly kingship. But of course, what happens? Christ dies. And then he defeats, though, the power of the kings in a totally unexpected way. Just like however all of this is just a series of unexpected surprises. So it would have been unexpected that God, the true Son of God, the true King, is killed on the cross by the worldly kings. So their power is maximized, right? The worldly kings. This is a full display of their power. So he doesn't destroy their power, according to their own methods, right? This is when Christ says, if I was a king like you, I'd have armies that would come, he says to Pilate, right? That's not what happens. So instead, he's resurrected, right? He's risen from the dead. So death is destroyed not by being non-existent, not by saying you can't kill someone, you can. It's that that's not the end. That supposedly definitive power of the world to kill is revealed to be in its ultimately a supreme form of weakness, because what comes after death in resurrection, it lays wholly beyond their control. But it's not, in the resurrection of Christ, it's not that he's resurrected as some sort of ghost or mere spirit. If that were the case, then the power of the world would seem to be intact, right? Because you could ignore ghosts and spirits. Those are irrelevant. Our power is over bodies. But Christ is resurrected in his body. They lose their grasp even over his matter. So the resurrection then is the final undoing of the power of the world, which is rooted in fear of death. So this is the good news. This is the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth, the church. So this kingdom is a kingdom that's based on the new law, which is universal. We'll remember that the old law, like the laws of the nations, were particular to a particular nation, a particular people in a particular time and place. But the new law, because it's in the heart, is universal. It's not tied to a particular time and place. Rather, all cultures, all times, all places can live by the new law through their particular human laws. So the universal, right, which is what we see here, is that the universal truth is capable of being instantiated within the particular, even while the particular is reaching out beyond itself to find fulfillment in the universal. The new law is universal, which is what the word, of course, Catholic means. So this kingdom that Christ establishes is the church. And it's both temporal, existing in history and governed by external laws, and it's spiritual. So it's animated by grace and united with the kingdom of God in heaven. So we might have expected God to have come in and established a merely temporal kingdom. So lots of people living in the Old Testament expected something like that to happen. We could also maybe have expected him to come in and establish a merely spiritual communion, just a communion of the faithful or the saved that leaves the structures of the world alone. But what he actually does is establish a totally unexpected kingdom that is both, that shows us how the temporal, the in time, the particular can be united with the universal through grace, that these things aren't in competition with each other. We don't have to choose one or the other. They come together in the church. So that means the church is a society that's bound together by laws and structures and authority, but not merely by those things. All of those things are elevated and united more fundamentally in the spiritual bond that unites the church. So this is how it's the city of God, that it's a city in earth that reaches beyond earth. Now, Christ gave an ecclesial structure, a very simple, basic ecclesial structure during his own lifetime.
Now, Israel, of course, had been structured by 12 tribes, and Christ then pulls 12 apostles out of his disciples to be the first bishops. He gives these bishops the power of preaching the gospel, of understanding and communicating the message. And then, so that's like the sort of law side, the instruction side. And then also sacramental power, the power to forgive sins, the power to confect the Eucharist. And there you have the grace side, right? So you have that kind of law and grace, the instructing and assisting that the church in the office of the bishops carries with it. So what we're seeing again is to reiterate the idea that Christ is not sweeping away the accumulated cultural inheritance of all of the Old Testament, but is rather elevating it and fulfilling it. But it's different, right? This new structure, this new society is different. Christ reveals the profundity of this difference when he says, "You know that the rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them, and their great men exercise authority over them. It shall not be so among you, but whoever would be great among you must be your servant, and whoever would be first among you must be your slave, even as the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many." So Christ is explaining here how a hierarchy of love works, how the true hierarchy works. Christ is the king of the cosmos, right? And yet he comes not to dominate, but to serve. His power is for those who are below him in the hierarchy, rather than the inversion, rather than those lower being for the power of those higher, which is the hierarchy of the world. That's how the hierarchy of the nations works. So the church is made of men, and so it must have a structure. It must have an order, just like how we talked about in Eden. There was going to be an order, there had to be an order. But the order that it's going to have is going to be a properly ordered hierarchy, right? An inversion of kingship. So the type of authority that's wielded within the church is the type of authority that's wielded by good fathers and good mothers and not God kings. When you think about the authority of a good father, he has power over his children. There's no doubt about that. But the power is for him leading them into their own freedom, into their personhood, to be fully themselves and never against them. In fact, it's the very definition of a wicked father that he uses his power for his self-gratification against his family. So that sort of power is the power that will animate this hierarchy. So all true authority will be the authority of a good father or a good mother. So what we're seeing here is that authority now carries with it the cross, right? Christ had emptied himself for mankind, and this led to the cross in the face of the power of the world. And he reveals that all just power will carry that sort of suffering within it. So all good fathers and all good mothers suffer in their love of their children. All good bishops and all good priests have an element of suffering in the care of their flocks. All good kings suffer in the care of their subjects. This suffering is a sort of mark of the self-emptying of love. And so that's true power, true authority. That's what it looks like in a world that's still dealing with the wounds of sin. What Christ shows, though, is this suffering is not the final word. The cross is not the end of the story, right? The resurrection is the end of the story. That's what we saw in his encounter with Pilate. The suffering that love endures in the world conquers through resurrection. So the church then makes sense not only as the place of faith and hope, or faith and charity. So you think of the law and charity, grace and the sacraments, but it's also the place of hope. So hope is the movement through the cross to salvation itself. So that through hope, suffering can be translated into joy. You can think about the way, for example, a virtuous mother who is dealing with a child at 3 a.m. who's crying and is suffering in that. That's a miserable thing. But there's a certain hope or a certain joy in it if you know that the love that you're pouring in the child is true and good. There's a joy that lies behind the suffering or below the suffering. This is the kind of joy that is unavailable to the fallen world without Christ. So at the end of Jesus' earthly life, as it approached, he made a promise to the disciples. He told them that the Holy Spirit would come. The counselor, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he will teach you all things and bring you to the remembrance of all that I have said to you, he says. So 10 days after Christ's ascension, the apostles are gathered together with Mary in what's called the upper room. And there the Holy Spirit finally comes to them. We can read that passage. When the day of Pentecost had come, they were all together in one place. And suddenly a sound came from heaven like the rush of a mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there appeared to them tongues as of fire distributed and rested on each one of them. And they were all filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak in other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. So most of us, of course, are familiar with this story, the story of Pentecost. It's one of the great feasts of the church, which we celebrate every spring, 50 days after Easter Sunday. Long before the incarnation, however, the Pentecost was a Jewish feast. It was a commemoration of God giving the law to Moses on Mount Sinai. So for this feast, the Jews would travel to Jerusalem from all over the world. And so when this event happens, the streets are full of people from all over the Mediterranean world speaking all different languages. And this language difference, though, poses no problem to the apostles, right? Immediately they go out and begin preaching the kingdom of God. Now, what's happening here, of course, is that the Holy Spirit is enabling them to preach the gospel and for everyone to hear them in their own words. And this is a miracle, of course, but what it's symbolizing is the way in which the new law will work, the way in which the church preaches. All of the laws of the nations, the cultures, the individual sort of circumstances of human life that had accumulated since the fall, those are what's going to be redeemed. So you think about how that originated, right? We talked about the Tower of Babel, that as mankind fell and attempted to build a temple to itself, God disperses them into the nations in order to weaken them, right? This is a form of sort of punishment that's occurring. And so now in the new law, we're brought back together, but not in the way we would have expected. The simple undoing of Babel would have been just for us all to speak the same language again, for us all to be one city, one culture, have one set of human laws. But instead what happens is that our diversity is elevated into a higher unity, which is the higher unity that comes from grace, that comes from above. We can't produce that unity. What comes from above is capable of uniting us in our differences without destroying our differences. What we see is that the sort of Tower of Babel emerges as another one of these happy faults, where the sin of man and the consequences of the sin are then the conditions for an elevation beyond what his condition was before the sin. St. Augustine addresses this, and he says, "This heavenly city, then, while it sojourns on earth, calls citizens out of all nations and gathers together a society of pilgrims of all languages, not scrupling about diversities in the manners, laws, and institutions whereby earthly peace is secured and maintained, but recognizing that however various these are, they all tend to one and the same end of earthly peace. It therefore is so far from rescinding and abolishing these diversities that it even preserves and adapts them." So, the city of God, the church, is made up of the nations. It's the redemption of the nations, not the destruction of the nations. But that doesn't make its unity less real. The unity of the city of God is real. The unity of the church is real here in history. It's through grace, the law is written on our hearts, right? So the law, rather than being external, becomes internal. And what that allows, the reason why this makes the nations compatible with unity is that when the law is internalized into virtue, the laws in the sense of like the natural law, what is moral, what is good, what is true, is internalized into virtue. It can then pour out of virtuous people into human law, which is exactly the dynamic we talked about in the Garden of Eden. So the nations now, within their nationhood, within their linguistic and cultural diversity, are capable of instantiating the truth, instantiating the law of God in its most profound unity that unites them all in different ways. With the coming of the Holy Spirit and the grace it brought, the architectonic office of man is restored. So this is the office of man as a legislator, right? As a builder of worlds. Remember, if we reach all the way back to Eden, we talked about how man is instituted in his entirety with this commission to convert the world through his creative rationality, through his legislating, to build a society that is also a worshiping society of God. And it included everything, not only everything that had to do with human society, but all of the cosmos, the way in which humanity took up the animals, the plants, the things into that world and oriented it to God. There's nothing left out. So now with the new law, the ability for human societies through grace, so you're restored into virtue, you're restored into grace, which makes it again possible to creatively participate in the rationality of God and to build worlds. And what we have to understand is this includes everything that has to do with the human world. This isn't something about some sort of like religious sphere that sits off to the side while there's this other world that keeps running. Nothing could miss what's going on here more profoundly. All of humanity is restored in this action. So if we think about in the Old Testament, which is a pedagogical or remedial move of God to restore one nation to justice through the law, we had the judicial and the ceremonial precepts, the division between those two. But they were both the divine law. One had to do with the natural, with specifying the natural law that had to do with the love of man for his neighbor, the other for the love of man for God. But what is the very content of the divine law is, of course, the love of God and the love of neighbor. That's what the divine law is. That's what the natural law is. It involves both the horizontal and the vertical, which we saw from the very beginning. And so when the ability to create law again, to create how that horizontal and that vertical are going to be united in ways of living is restored to man, it leaves nothing out. All right, so the new law, Thomas is very, very clear on this. The new law includes within it the whole office of the old law, everything that the old law did. So the judicial and the ceremonial precepts in their totality come within the grace, the redemption that's offered by the new law. So the way the church will talk about this going forward is that we'll start to try to understand this through things, the temporal power and the spiritual power will sometimes be the words that will be used. And those sometimes seem to align with sort of the judicial or the ceremonial precepts. And that's actually, I think, a relatively fair alignment of those ideas. But what we can't possibly align is like the temporal power, which is the power of the laity, say. So the ability of the laity to make law, to structure their society, that's somehow outside of the church. And then the spiritual power, the power of the clergy to make what we might think of as ceremonial law, is sometimes in the church. That makes no sense given the logic not only of the entirety of the Bible, but the very foundations of Catholic theology. Right? Rather, the grace and the redemption offered by the Holy Spirit heals man in both his temporal and spiritual capacity. And the temporal and the spiritual are not divorced. They're necessarily bound together. That's the very nature of a sacrament, isn't it? Which is like the definition of the church, is the way in which the temporal and the spiritual are bound together. But what we're not seeing is the establishment of the church that then has the ability to make certain laws, like religious laws or something like that. What we're talking about here is the church is man's ability to once again design and implement a world for the worship of God that includes everything about him, including what we think of as sort of civil law and that sort of thing. So it's in our baptism then that we actually become capable of just civil law, of just sort of temporal law, things as mundane as the traffic laws, right? Or rules on property, marriage laws, all of that sort of thing. Those are the human laws, or the human specifications of the natural law and of the divine law. And that is exactly what is restored to man through the Holy Spirit in the new law. So the church itself, just like Israel, is divided into the laity and the clergy. And these lawmaking functions are also divided between those two branches. But they are one church, necessarily. That's what's going on. That's the redemption, the social redemption that is being offered here. What it really is the ability to achieve peace again. Right? Peace is what is lost, and peace is what's capable of being restored. Now, the problem, of course, peace, perfect peace, comes through virtue, which is the surpassing of the law. Right? But as we've seen through its fulfillment, is that virtue is a process. The whole of the biblical narrative, from the age of nature through the age of law into the age of grace, is exactly this sort of pedagogical movement from fall to redemption. But that movement is now brought up into the church, right? So people are born into the age of nature. We're born no different than people were born forever before the coming of Christ. But we're then initiated into the age of grace through our baptism, but then we still have to be trained into virtue, into the law, and that's where we still have the sort of external precepts and the pedagogical function of law. Now, in society as a whole, to the extent that people are still fallen, to the extent that people have not moved into virtue, that this apparatus of salvation, if we want to be kind of crude about it, requires still some of the mechanisms of the old law, such as coercion, right? So we still have to coerce people where their violence, to reduce their violence, to produce this peace. We still have to train people into virtue in a way that in the ideal, were the city of man finally converted entirely to the city of God, would cease to exist, right? So what we're seeing then is in the redeeming of the political order in the new law, that the use of the sword is necessary because sin remains, because we still have to move from these stages of redemption that we see in the Bible, which are also the stages of the spiritual life. We still have to move through those, so we still need the sword, but the sword is always remedial. The sword is never the basis of power, it's rather the compromise. It's always the place where the church is not yet fully itself. That's where you see violence. Rather than, of course, in the nations, it's the complete inversion of that, where the power of the God kings is in the sword, rather than that the sword being evidence of where the power of the social order is weak and not yet complete. So what we're seeing is that with the coming of the Holy Spirit, that architectonic office is restored to man. This is the reason St. Thomas tells us that there's so few precepts, so few explicit precepts in the new law. Right? St. Thomas explicitly says this, that's because those sorts of laws are sort of explicit management laws that instantiate or specify how to live the natural law. Those are returned to man, to human legislators. Now, moving into virtue with grace, we're capable of again creating our own human law. So building worlds that give glory to God. And that restores diversity to the world while retaining unity. So we'll remember then, when we talked about the old law, that St. Thomas divides the old law into the judicial precepts and into the ceremonial precepts. The judicial precepts having to do what we think of as criminal law, and the ceremonial having to do with liturgical law or the law of the temple. And both of those then are restored to the architectonic office through the new law. They're restored to man. But both of them, the ability to structure a human society through human law in a way that's consistent with the natural law, is the fruit of the Holy Spirit. This is the product of Pentecost. That's what makes this possible again. So when Thomas says that the new law is a law of freedom, it's not only because the new law enables virtue, which frees you from submission to the law, it's also because through the new law, through the grace that it brings, we're capable of building our own societies again. We're capable again of becoming the architects of our worlds in freedom, although the law is now different than it had been in Eden. You remember when we talked about what they would have built in the Garden of Eden, there was no coercion, no violence, because there was no sin. Now, though, laws restored, the ability to create laws restored to man, but this man is not perfectly healed of vice. In fact, the whole dynamic of salvation history is still in play. We're still born fallen. We must be baptized. We must be educated into the truth. We must move into virtue over time. And so those functions of the old law, say the coercive functions, the instruction that the old law provided, have to be included within the new law. That dynamic has to happen, but it's not the same as it was, because now the dynamic of the pedagogical movement within the old law, including coercive discipline, always has its fulfillment in surpassing the law in view. It's no longer a surprise to it, right? It's now moving through that into its fulfillment. So what that means is that the church, which now we have to understand we're including the laity as well as the clergy, retain then the power of coercive law. They must. That has to remain because sin remains. It's just now not, coercive law is now always remedial. It is exactly what is being surpassed into the fulfillment of law. So the coercive law forms no longer the basis of worldly power like it does for the nations, but rather the sort of unfortunate compromise of worldly power, right? Because true power, true authority comes through the truth, through virtue, not through coercion. Coercion is weakness, not power. But the church retains it because it must. So in the story that we've been telling up to this point, within the age of nature and the age of law, the city of man and the city of God are sort of warring with each other. But in the age of nature and the age of law, it's really the reign of the city of man. And the city of God is there in anticipation. The city of God is present wherever there's goodness, which there is spread out. But it's always aiming towards past that period, right, to the redemption that'll come in the new law. Now, in the new law, with the coming of Christ, we have the almost reversal of this situation. Now the city of God is real, right? The church in its essence is holy and good and true. So within that city of God, there lingers the city of man. There lingers vice, temptation to sin, an inclination towards the fallenness of man, and a sort of tugging within the city of God back into the city of man. But the city of God is now the dominant one. The church is what's dominant. So the city of man within the city of God is precisely what is being reformed, what is being redeemed. What the city of God now has to go out to complete the conversion of humanity into itself, into the city of God proper, which is holiness and redemption. And this is the reason why the church, the visible church in history, is never perfect. It's the reason why we can both say that it's holy in its essence, and yet it has sinners within it, also like intrinsically. The goodness that exists within the world are sort of the pathways of that city of God, the church reaching out into the nations through those paths of goodness that remain to collect them into herself. But in the process of doing that, those tentacles that go out into the world are also the pathways by which sin can enter the church, right? And so man, in his weakness, even baptized man within the church is susceptible to those temptations because he's not sealed off from the world, right? He's always risking the world. He's always reaching out to the world. And that can create sin within the church. So the conversion of man always has within it this dynamic of corruption within the church and then reform of the church, right? There's a movement into the world tragically and then a movement out of the world. And this is the history of the church then becomes, we see this cycle of fall and redemption that is not a surprise to us because this is what we saw throughout the Old Testament, right? This is not some sort of extrinsically instituted mechanism. It's just what salvation looks like. It's what saving of humanity looks like. It's a movement out to the world to collect it and move it into the city of God. So throughout the rest of these lectures, what we're going to see is how the church, how the city of God is doing just this, is reaching out into the city of man, and how the city of man is resisting sometimes violently, and sometimes the city of man makes headway against the city of God. Sometimes the city of God makes headway against the city of man. But this is the dynamic of the rest of human history. First century Palestine was a part of the Roman Empire. At its peak, the empire stretched from Cairo to Scotland. It made up the entire Mediterranean world. And the Pax Romana, or the Roman peace, was a period of time that stretched roughly from about 40 BC to around 180 AD. And this was a period of unity within this massive geographical area surrounding the Mediterranean Sea. And it really was a period of relative peace, where one could travel from one end to the other on fairly decent roads without much impediment. And this empire was large and it was strong. And its power was really based on the army. At its peak, the army made up about 100,000 soldiers. So right around the year 1 or so, around the time of Christ's birth, it was that large of an army. And one of the things that marked it is that it wasn't a slave army like many of the Eastern kingdoms, but made up of free men. So this military machine then was animated by a deep civic patriotism. These people were committed with a profound love for the city of Rome and for its empire. This early empire was made up primarily of a large collection of cities, of semi-independent cities. So it was largely decentralized. What bound them together in their kind of self-rule was this military machine, this sort of military umbrella that laid over the top of them. So these cities paid tribute to Rome. They obeyed Rome in certain military or political matters, but it was a really fairly decentralized organization. And this was a sort of ideal for the spread of Christianity. And so Christianity spread very, very quickly. It's really hard to estimate the growth rate because of the paucity of records and just the sheer distance of time where we are from there. But it seems that around the year 250, about 2% or so of the population was Christian. And this sounds very small, 2% sounds like not much, but it actually made up about 3.5 million people, so it's substantial. 50 years later, by the year 300, we're talking about 11% of the population was Christian. By 350, so 50 years after that, 57% of the population was Christian. So in 150 years, Christianity went from a tiny sect in Palestine, kind of like out in the boonies, to being the majority religion in the empire. So the question I want to get at here is why? How? How did this conversion happen? What were some of the implications of it? What we have to start with is an understanding of the Roman world. So the Roman Empire was stable, that's clear, but it was cruel and it was harsh. In fact, about a third of the population were made up of slaves. So that was really the sort of economic backbone of the empire. And the empire was organized in a rigid social and political hierarchy. And it didn't hesitate to use violence. The sort of coercive, quick to violence sort of rule of governance permeated throughout the entire regime. This was true, so not only all the slaves, but also women, children, any sort of undesirable group was just systematically persecuted with little concern. So power is the point here. Power in the Roman Empire was felt immediately, and it was used unhesitatingly. It was, in fact, understood as divine, and we talked about this a bit previously. So in the empire, there's hundreds of gods. There's gods everywhere. And most of these gods are local. So they have to do with local villages or local trades, little towns, those sorts of things. And the inhabitants of these sort of local regions would have their own gods. But there were some, such as Jupiter, who were universal, who were part of the official cult of the empire as a whole. But it's important that we don't mistake these gods as like smaller versions of God himself. That's not the way they are understood. So the pagan gods are rather synonymous with power. If the weather had power, it was a god. If the river has power, it's a god, right? So basically the understanding is any power that affects your life, any sort of external power that affects your life, especially if that power lays well beyond your control, then it takes on the character of divinity. And so people are worshiping these instances of power. But it's important that we then don't also mistake this worship or this religion towards these gods as the sort of worship that we've grown accustomed to within Christianity, which is the worship of thanksgiving or adoration. Right? Rather, a better way of thinking of it is it's more attempts at placating the gods. Right? It's more of sort of seeking their favor, trying to negotiate with them. So you want to avoid their wrath, you want to get their rewards. There's a certain flattening of the cosmos in this way of thinking about it, right? So the gods aren't transcendent. The gods operate really in the same plane as humanity as a whole. They're just very powerful. They're just instances of power. So you're worried about them, you're scared of them, you're trying to get them on your side. But there's no sense of a sort of a transcendent God. So this is the reason why it was so obvious that the emperor himself is divine. Right? This isn't an extraordinary thing. The emperor is powerful. The emperor is divine. He has immense power, so he's a particularly strong God. What we need to see is that the residents of the Roman Empire lived under power. It was the power of other men or the power of gods, and they were called to submit to this power, to try to bend it to their own gain in some way. So this produced in them a certain fatalism, which is a sort of helplessness in your fate. What'll happen to you is not up to you, right? There's external powers that determine the course of your life. So your life sort of subject to the arbitrary will of others, which has a tendency to lead to despair and to fear. So if you want to characterize a sort of sense or tone with the common people, population as a whole in the empire, I think fear is an appropriate one. The people were scared. So rather than a cosmos of chaos that was put into order here or there by violence, what Christianity proposed was that the whole universe is in fact harmonious. It is created by a loving God, a loving transcendent God, that it had been made for peace and harmony. And it was not violent power then that held order together. It was rather violence that disordered things. Violence was the exception that brought disorder to order, but the order was primary. The loving, harmonious order of the original creation was in fact what was intrinsic to society and to the world. So what we're seeing is a radical inversion of the pagan understanding of the cosmos. Christianity taught that Christ made possible that the return of this primordial order before the fall, that the primordial order of love could repenetrate human society and reorder it according to this new ethos. And the early Christians enacted this reordering immediately on the ground. So among themselves, even in their extreme minority position, within the empire, one of the things that distinguishes them is they live together. They live in common, sharing all things. And within this community, the weak and the needy were given more, and the strong and the prosperous gave more, which is a total opposite of the pagan way of thinking. The strong and the wealthy use the weak and the poor for their own power, to gain more power, to increase their wealth. This is the way paganism works. So the Christians are reversing this. So they live together as one body, feeling directly each other's joys and pains. And they believed then that all people were called to this life. All people, even women, even slaves, were called, not only were they called to this life of harmony and peace, but they were capable of achieving it in virtue. Everyone was capable of virtue. So, I mean, even if you think about the ancient philosophers who we frequently sort of praise, even they thought that the virtue of the sort of aristocratic philosopher men was dependent upon the servility of the population. And Christianity is like, no, everyone, society as a whole, can exist in virtue, involving everybody in it. Virtue, the ability for virtue, is a common inheritance of humanity as a whole. So the contrast with pagan society then couldn't be starker. And the Christians became known by their love, which is precisely what Christ commanded them to be, right? So we see actually in the Didache, which is an important Christian document from around the year 100, it exhorts the early Christians. It says, "Do not hate anyone, but reprove some, pray for others, and love still others more than yourself." And this love then, or this charity, is the cause of their profound unity. And unity is really the key. To the early Christians, nothing was abhorrent as division. They saw schism as one of the ultimate sins, so division or disharmony within the community. So unity in faith and charity was the antidote to the suffering of pagan society. It was really based upon division and conflict. So one of our apostolic fathers, St. Ignatius of Antioch, wrote, "This is the beginning and end of life. Faith is the beginning, love is the end, and the two together are in unity are God. All other things that lead to nobility of character follow." Right, so it's faith and charity in unity in God. So the church was a place of this unity, which is another word for peace. Remember, I mentioned earlier that Augustine refers to peace as a tranquility of order. Right? So this unity, the tranquility of order, is also peace, which is the opposite of anxiety and fear, which characterizes the Roman culture. Now, the Christians thought that nothing caused more division than a devotion to wealth and to power, and really a devotion to power, but kind of characterized in wealth and the pursuit of money. And so when you read the Apostolic Fathers, so this first generation, or first two generations after Christ, they have a particular interest in extracting people out of the world that's dominated by wealth and the pursuit of power. St. Clement says, "But the Lord says, no household servant can serve as the slave of two masters. If we wish to serve as slaves of both God and wealth, it is of no gain to us. For what is the advantage of acquiring the whole world while forfeiting your life? But this age and the age to come are two enemies. This one preaches adultery, depravity, avarice, and deceit, but that one renounces these things. We cannot therefore be friends of both. We must renounce this world in order to obtain that one." So, of course, he's talking about the movement out of Roman society and into this new society that will reach culmination, of course, in heaven, from the city of man then into the city of God. So to a world of fear, the Christians are offering salvation. They're all offering peace. And this salvation then is not something that's merely waiting for them in heaven. It's not like their message is that be content in your misery because you'll go to heaven. It's not that simple. The community itself is a place of peace and of harmony, of charity. And this peace then, which is really another name for the church, right? The church is a society of peace. It was constituted through the grace that flows into it through the sacraments. And so they emphasize, the Apostolic Fathers, the early church, the importance of the sacraments for constituting this society of peace. So we have again Ignatius of Antioch. "For when you frequently gather as a congregation, the powers of Satan are destroyed, and his destructive force is vanquished by the harmony of your faith. Nothing is better than peace, by which every battle is abolished, whether waged by those in heaven or by those on earth. And of course, when he's talking about gathering together, he's talking about the sacraments. And so while it's obvious that the liturgy of the church has developed dramatically over the centuries, it's actually remarkably similar to the liturgy of these early Christians. When they gathered together, when you read the documents, it's remarkable how familiar it actually is. It's actually the familiarity that is more surprising than the distinctions. So they gather on Sunday, they sing hymns and psalms, they read from the scripture, they bless the bread and the wine, they gave each other the sign of peace, and they recited the Lord's Prayer. I mean, what we're seeing here is, of course, the Mass, and you recognize it in the documents. And this is already, of course, to some extent present rather clearly in certain places in the New Testament, but in the life of the early church, it's just phenomenally manifest. So the grace and the peace that flowed through this Mass, through the Eucharist, into the community is really the source of their pursuit of peace. But along with then peace being unity, right, together, so the sacraments are producing are providing the grace that enables this. But then the flip side of that, remember, is that the structure. So remember we talked about last time how there's always structure, a sort of law along with grace, and this is how the church operates, is that they're organized from the very earliest beginning under bishops. So these are the successors to the apostles, and they understood apostolic succession very well. In fact, probably better than we do. So the bishops then are understood as being essential to the unity of the church. So they teach the faith, right, which is sort of the intellectual or even the legal side of things. So they teach the content of the faith. And then they also distribute the sacraments that give the grace that's necessary to live out the content of that faith. St. Ignatius of Antioch, again, was particularly outspoken in the importance of the bishops. He taught that the church's unity with the bishop was the same as its unity with Christ, and through Christ, unity with the Father. And indeed, he said that the bishop should be looked on as if they were the Lord himself, the shepherds who guide their sheep. So the bishops then, even in this earliest period, are assisted by priests and deacons and organized in a hierarchy of service like we described earlier. So as St. Ignatius wrote, we read here, I urge you to hasten to do all things in the harmony of God, with the bishop presiding in the place of God, and the presbyters in the place of the council of the apostles, and the deacons, who are especially dear to me, entrusted with the ministry of Jesus Christ, who was with the Father before the ages, and has been manifest at the end. So this unity that the hierarchy made possible is the same unity that the Eucharist makes possible. Again, it's always this law and grace dynamic. So again, Ignatius is just as insistent upon, he's insistent upon the unity of the bishops, but then he's just as insistent upon the unity that comes through the Eucharist. And he says, so be eager to celebrate just one Eucharist, for there is one flesh of our Lord Jesus Christ, and one cup that brings the unity of his blood, and one altar, as there is one bishop, together with the presbytery and the deacons, my fellow slaves. Thus, whatever you do, do according to God. So any sort of idea of a distinction between sacramental unity and institutional unity is totally lost in the apostolic age. When you read the documents, these are obviously understood as together. And it is this unity then, the institutional and the sacramental, that creates the society of peace that is in such stark contrast to the Roman society that it's placed. And this is what the church is offering the pagans. It's something very, very different than the world in which they live. So as we've seen, the Romans, of course, were organized through force, right? And they worshiped frightening gods and temples that were really centers of power. And the church presented itself as a wholly new type of temple, which is made up not of stones or of human power, but of human beings themselves who have been converted to Christ. So it provided a stable, peaceful society, an order and a unity that did not rely upon violence. It's an inversion of the pagan understanding. And what's really remarkable, of course, and would have seemed remarkable to the pagans, was that it held together, right? That such an order held together without some sort of dominating power structure. So through Christ, this real peace became possible. Now, this is what attracted the millions of converts to Christianity. You know, sometimes we get, in coming out of the Enlightenment and then into through the modern period, and now very, very clearly in like Hollywood productions, this idea that the pagan world is this sort of carefree, fun-loving world where people were expressing themselves and they were tolerant and they had equality. And Hollywood movies are particularly ridiculous because they have like women warriors and stuff like that, right? And then Christianity are these sort of killjoys that show up that teach everyone how everything that's fun you're not allowed to do, and how it's all stark and regimented and all this, and this sort of story. And that's ridiculous, right? The Christians didn't come from without of the pagan empire and then somehow trick them into losing all fun in life, right? The Christianity spread within the pagan empire. And it was the pagans themselves who were converting from paganism to Christianity. And the reason why they were is because paganism was scary and miserable, and Christianity was a place of peace and happiness. This is why millions of them converted so quickly after centuries of a certain way of life, centuries of paganism, of a particular form of paganism, of the construction of these temples, thousands of years of these god kingdoms, and then they convert in droves to this something that's totally new. It was touching something that's intrinsic or true about humanity, and people saw it. Roman paganism, of course, is a strange mixture of extreme superstition and really rather cynical skepticism. Like we saw, every river, every sort of a weather event, every town, these all had gods, and these gods had to be placated. And humans could keep them happy and kind of understand their wills only indirectly. And some of the ways they did this was through like auguries, for example, where you would do something like cut open the belly of an animal and see which way its intestines spilled, and that was supposed to tell you something of the divine will. Or you would let birds go and see which way they darted, and then judge from that maybe what was good fortune and what was bad. So another thing they would often do is consult oracles, who were sort of men and women who were set apart to sort of translate the intentions of the gods and riddles to people, who they can then try to figure out what it was supposed to mean. So the idea that this pagan religion was somehow sophisticated or somehow rational in opposition to a sort of dogmatic Christianity is, again, nothing more than just silly. So now, of course, for the Romans, their paganism and their politics and their economics are all different aspects of the same thing. That's the very nature of these temple societies. And the religion, then the pagan religion, is at heart decentralized and fragmented religion, right? Lacking any sort of real transcendence. There were many gods spread out all over the place that controlled many different things. One of the consequences of this was it allowed the Romans to assimilate people rather easily. So when you conquer new peoples, they have their own gods that are aligned with powers that they have within their society. There's no reason why those can't just be enveloped into the pagan world as a whole. And for the people on their part, them being conquered, for the most part, they share a basic pagan understanding of the way the gods work and the way society works. And so the fact that the Romans conquer them with their own gods, this itself, I mean, being conquered is upsetting, no doubt. But religiously, it's not a huge dilemma. If the Romans are in fact this powerful, no doubt their gods are powerful. Right? So the incorporation of the Roman gods into the conquered people's gods and vice versa was not a problem. But this wasn't because of some sort of religious tolerance. It's because of the nature of paganism itself. They're really different aspects of the same religious outlook. So the assimilation of new peoples is just paganism in action. So these gods, though, across the board, like the kings who used them for power, were fickle and easily offended. Right, and and they demanded these severe sacrifices. For example, the gladiatorial games are a great example, where of course in the gladiatorial games in Rome, thousands of slaves were forced to fight to the death, or else were fed to the wild animals to cheering crowds. And this was not mere entertainment. It's not. We often want to think of it as just sort of decadent entertainment, which it was, grossly violent. But they were actually religious rituals. This was understood as human sacrifice. So the gladiators' tormented deaths, the Romans understood, kept their gods happy. So in the Roman way of thinking, the empire, the power and growth of the empire was dependent on such slaughter. So this popular religion then, this popular paganism, was complemented by a more intellectual sort of skepticism. Right, so many intellectuals viewed the cult, the pagan cult, and they were sophisticated enough to not think that the gods were really in the form that the common people had them, or in the statues and that sort of thing. And so sometimes they allegorized the faith and said, actually, these stories mean this, right? So they moved mythology into philosophy. And some of these thinkers even proposed a sort of monotheism where they think that all the gods are really manifestations of a single divinity. But even in this more intellectual, more sophisticated paganism, there's no disputing the importance of the cult publicly, right? That this is part of the power mechanism of society, and so it must be maintained. Even the intellectuals who are skeptical of the truth, the sort of theological truth behind a lot of paganism, understood that the mechanism of the cult, or the function of it socially, and so it had to be maintained. So generally speaking then, the Romans left regional religions alone because they didn't really particularly care about them, right? What they did do is demand that the conquered people incorporate into their devotions, into their regional devotions, a devotion to the emperor as the son of God. And like I said earlier, for most of the pagan peoples of the world, this was no great imposition. Now, obviously, the Jews were different. This would pose a problem for Judaism, for whom any sort of idolatry was strictly forbidden. But the Jews were tolerated with a sort of moderate tolerance within the Roman Empire. And the reason for this was because the Romans, for all of their sort of superstition and prejudice, had a profound respect for antiquity, for anything that was old. And they knew that the Jewish people, their scriptures, their God were ancient. And so they had a tendency, a sort of hands-off approach, as long as the Jews remained within certain bounds, basically remained socially rather unimportant. That was sort of the cost of toleration. And so as Christianity spread initially in the empire, it was spreading primarily as a branch of Judaism. That was the way it was initially sort of understood. And so it was allowed, it operated sort of within that space of tolerance that was given to the Jews. Now this changed under Nero, started to change under Nero. So in the year 64, there was a massive fire in Rome. It destroyed much of the city. Now this frightened the people because this is obviously a sign of the wrath of God. So why are they suffering under the God's wrath? They had to find some sort of a sacrifice that would be appropriate to appease them. So Nero, somewhat nervous that this would somehow turn against him and his regime, singled out the Christians as a possible scapegoat. So they did not perform the sacrifices, right? Nero presents them as living as impious lives that were obviously offensive to the gods. So the pagans therefore turn against the Christians within Rome, and thousands of Christians are killed in terrible ways, and they're killed as a form of human sacrifice, again, to the gods. And it's probably the case that St. Peter and St. Paul were among them. Now, this is the first major persecution in the year 64. But over the next 100 years or so, the Christians grew in numbers and they became increasingly obnoxious to the pagans. And now, it's important that we understand this properly. So it's not that the Christians are just sort of the passive recipients of pagan sort of prejudice or anger. The pagans were mistaken, no doubt, about the particulars or the details of Christianity, but they were right to see Christianity as a fundamental threat to their social order. That was not a mistake. Christianity really did undermine paganism. We saw that in great detail in the last several lectures. And so in undermining paganism, of course, it undermines the political and economic systems that were built upon paganism. So just to give you some examples of this, the Christians didn't teach that the pagan gods weren't real. That's sometimes what we think. They taught them that they were fake or false. What the early Christians actually taught was that the pagan gods were demons, that the reason why they had the power they had is because they were devils. So the Christians would not worship these gods not because they were merely fake, but because they were actually supernaturally evil. The Christians taught that God was the creator of all that was good in the world. And so even the good that was in paganism was an aspect of Christianity. And they said this vocally. St. Justin Martyr remarked, "Whatever things are rightly said among all men are the property of us Christians." Now you can see why this would be interpreted by the pagans as being arrogant and aggressive. But even more aggressive was the Christian assertion that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, a title, of course, that was claimed by the emperor. They insisted that Christ was their king, that he was in fact the true king of all humanity, and this was true whether humanity liked it or not. So their refusal to worship the emperor was based upon their claim that they were already worshiping the true king, the true emperor of the world. As one Christian responded under torture, I do not recognize the empire of this world, but rather I serve that God whom no man has seen nor can see. I recognize my Lord, the King of Kings, and Emperor of all peoples. So this is not only atheism in the eyes of paganism, it's treason. And they're not wrong to see it as treason. It was also extremely confusing to the pagans. In the account of the martyrdom of St. Polycarp, for example, as the pagans are leading him to his death, they keep saying things to him. They repeatedly are pleading with him to offer sacrifice to the emperor and to merely acknowledge that the emperor is divine. And they can't figure out why he won't do this, because to them it seems like such a small thing. And he responds by insisting that only Jesus Christ is his God and King. So they ask him, why is it so wrong to save yourself by saying Caesar is Lord, making a sacrifice, and so on? And he did not answer them at first, but when they persisted, he said, I am not about to do what you advise. They say to him, swear by the fortune of Caesar. And what does he say in response? He says, but Polycarp looked with a stern face at the entire crowd of lawless Gentiles in the stadium, and gesturing to them with his hand, he sighed, looked up to heaven, and said, away with these atheists. When they ask him again, when the proconsul asks him again to swear by the genius or the sort of divinity of Caesar, he says, how can I blaspheme my king who has saved me? Swear by the fortune of Caesar, they say. And he wouldn't do it. The scribe who gives us the account of the martyrdom of St. Polycarp dates it this way. He said, while Philip of Tralles was high priest, Statius Quadratus was proconsul, and Jesus Christ was ruling as king forever. It's a direct assault on the emperor's power. So this was all, of course, baffling to the pagans, for whom power itself is divine. To the pagans, while the emperor is killing the Christians, he's proving them wrong, right? His very slaughter of them is the demonstration that their God is nothing and that he is divine. So their martyrdom is a form of insanity. Now, again, this is just a recapitulation, of course, of the encounter between Pilate and Christ, right? And the pagans are so baffled by this. But we see that the example of this martyrdom, of the love that it flows out of, that it slowly dawns on more and more people within the pagan world that there's something to this, even if the kind of rigid pagans can't see it. The early Christians' arguments against the pagans were often genius in their subversive logic. Tertullian, for example, argued that sacrificing to the gods for the success and prosperity of Caesar didn't make any sense because Caesar was clearly the one in charge. Because Caesar, he said, built their temples, compelled their liturgies, constructed their cults, that it's obvious that Caesar's power was what maintained the power of the gods. So the gods, Tertullian argued, were less powerful than Caesar. They were below Caesar, under his dominion. Ultimately, he says, they were his property. So here Tertullian was exposing the very heart of pagan political theology, about how the idols were really mechanisms of the power of the king. But he's doing it in a way that seems to flatter Caesar. In a move of subtle genius, Tertullian argued or explained to Caesar that Christians prayed to God for the emperor and that they respected him as the highest man whose authority was given him by the one true God. So here he's offering Caesar an office, isn't he? An office of authority. But it is an office that's now positioned below the divine and not above it. Rather than the divine being under the dominion of Caesar, which he says is how the pagan gods are operating, he's saying if you want the loyalty of the Christians, you must position yourself below the authority of the true God. So Caesar's authority could be real, but he could never have the power of a god king. Now, this is clearly the development of Christ's juxtaposition between the rendering to Caesar and the rendering to God. And Tertullian took this passage up directly in his argument with Caesar. And he argues that Caesar was owed what bore his image, the coin, whereas God is owed what bore his image, which is humanity itself. We can see then why the Roman elites, who had a pretty good sense of how paganism in fact worked, viewed Christianity correctly as a threat to their power and to their social order, to the stability of the empire as a whole. These subtle and in no way naive elites believed that the world was a world of violence and conflict, They believed that it was fundamentally disordered and that it was the power of the empire that held this chaos at bay. One such member of the elite, Cellus, defended the divinity of the empire, and he argued to the Christians, if you overthrow this doctrine, he's talking about the divinity of the emperor, it is probable that the emperor will punish you. If everyone were to do the same as you, though, there would be nothing to prevent him from being abandoned, alone, and deserted, while earthly things would come into the power of the most lawless and savage barbarians, and nothing more would be heard among men, either of your worship or of the true wisdom. So what he's saying, he's seeing the powerlessness of the Christians. And for him, this is proof that their religion is false and that it's ultimately self-destructive. He was arguing that the Christians themselves depended upon the power of the God kings, the power of Caesar. And in a world of God kings, he argues, only a God king could protect order. This is the essence of his argument. Now, within the fallen world of the age of nature, of course, this is not totally wrong, right? In the city of man, it is true that power rules. Falling back into this belief was the constant temptation of Israel in the Old Testament. Falling back upon the safety and power is why they clamored for a king in 1 Samuel, saying, if you'll recall, no, but we will have a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may govern us and go out before us and fight our battles. But as we have seen, it was this very reality that Christianity undid. So we can see the logic of the pagans asking of the martyrs, where is their God? What profit has their religion brought them, which they have preferred to their own life? The answer, of course, could not be provided within the pagan framework. That's the point of the whole Christian move into Christianity. Within the pagan architecture, it just doesn't make sense. What Christianity is proposing is a new architecture, a new social architecture, a new understanding of how power works, of how order works. The acceptance of martyrdom is a demonstration that the Christians have moved into this new social architecture. They're no longer thinking the way the pagans do or seeing the world the way the pagans do. That's why their powerlessness is not understood as a defeat, but as a victory. So Justin Martyr, a famous apologist, or a very early apologist, wrote to the emperor in defense of Christians, and he asserted that Christians, more than all other men, are your helpers and allies in promoting peace. Because those criminals who endeavor to escape detection when they offend your laws, if they learned and were convinced that nothing can escape the knowledge of God, would by all means live decently. But, and here he pointedly suggested the emperor, you seem to fear lest all men become so righteous, and you no longer have anyone left to punish. He finished by chiding the emperor, such is the concern of a public executioner, but not of a good king. The Christians understood that the structures of Caesar's power rested upon sin. To undo sin was to undo Caesar as a god king, to undo the entire pagan order. And the pagans, in their own kind of backward way, understood this as well. So in the 2nd century, the Roman Empire was beginning to transition from a decentralized coalition of more or less independent cities into a centralized monarchy. And part of this centralization process was an increase in the insistence of the devotions, the centralized imperial-wide devotions. And so it makes sense that it was a period of increased persecution of the Christians, especially, at least at first, in the provinces that the center of Rome was trying to incorporate more firmly into the empire. And so this sort of division or subversion that the Christians were causing out in the provinces were less and less tolerable. Now, one of the things happens as we move into the 3rd century, though, is that this persecution becomes more centralized to the central power and not just out in the provinces. And it intensifies. Now, there's a number of reasons for this. One of them is the spread of Christianity. Christianity is spreading like crazy, and so it becomes an ever bigger problem. And part of the reason for this spread is the example of the martyrs. Right? So we've talked about the example that the Christian communities gave, and then the example of the Christian martyrdom on top of that to the pagans was leading to an increase, an acceleration of conversions. And one of the things that happens as we move into the 3rd century is that this conversion moves into an increasing proportion of the higher classes, or the upper classes, are converting into Christianity, which is even more troubling to the pagans who are trying to maintain the pagan system and the pagan order. So Christianity is increasingly understood rightly as a threat to the stability of the regime. Now, at the same time, the regime is experiencing major threats to its stability from non-Christian sources. So, for example, it's being invaded by barbarian tribes all across the frontier. There's peasant rebellions throughout the empire. But then even more significantly, perhaps, is the civil war, incessant civil war through the 3rd century. So the Roman army was, as it grew more powerful, started turning on itself. And the different units in the army would propose their own generals as emperors, and then they would fight it out for control. This is, of course, to me, it just seems obviously the way in which a theory of legitimacy that's based upon power would play out, right? Once you think you have a significant power, the significant power to exert the force necessary to put your man on the throne, you use it. There's no reason not to. So the empire descends into civil war. Between the years 235 and the year 284, it's a 50-year period, there were 26 different emperors, all but 2 of whom were killed. So you can see that imperial unity was a top priority. Therefore, in 249, the emperor Decius, one of these emperors, ordered all citizens to sacrifice to the gods. He was desperately trying to unify the empire under a single religious system, which meant, of course, at the time, a single political and economic system. These things are indistinguishable from each other. Now, Decius was not particularly concerned about Christianity. In the year 249, in the 250s, only about 2% of the population was Christian. It wasn't a major threat. So Decius at this point was more worried just about the decline of paganism in general. And so he issues this edict that everyone must sacrifice to the gods, and this included the Christians. So this is an effort. What he's trying to do is centralize the pagan cult around the emperor to try to bring some form of stability. The Christians, of course, refused. So in Rome, for example, Pope Fabian refused immediately and was executed that day. Thousands followed him to their deaths. In the Decian persecution, something emerged, a troubling phenomenon emerged within the church, which was a mass apostasy. So there's mass martyrdom going on, but there's still, even within Christians, there's a large section that do provide or do offer the sacrifices and save themselves from martyrdom. So the church then faces this problem. The problem of a situation of both mass martyrdom and a problem of mass apostasy, which is sort of the juxtaposition between the ultimate act of sanctity and the ultimate act of wickedness. So as the intensity of this persecution waned and then subsided, many of these apostates sought re-entry to the church. And this presented a problem for the early church. Was it acceptable for the apostates to come back in? Was there a sin that a form of sort of excommunication that was so drastic that you could never be re-entered into the church? The answer, of course, was no, that any sin could be forgiven, that the sacrament of penance had no limits. And so they were welcomed in. But the significance of the event, of this dynamic, is largely that the church was forced to organize. So the bishops, for example, were forced to organize with each other under metropolitans in order to discuss these problems and deal with it, to deal with the situation, the sort of fallout. So the Decian persecution, ironically, not only did it fail to suppress Christianity, it actually led to its spread, but it also was one of the triggers that led to the solidifying of the institutional structure of the church itself, and so the authority of the bishops. It actually ended up strengthening the church both institutionally and demographically. So in fact, the years immediately following this, between 250 and 300, are a period of massive Christian expansion. It starts out at 2% of the population in the beginning of the period and expands to 10% of the population. And the empire's troubles, of course, continue through this whole period. And finally, in the year 284, a man of real power and ability, Diocletian, comes to the imperial throne. So he's committed to restoring the order and the glory of the empire. And the way he decides to do this is to finish Decius's project of centralizing the empire. So remember, I discussed earlier how the empire in the earlier period had been a largely decentralized sort of conglomeration of cities. But Diocletian's program is to end that independence and really focus all the power of the empire on Rome and on his person. For example, he does things like divide the empire up into manageable administrative units called dioceses after him, Diocletian, which of course the church will eventually inherit. He also divides the empire into an eastern and a western half run by their own administrations so that it's a manageable size. So shoring up, of course, obviously the pagan cult would be a key aspect of Diocletian's reforms, and that's what he does. Diocletian was dismayed by the decrease in pagan practice and sought to stem it by centralizing worship, focusing really on the cult of Jupiter. Remember in the earlier imperial period, the cult, the paganism had been largely decentralized with many, many regional and local gods, and they weren't too concerned about centralizing all that. But now Diocletian, trying to bring order, political and economic unity to the empire, simultaneously, of course, sought to bring cultic unity to the empire, focusing on Jupiter, but not just Jupiter, but himself, the emperor, as the incarnation of Jupiter, and he used that terminology. So he's the incarnate Jupiter, and he drapes himself in jewels and robes and things that there was a sort of military austerity to a lot of the emperors previously, right? A sort of resistance almost to an Eastern god-king mentality, and you get, as you move into Diocletian, a complete abandonment of that. So he is fully God-king, an incarnation of Jupiter himself. So under Diocletian, then the divinity of the emperor is emphasized, and he's emphasized as the chief conduit through which the will of the gods governs mankind. So Diocletian then seeks the unity of the empire by asserting himself to be an ultimate man-god. Now, obviously, Christianity was a huge obstacle to this. And in the year 298, there was a series of sacrifices that were offered to the gods in thanksgiving for successful battles. But what happens is there's a disturbing augury. Something happens in the entrails of the animals, and it convinces Diocletian and his followers that the Christians are a problem, and the Christians are going to become a greater problem. And so this is what launches what's known as the Great Persecution. At first, it's about removing Christians from any sort of civil service or from the military, but it quickly accelerates beyond that into a violent persecution. First, with the rounding up of Christians and selling them into slavery to the mines or to the galleys, and then very quickly from that into mass executions. One eyewitness, the famous historian Eusebius, witnessed an assembly line of decapitation, and he wrote, "The murderous axe was dulled and worn out and was broken in pieces, while the executioners grew weary and took it in turns to succeed one another." So you can imagine the scene. So this persecution wore on for 7 years. Now, during this time, countless churches are burned, Bibles are confiscated, men, women, and children are killed. And in addition to that, many, many Christians gave in under torture and did sacrifice to the gods. So this is an example here at in the great persecution of the empire, doing everything it can. So this is a last-ditch effort, you might think of it, to stop the spread of Christianity, to eradicate it. And so the sort of ultimate, the sort of culmination of the Roman Empire is in Diocletian, and then Diocletian's attempt to destroy the ultimate un-empire, which is Christianity. So in a sense, we can sort of think about the course of Roman history after the incarnation of Christ as moving in these two parallel tracks. And you have the perfection of the empire into a god kingdom, into a perfect pagan kingdom that happens finally under Diocletian, while simultaneously the inversion of that, or Christ's kingdom, so we have the city of man on the side of Diocletian and the city of God on the side of the church. And this is the great persecution here in the very beginning of the 4th century, or the end of the 3rd century, beginning of the 4th century, is that city of man's attempt to squash out the city of God. And what you see here then is the empire doing its very worst, all it could do against the Christians, and it fails. It's again, a recapitulation of the encounter between Pilate and Christ, where they destroy their bodies but end up failing because they don't understand what Christianity is. So in 305, Diocletian abdicates the imperial throne and retires. Shortly after that, the persecution comes to an end. But Christianity, however, emerged stronger than ever. So it comes out of these persecutions stronger than it had ever been. In fact, it's only 7 years until Constantine converts to Christianity and there'll be a Christian emperor on the throne. So this period of persecution has several important consequences for the history of the church. It established martyrdom as the ultimate display of devotion to Christ. So to give up one's life in total imitation of Christ. Christ on the cross, right, is the first sort of martyr. And so to imitate Christ through the sacrifice of your own life is a supreme act of faith and charity. It led to the development of the doctrine of penance, right, of the readmission into the church, regardless of how heinous one's sins were. The period of persecution led the church to organize into a more standard system of bishops in communion with each other and organized under the headship of the Bishop of Rome, the Pope. But perhaps most fundamentally, the period of persecution resulted in the turning of the tide against paganism. Christianity withstood the assault and spread in spite of it. So the pagan emperors, right, had declared themselves to be the Son of God. Christianity put in their place the actual Son of God, Jesus Christ, and Christianity succeeded. Christianity won. Less than 7 years after the end of Diocletian's persecution, the imperial throne was again being fought over by rival generals. One of these men was named Constantine, and when he was on the very brink of winning against his rival in the year 312, he's outside Rome. And it's not exactly clear what happens, but it seems as if he sees a vision. The accounts are that he saw a vision probably of the Chi-Rho symbol, which was an abbreviation for the name of Christ. And he's instructed in this vision to conquer under this banner, that this sign will lead him to victory. So as the story goes, he has this sign painted on the shields of his soldiers, and they go out into battle, and he wins in a famous battle that's known as Milvian Bridge. That's the bridge over which it's fought. Now, this is the battle that leads him to take control of Rome and to become the emperor in the West. So what he does here, immediately after this, in thanksgiving to the Christian God, he issues something called the Edict of Milan. And what the Edict of Milan did was legalize Christianity within the empire. So it doesn't make Christianity the official religion of the empire. What it does is make it legal and gives it kind of equal footing with the pagans. But you can see the drastic change in only a few years, from Christians being thrown to the lions to now not only having an emperor that is a Christian of sorts, and that he actually converts officially later in his life, but to being a fully recognized and legal religion within the empire. Now, this position of Christianity within the empire is strengthened even more when a few years later, in the year 324, Constantine conquers the eastern half of the empire, because you'll remember Diocletian had divided it in two. And so now he was the sole emperor over a reunited empire, and Christianity was legal, and not just legal, but really favored at the imperial court. Now, even at this point, only about 10% of the population is Christian in the empire. But after its legalization, its spread accelerates dramatically, and by 350, so only a couple decades later, it's in the majority. Constantine favors Christianity heavily. And one of the major significances or outcomes of this is the construction of churches. Huge churches are built, for example, St. John Lateran in Rome, or the old St. Peter's Basilica. Now, before this, Christianity had been practiced, the liturgy had been practiced either in very small, modest churches that could avoid the sort of notice of the pagan majority, or in people's homes. This might seem like a minor detail, but it's not, because the construction of major sort of public works was one of the ways in which the elite in Rome demonstrated their loyalty to the empire as a whole. So they were expected to build bridges, to build basilicas, to build baths, to build things in support of the sort of infrastructure of the empire. So what Constantine does, and his allies, and then is he gives the example to the elites to start diverting some of that largesse into support for the church. So as Christianity spreads, especially among the elite, these building projects become more and more important. And so what you see happening here is that the wealth that once went to buttress the imperial regime and the imperial infrastructure becomes increasingly diverted to build an ecclesiastical structure. So these people begin building things like churches, hospitals, almshouses, orphanages. And one of the things that's interesting about this move is that the imperial pagan regime had very little interest in such things. So it's not like the church or the Christians are all of a sudden just building the things that the pagans had once built. They're building new and different things. The pagan empire had very little interest in the weak and the powerless, right? Of course, it's an empire that's really structured on slavery, and the weak are dispensable. So human life is cheap to the pagans, and this changes under Christianity. But one of the things that we're seeing then is as that wealth is diverted into the construction of an ecclesiastical infrastructure, it's an ecclesiastical infrastructure that's not already situated under imperial rule, right? So there's not the sort of legal, juridical apparatus that would control the expenditures of the elite as it had under the pagans. So something new is being built within this Christian infrastructure construction. Now, as more and more Romans then are converting, especially among the elite, the disposable wealth of the church increases. And this is important because, you don't want to be cynical about it, but one of the things about elites in any society is that they want to maintain their elite status and they want to maintain the prestige of their family. And so as the bishops are controlling greater infrastructure, it becomes a more prestigious sort of career choice for the elite to become bishops themselves. So more and more of the children of the elite are pursuing that as a possible career path and something that their families are encouraging them. So the office of bishop is becoming increasingly prestigious, increasingly wealthy, and increasingly politically relevant. So it's not merely that the bishops then are controlling more wealth or more power, but because of this increased prestige and importance in the community, the emperors are increasingly commissioning, actually start using the bishops as a part of their ruling apparatus. So for example, bishops are being appointed as judges, and the bishops are then, there's local disputes, things in the towns over which the bishops are extremely prestigious men, and they would hear the disputes, adjudicate them, and rule. But what you see is that they're ruling more often. So they, rather than just going straight to sort of Roman law, kind of contractual, legalistic form of adjudication, they start out and they're really more interested in seeking mercy, seeking forgiveness, seeking a return to a sort of peaceful and harmonious life within the people who are in conflict. And so their rulings are almost like trying to keep people out of the law, and then also are relying much more heavily on scripture and on the Christian sort of moral tradition at this point. So you're getting a move then of the populations viewing their bishops and almost an alternative code or an alternative way of solving problems that weakens the imperial sort of legal regime in the favor of an ecclesiastical or a Christian one. And this is happening, of course, under the Christian Empire. So it's not, this isn't conflict. The emperors themselves are appointing the bishops. What we're seeing really is just a sort of the implications of conversion, that the forms of the pagan empire are undermined and weakened, not through revolution or through some sort of coup, but just because as the people become Christian, those forms become increasingly irrelevant to them. They're less inclined to go to lawsuits. So another thing that happens, though, with the rise of the importance of the bishops that's really important is that normally the elite, the way the sort of Roman Empire system worked, is that the elite would try to kind of climb the ladder of power. So let's say they start out in the provinces or out in local cities, and they get an office, and they want to do well and impress those who are above them, so they can be promoted to a higher office and a higher office. And ultimately, the kind of goal would be to be in the imperial court itself in Rome. And so there's a move towards the center, right? And so the ambitions of these people at the local level is to get past the local level. But what happens with the bishops, which is very, very almost an inversion of this, is that the bishops in this time are incapable of being translated. So we're very used to bishops moving, right? In our system, we have bishops that start out, say, in little dioceses and do a good job, and they too get promoted, almost more like the imperial system. But in the ancient church, bishops were understood as being married to their church, and the marriage what could not be annulled. So if you were appointed a bishop to a specific a diocese, that was for life. So what that means then, you think about how that affects how you want to succeed in your career, so to speak, if you're a bishop. It's not to get away from the locality. It's not to move towards the center. It's rather to strengthen your local community, right? To represent it as best as you can. Their interest becomes local, and they negotiate or sort of, seek the interests of the actual people who are their flock, and not that of the sort of central government. So this itself is a sort of inversion of the imperial regime. Now, another thing is that the bishops can't marry or have children. So what that means is all this wealth that's sort of flowing into the ecclesiastical hierarchy does not become the personal property of the bishops. They're rather the trustees of it. And when they die and a new bishop is appointed, he takes over all that wealth that's been accumulated. So you think about the implications of this. That means that the wealth, first of all, staying local for the most part. And then secondly, it's building over time. So every generation adds to it, and it's never depleted through inheritance, right? The new bishops come and take over where the last bishop left off. So the accumulated effect of all of these things is a sort of decentralizing of the empire. So the conversion to Christianity, the increase in the importance of the bishops, is at the same time a sort of natural shift away from that attempt of Diocletian to build a centralized authoritarian empire. And it happens really just almost spontaneously, almost from the bottom up, we could think of. So if we look at Diocletian, he attempts the unity of the empire through imperial rule, through man as a god. And what happens with the conversion of Constantine and the spread of Christianity is you have the movement towards the unity of the empire being understood more profoundly through the faith and charity that unites the various dioceses within the empire. So over the 4th and the 5th centuries, the empire is slowly converting from paganism to Christianity. But this isn't without conflict. I mean, obviously, right? There's a pagan population and a pagan regime that's going to resist this conversion. And at first, Christianity spread most rapidly and most completely among the poorer classes of the empire. But as we've just discussed, it was increasingly moving into the elite. And then within the elite, though, there was resistance among the old pagan families. So, and among the elite, even into the 4th century, the majority remained pagan. So as Christianity spread, unsurprisingly, the animosity of these pagan elites increased. And in 361, there became the emperor, a new emperor ascends to the throne. Julian is his name. And he had been baptized as a Christian, but he comes to the throne viewing himself as the representative of the ancient paganism. He's reconverted or committed apostasy, which is the reason why he's known as Julian the Apostate, back into a form of paganism. And he seeks about trying to reassert paganism against Christianity. So he issues a persecution of sorts against Christianity, nothing like Diocletian. It's more, you can't teach, you can't hold civil office, these sorts of things. But it's trying to make Christianity, trying to retard its spread and to make Christianity a sort of undesirable thing among the elites, because he understands that that's the way you get the elites to stop doing something. Now, these policies don't really work very well. Christianity had just sunk way too deep of roots. And he only reigns for a couple years, and Julian is killed in battle in the year 363. And that's the last-ditch attempt of the pagans to stem the spread of Christianity. And so after Julian, Christianity spreads much more quickly. And in 382, so it's just a couple decades later, the Emperor Gratian shifts the imperial policy away from merely favoring Christianity to the active suppression of paganism. So, for example, he removes the altar of victory from the Senate house in Rome. Now, the Senate, like we talked about earlier, the Roman state was not distinct from the Roman temple life, right? It was sort of one giant temple society. And the altar of victory in the Senate house was a sort of ultimate symbol of that. And so when Gratian removes that, the Senate itself, the very theoretical seat of power in the Roman Empire, is no longer pagan. So sort of the religious heart of the Roman aristocracy. Now any sort of commitment to paganism among the aristocracy is going to be explicitly contrarian, right? So sort of against their political interests rather than in favor of them. Now, it wasn't until Theodosius, however, who ruled from 379 to 395, that Christianity becomes the official cult of the Roman Empire, suppressing all others. So now Christianity is the official sort of religion, if we were going to use that word, of the Roman Empire. Now, but this itself, by this time, the majority of the people had already converted. Culturally, sort of institutionally, the empire was largely already moved into Christianity. So it wasn't a sort of earth-shattering event, but nevertheless, it is significant. So the Christianization of the empire, like we've been discussing, transforms it. So like under Diocletian, of course, the empire had been centralized into a monarchical state where the emperor wields the sort of absolute power as a god, as a supposed god. In this sort of state, the authority of the kingship, or the imperial authority, and the authority of the priesthood, the pagan priesthood, were really united. I mean, Diocletian is not only the emperor, he's also the supreme priest, or the high priest of the empire. And this is a sort of essential for the tyranny that they're trying to build. The conversion of the empire made this sort of regime impossible. It's not that the Christians of the time think that the emperors are unimportant. That's not what's going on. They understand the emperors as being extremely important, and the authority of the emperor to be extremely important. But what they did insist upon was that this authority be used in service, ultimately, of spiritual ends. So the temporal power is real, it is necessary, but it must be ordered under the spiritual power. So the emperors had to use their power to help Christians live in peace and ultimately to enter heaven. I mean, ultimately, the goal of the entire regime is salvation. So the way the emperors did this in the thought of the time is, of course, they defended Christians from attack. So they defended them from violence to allow the space for this conversion into virtue and so salvation to occur. They punished wrongdoing and encouraged virtue. So we talked about this earlier, about the need, the lingering need for coercion, for a sort of remedial act of the sword. So this is a role of the emperors. And by organizing also the productive forces of society. So if we're going to draw a connection back to our earlier discussions of a sort of primordial order, remember there's a project going on, the society is building something. We use the example of architecture to describe this, and that has to be coordinated and organized. And so you can think of the emperor as a sort of highest planner in that regard as well. Now, all of these activities are not merely essential, which they obviously are, but they're also understood as profoundly religious. So there's no sense here that this sort of temporal power that the emperor is wielding is somehow not religious. That's a very, very modern and rather bizarre idea. So of course, seeking justice, protecting people from violence, moving them from vice into virtue, those are as religious as anything that religions talk about. So it's not just that activity, though, of the emperor is religious. It's also that he's depending upon the spiritual power directly in order to perform those actions. So in order to move into the people into virtue, for example, to move them towards their salvation, he relies upon the preaching and the sacraments that are flowing from the clergy into the people. So there's that aspect to it. But then at the same time, he himself relies upon the clergy, because to be a virtuous leader, to move other people into virtue, it requires that the leader, the emperor and his men have already made the sort of shift into virtue, right? They themselves have to be ruling virtuously, which means they themselves are dependent upon the teaching and the sacraments, right? So both the preaching of the bishops and the grace that flows through the clergy to them so they can fulfill their office. Their office itself is not capable of sustaining itself without the spiritual power. So the emperor had to use his power justly. And if he failed to do that, so if he acted unjustly or if he acted tyrannically, the bishops had not only the authority or the power, but the obligation to correct him. Now, this doesn't make the bishops a supreme power. That's the temptation. If we're still locked into a way of thinking of who's in charge, we'll think, well, if the bishops can correct the emperor, that means the bishops must be in charge. But that's not right either. That, in a sense, that had been the case under Diocletian, right? Diocletian was a priest. The priesthood and the imperial power were the same. But the whole point of what we're talking about here is that that's no longer the social architecture. So now the bishops have the ability, say, to reprimand the emperor, but they don't have the ability to call out the army, to enforce the law, right, to demand that particular sort of temporal actions are taken. That lies well outside their purview. And the reason why this makes sense is because Christianity has a fundamental duality in it, right? Body and soul, time and eternity, divinity and humanity. The sort of the incarnation in Christ is the ultimate example of this. And Christianity is the fundamental unity of those things. So things that are intrinsically different come together in Christianity, which means that neither of them is the sort of boss or the dominant one, which would imply that the other is under it, is just a sort of derivative of it. So either the temporal or the spiritual. Neither of those are what's happening here. The spiritual is higher, right? But it doesn't make the temporal simply a branch of its power. The spiritual power is different than the temporal power, even if the spiritual power has a sort of spiritual supremacy. So what we're seeing is that the power of the king or the emperor mediated the power of God, but it could never be mistaken for the power of God. And in the same way, the power of the priesthood, of the spiritual power, mediates the power of God, mediates grace through them into the world, but it could never be mistaken for the source of that grace. So Christianity then ties human authority or human power to something that's always beyond it. It's always, human power operates in history, but always through something that's beyond history. And what that means is it can never become absolute. It always has a sort of openness within it. It can't close in on itself the way the pagan world had. So the emperor Theodosius, who was a pious Christian, had suppressed a sort of riot revolution in the city of Thessalonica. And he had done so in a very, very violent way. So in a way that to the Christians smacked of the way the old Roman emperors had behaved. He returns from this war back to Milan, which is where the imperial court is at the time, and seeks to enter Mass in the cathedral. Now the bishop is St. Ambrose, famous St. Ambrose, famous father of the church. And St. Ambrose refuses him entry. The story goes, he meets him on the steps of the cathedral and says, "You cannot come to Mass." Now, this is, of course, excommunication, right? So the bishop is essentially excommunicating the emperor, refusing him access to the sacraments. So what Ambrose is doing here is asserting the power of the episcopate. But the power of the episcopate, as you see, is over the flow of grace. This is what they control, over the sacraments. So the emperor has to do penance. This is what Ambrose demands of him. So Ambrose isn't interested in telling the emperor where he has to move his armies. What he is interested in is asserting definitively that the emperor must move those armies in a just way. So Ambrose pleads with the emperor, and we have a remarkable letter that's rather long and amazing, but I'm just going to read one little section of it here, where Ambrose says to the emperor, remember, Ambrose is his pastor, "You are a man open to temptation and must conquer it. Sin is wiped away only by tears and repentance. An angel cannot do it, nor an archangel. The Lord himself, who alone can say, 'I am with you,' forgives only sinners who repent. I urge, I beg, I exhort, I warn, for it is a grief to me that you, who are an example of universal piety, who are conspicuous for clemency, who would not allow a single offender to suffer, should not mourn for the many who have perished. Though you have waged war most successfully, though in all other matters too you are worthy of praise, yet piety was ever the crown of your actions. The devil envied your most precious possession. Conquer him while you still possess the means to conquer." Theodosius left heartbroken, and he's experiencing extreme pressure from everyone around him, including the people in his court and the other elites in Rome. And so what does he do? Is he submits to the bishop and does penance publicly. So this is a new reality. Right? This is a new reality we're seeing here. It's not that the bishop is the king. That would be to misunderstand it. Ambrose could not order Theodosius around. Rather, the bishops and the emperors need each other. Together, they form one regime that is capable of moving people from their fallen state into salvation. So what we're seeing is power then is diverse, or dispersed, I should say, and yet it's still fundamentally united in one project. The period after the conversion of Constantine was a period of amazing Christian intellectual activity as well. So many of the greatest minds of the church will ever see, or had ever seen, at least up to this point, lived and worked in this time period. And they laid the groundwork for theology and for scripture study, which is really the groundwork upon which we are still building. And so just to name some of these fathers, just to get a sense of the sheer magnitude of the intellectual activity during the period, we have people like St. Basil, St. Gregory, St. John Chrysostom, St. Athanasius, St. Ephrem, St. Ambrose, St. Jerome, and of course, St. Augustine. One of the reasons for so much important intellectual activity was that so much of the doctrine of the church remained unclear. What is the relationship between the Old and the New Testament, for example? What happens after we die? What was the church and what are her sacraments? What do they mean and what do they do? Who was Mary, the mother of God? What exactly is the incarnation? What is the nature of the Trinity? These are the sort of profound and fundamental questions that they had to work through. The answers, of course, to these questions could be found in sacred scripture, in the apostolic tradition, and in the lived experience of the saints, in the pursuit of holiness itself. But they still had to be found and expounded upon. And this is what the church fathers were doing. They weren't doing this, however, just because of curiosity. Right? It really mattered what the answer to these sorts of questions were. And there's a number of reasons of this. One of the first was they had to defend Christianity against pagans. So the pagans had developed very, very sophisticated philosophy. They were very astute and powerful reasoners, at least among the elites, even if popular paganism was often superstitious and rather simple. And so the church fathers had to respond to the attacks of the pagan intellectuals. And part of the way they did that was articulating the truths of Christianity within the linguistic framework of pagan philosophy. It was also important because the unity of the church was so important. I spoke earlier about how to the early church, the early Christians, the unity of the church was of the utmost importance. Schism was horrendous to them. And so doctrinal disputes had the potential and the reality of dividing Christianity. And so they had to resolve these disputes. They wouldn't allow them to just simmer. And so the impulse to sorting out what we believed, what Christianity was also motivated by the desire to maintain unity, which is ultimately a pastoral desire, right? Because unity is the very essence of Christianity. That love of the community is what to be a Christian means, to live in harmony with each other. It was also what attracted the pagans to Christianity, was the peace and harmony of the Christian community. And so anything that could threaten that was a danger for the pastors. And what you actually see with the church fathers is that they were mostly pastors. They were not professors or anything like that. We're talking about bishops who had the care of souls. And most of their theological work is, in fact, sermons or scripture commentaries that were designed to expound the scripture for moral edification. So most of their work is even pastoral, even as it is phenomenally intellectual and sophisticated. This is the reason why the church fathers are not just intellectuals, but they're also saints, because only the saintly can do this, right? To lead others into virtue requires a prior move into virtue for the leader, for the shepherd. The unsettled nature of Christian doctrine was troubling and to many, and became clear, especially to someone like Constantine. So as soon as Constantine actually assumes the imperial throne as a sort of patron of Christianity, and he learns that something as profound or as important as the divinity of Christ was something that was being debated, like whether or not the incarnation was a fully human and fully divine event, or if there was some other way of understanding it that didn't require such a mysterious solution, was something that was being debated. On one side, the most prominent party was aside from the Orthodox, was the Arians. And so this was led by a bishop named Arius. And what he proposed was that Jesus Christ, was the highest creature of God. So it's not that he was just like another man or anything like that, but he also wasn't God himself. He was God's firstborn son. He was an incredibly intimate relationship with God, but he was nevertheless a creature. This is how Arius was trying to resolve the mystery of the incarnation. And Arius's theology was gaining ground and causing dissent or dissension within the church. So Constantine, as a reaction to this, in the year 325, calls together a council of all the bishops in Nicaea. And so this is the first major ecumenical council after, of course, the meeting that had happened in Jerusalem with the apostles and St. Paul. The major outcome of the Council of Nicaea was the promulgation of the Nicene Creed, which is basically the creed that we still recite at Mass every Sunday. And one of the things that it asserts is that the Son and the Father are consubstantial. And what this means is that they're of the same substance, which is a philosophical concept of the time that basically what it asserts is that they are, in fact, both divine fully. They're made out of the same thing. It's not the case that Christ is a creature that is somehow lower than God. Christ is God, but that so is God. They're both God, right? This is the conclusion, or this is what consubstantial means. So the First Nicene Council here declares against Arius, but this is not the end of Arianism, far from it. In fact, it spreads dramatically, and it spreads often with the support of even the imperial court. Even if the emperors themselves retain a formal orthodoxy, you have strong movements within the imperial family and the supporters of the empire for Arianism. And they're actually advanced within the episcopal hierarchy even, and certain Arian movements are supported through patronage. And this itself is not without political significance, right? Because if Arius is right, if the incarnation is not, in fact, the incarnation of God into humanity, but it's rather more creation, mere creation, then the divide between the divine and the created remains complete, right? That merger, that sort of touching, that definitive touching hasn't occurred. And what that allows for conceptually is the closing in of the temporal realm. So again, you can see even within Christianity, even after the conversion to Christianity, this impulse to close the world in upon itself. And one of the reasons for that is so that it can be controlled by men. If the world is closed, if the temporal is sort of sealed off from the divine, then it can be surrounded and it can be controlled from the top down within that. It doesn't have to have that openness to the infinite that is always compromising human power. And so you can see why it is that Arianism is supported by proponents of strong imperial power, and then also out in what we'll talk about later, but in the barbarian tribes that are still just converting from paganism and still have very strong sort of king systems. And so Arianism is again attractive to them for the same reason. But the repudiation of Arianism doctrinally is the repudiation of that sort of total human power. Human beings can't control the world that way because the world itself isn't integral like that. The world itself opens up to the divine. This is what the incarnation, Jesus' life, death, and resurrection insists upon. The 4th and the 5th centuries, so the age of the church fathers and the Christianization of the empire, was a period of remarkable vitality and growth for Christianity. So Christianity goes from a tiny persecuted minority to the official religion of the world's most powerful empire. The empire itself transitions from Diocletian to Theodosius. It transitions from a man who would make himself God to a man who needed to submit not only to God, but to God's pastors, to the bishops in all matters spiritual. And he acknowledges himself, right, to be just another sinner, just another man, even though a man with an incredibly important and powerful office. Bishops transition from being the scattered pastors of a persecuted minority meeting in houses and secretly attempting to say mass to being some of the most powerful and influential people in the empire. And the church itself then moves from an almost entirely disorganized a social movement or cultural movement into an actual institutional entity that has a very complex organization with the bishopric of Rome or the papacy at its head. Doctrinally, the church tackled the most sophisticated, the most mysterious aspects of Christian theology, the Trinity and the Incarnation, and came to definitions of great profundity with a lasting influence. In fact, most of, I think, of the theology that follows this is a sort of unpacking of the church fathers' work. But just as important was the development of monasticism. As we saw earlier, the early church lived a common life. The early Christians lived in common. Their property was the property of the community, and their lives revolved around communal worship in the liturgy and in service to the poor. As Christianity spread throughout the empire, though, it became a whole civilization, which means it includes everyone from the sort of lukewarm to the sort of spiritual masters, right? It accommodates the whole span of humanity within its borders. So the church then develops a sort of scale of sanctity or sort of hierarchy of sanctity, right? And so it comes to understand that not everyone, not the entire sort of mechanism of the church, if we want to think of it that way, moving people from the fall to salvation, that there has to be space within the church for all of those movements. And so there becomes a sort of spiritual elite. Now, initially, this is manifested in hermits. So the idea was that there were these spiritual masters who would flee civilization out into the wilderness and pursue a life of extreme asceticism and the pursuit of near perfect holiness. Many of these hermits became famous, and crowds came out into the wilderness to see them and to receive their preaching. So along with the hermits, the height of sanctity was understood to be, of course, in martyrdom. And there's a commonality here, right, between the hermits and the martyrs, because the hermits, like the martyrs, sacrificed their entire life for Christ. And so as martyrdom fails, so as martyrdom decreases after the conversion of the empire and essentially vanishes, there's that impulse of the total gift to God is often channeled into the movement to the hermits, and so that you get an increased number of hermits. And now, while being a hermit remains, even to this day, the most austere way of pursuing perfection, the most sort of extreme way of pursuing perfection, what happens in this period of the Christian empire is a development of a different way as well, which is of the communal religious life. So this really originates with hermits who then had other hermits and other people come to them to learn from them, and they start forming little communities. And these communities form what we think of now as the monastic life, which is a common life of the pursuit of holiness together. And they, in a lot of ways, reconstitute that early church way of living, holding all things in common, a mixture of work and prayer, and really the pursuit of holiness that focuses on the liturgy. So this way of religious life spread rapidly, starting in the East and spreading to the West. And monastic communities are popping up all over the empire. And this way of life mixed, it combined all those different aspects of life in the world, of Christian life in the world. So you have manual labor, you have intellectual life, the cultivation of virtue, of course, devotion to the liturgical life, and ultimately it's all oriented towards contemplation or contemplative prayer, which is the union of the man with God himself. And this is a Christian ideal. And it's not surprising then that many of the church fathers, so we talk about those heights of intellectual accomplishment, were also either monks themselves or else favored monasticism and established monasteries, wrote rules for monasteries, and attempted to propagate monasticism. Because what you have when you're building a civilization, a Christian civilization, and you have these different divisions or different degrees of holiness and people who are at different stages in the spiritual life, the ascent towards perfection, is that you find yourself needing the example and the prayer of the sort of end of that movement. Right? So you set people apart who are pursuing it without a lot of the difficulties of the world. The conditions are optimal for the maximal pursuit of perfection. And this isn't separate from the conversion of all of society. It rather, not only does it provide a model of perfection, or sort of confirms that grace is in fact efficacious, that peace is in fact possible, but also the prayer and the penance of the monks is directly efficacious for the conversion of society as a whole. The most important monk in the West was St. Benedict. So St. Benedict lived from 480 to 547. He starts out as a hermit, like many of these men, and then accumulates a community and founds ultimately a monastery. Now, the reason why St. Benedict is famous or incredibly important for us is because he writes a rule, the Benedictine rule, which is the way of life for his monastery. And this rule is a masterpiece of Roman jurisprudence, really. And some historians actually refer to it as sort of the last piece of truly Roman legislation. And what they're getting at there is it shows this characteristically Roman sense of moderation and prudence, right? So it's not extremely austere. It doesn't call for the sort of asceticism or penance that you might see in the more extreme monasteries in the East or among the hermits. It's rather about this sort of slow, prudential, systematic pursuit of holiness. So moderation is one of the key ideas. It emphasizes poverty, chastity, and obedience, and combines labor with intellectual work and prayer. So it's sort of a synthesis of Christianity, of the Christian life, in a very moderate and reasonable frame. So in his own lifetime, St. Benedict's way of life, the rule in the monastery that it governed, doesn't spread very much. In fact, it really seems to have only been really followed in his own monastery in Italy. And he dies with it being the case. So really, it becomes much more important later in the Middle Ages, which we'll get to in a later lecture. So by the end of the 5th century, Christianity has taken on the form not merely as a cult, like one cult among many, or even as a religion, but rather as a civilization. The church had a place for everyone, from the emperor himself, to the bishops, to the common lay people, to the spiritual experts that were the monks. And it was figuring out how to move everyone, a whole civilization, from its fallen condition towards salvation. The Roman Empire never really recovered from the disorders of the 3rd century. The strength of the empire had always been based upon its military, on its army, and we can see the decline of its power by looking at the makeup of that army. So in the 1st century, the Roman army was made up almost entirely of Italians from right around Rome, mostly freemen. So this is when the period of the great strength of the Roman Empire, when it's motivated by a civic patriotism. When you move into the 2nd century, the empire begins to recruit from the provinces. So here you're pulling less Roman people into the military, and they're doing so for different reasons, right? And so the military becomes weaker. In the 3rd century, the army was increasingly not Roman at all. What was happening was that it became harder and harder to raise the military necessary to defend the empire. And so the Romans were hiring barbarian tribes. Whole tribes of warriors were coming in as units into the army. And their chiefs were made generals. And their people even were often given land to settle within the empire. So over the late 4th and into the 5th century, the government in Rome was becoming weaker and weaker because it was relying more and more upon barbarian tribes from outside for its military strength. And the military was always the basis of Roman strength. So as the Roman central government became weaker and it became incapable really of paying these tribes, which are basically mercenaries, what it would do is bring them into the empire, settle them on large sections of land that they could then live off directly. So these tribes would then tax the local population directly, and as you can imagine, start just stepping into the role of the government there. So then they formed self-sufficient military units with their own tax base, with their own land within the Roman Empire. And these barbarian forces, of course, are primarily loyal to their own chiefs or to their own generals and not to the empire as a whole. So by the 5th century, you're in a situation where the Western Empire found itself primarily governed by non-Romans. So you have a Roman Catholic population, landed population spread out across the empire, and then a barbarian governing class on top of them, most of whom were either still pagans, still in their heathen religions, or were Arians, so were subscribers to the Arian heresy. We've already discussed how the growing importance of the bishops served to decentralize the Roman Empire, whereas more and more people, including more and more of the elite, focused on these more local offices and devoted more of their wealth and their prestige to those rather than the central imperial regime. So these dynamics are working together to weaken and decentralize the empire. You have the sort of military side of the empire shifting more to barbarian control, and then you have the sort of cultural, social side shifting more and more to focus on the bishops. Now, during the 5th century, the emperors in Italy themselves become incredibly weak and are really just puppets of strongman generals, barbarian generals that are standing behind the scenes. This new order became shockingly obvious when in 410 a Visigoth army that had been part of the Roman army basically rebelled and sacked Rome itself. So even though the Visigoths eventually withdrew and the imperial rule out of Rome was restored, this event shocked the Roman world. Many people thought it was the end of the world, in fact. And you had the lingering pagans viewing this and saying, this is punishment for Christianity, that we've abandoned the gods, the things that had made us strong, and now these strong tribes that hadn't abandoned their gods were beating us. And so this, for a lot of Romans, a lot of pagan Romans, or people who had been sort of lukewarm Christians, this called into question the whole conversion into Christianity. Christians, for their part, they many of them had bound together in their minds the empire with Christianity so tightly that they too were shocked by this, right? If it's the fall, is the fall of the Roman Empire, is the destruction of the Roman Empire the defeat of Christianity itself, right? These are the sort of questions that the sack of Rome raises. And in response to this crisis, the greatest of the Latin Church fathers, St. Augustine, writes the City of God, which we, of course, have been discussing really throughout this whole lecture series, and is providing the guiding schema, actually, for interpretation of history. So the City of God, this work that he produces, is massive, and it's one of the most important works of theology in the history of the Church. And what St. Augustine here explains is that Christianity is not bound to any particular polity. So rather, Christianity is this vast polity that transcends all particular instances of political order, all particular times and places, even as it kind of collects all those particular times and places and directs them towards their ultimate end, which is, of course, salvation. So the City of God is the church, and it's in the world, but it was not merely of the world, right? So for St. Augustine, the church is always reaching beyond human history and to heaven itself. So this City of God is, of course, engaged in the cosmic battle with the city of man, or the earthly city. So this is the city that's made up of fallen men and demons, so the fallen angels and the fallen men. And it too is bound to no particular political organization. It too is made up of many political organizations that are loosely grouped together in a common drive or the pursuit of a certain end, which is, of course, perdition. So these two cities are moving through history, engaged in constant combat within the human organizations of governments, economics, even the church, the ecclesiastical organization itself. So the point is that these external structures of human society are sort of the playing field on which the real drama of society is being played out, which is between these two cities. Now, this doesn't mean that the externals are unimportant, right? The City of God is a real city, and it's made up of polities, of people who have these sorts of organizations. And the City of Man operates in the same way. But the drama, that kind of data of history of nations, economies, particular empires, is just the field on which the war is being played. So what that means is that the City of God is not bound to the empire. The empire, if you remember, used to be more properly the city of man when it was pagan. Now, when it converts, it becomes more closely aligned with the city of God, or we might say it's more thoroughly imbued with the church or the city of God. But it nevertheless isn't perfectly it. They're not synonymous. And so it's still fundamentally, ultimately, a particular instance of human organization, a particular empire, and all empires are doomed to fall, are destined to fail. So what St. Augustine is doing here is providing the church with a theory of history. And according to this theory of history, history is not the story of the rise and fall of nations. This is just the kind of surface data of history. History is really the fall and redemption of humanity, of mankind. So this doesn't mean, like I said a second ago, but I want to emphasize it, it doesn't mean that the particular is unimportant. That's actually what's at stake, right? Our particular men in particular societies. It's the fight over the conversion or the damnation of those actual places which is going on. So the City of God, for St. Augustine, does not leave these things alone. The City of God is constituted by them, is made up by them. So what St. Augustine was explaining was that Christians were engaged in a far larger drama than the drama of national or imperial histories. So they're engaged in the drama of salvation history itself. That starts with the fall of Adam, and that would end at the second coming. So in this drama, the City of God is called the fight tooth and nail against the city of man. And this is really just the spiritual war. It's the fight against sin itself. But like in the spiritual battle, right, through grace, the victory is assured, right? The resources are there to defeat the city of man if the City of God will reach out and take them. So this is a vision of Christianity as being more than just a religion or a cult of an empire. Right? It's a lens through which to see all of human history. And this is the vision then, or the lens through which that would penetrate into the ethos of the common sort of intellectual inheritance of Roman Catholicism ever since. So the decline then of the Western Roman Empire, you can see how St. Augustine's work provides a way for the Roman Empire to decline and to fall away without threatening Christianity, right? It's sort of an intellectual component to the fall of the empire because it's marginalizing and relativizing the empire. So as the empire falls, and it's falling away and it's becoming weaker, and finally in 476, a barbarian general deposes the emperor in Rome and just doesn't bother to put another puppet on the throne. And this is, so 476 is the date that we normally give for the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and it's really as good as any other. But it's not like the Roman Empire is just sort of conquered and then falls. We've seen this as a centuries-long process of the pagan imperial system being weakened and falling as it converts actually to a different civilization, to what will be ultimately a Christian civilization. So after 476, there are no longer Western Roman emperors, but there remained emperors in Constantinople. An emperor in Constantinople, you remember, the empire had been divided into two. So the Greek half of the Roman Empire, centered on Constantinople, continued to stand. But after about the year 500 or so, we normally refer to this half of the empire as the Byzantine Empire, but that is just for historical convenience. They themselves continued to refer to themselves as the Roman Empire and had no sense that they were anything other than the Roman Empire that had always existed. And in fact, the barbarian tribes that had divided up the western half of the empire still mostly nominally recognized this Eastern emperor as having nominal lordship over the whole empire, including the western half, and still kind of claim for themselves a lot of the royal or imperial titles. The barbarians are still even sort of thinking of themselves as aspects of the Roman Empire. So people at the time, of course, in the West were fully aware that the West was weak and decentralized and was being governed by non-Romans, but it was still sort of thought of as a part of the imperial world, and with at least a nominal acknowledgement of the emperor in Constantinople. At the same time, in the same sort of way, that the Greek-speaking church in the East and the Latin-speaking church in the West were still united, even if weakly, in some ways weakly united after the fall of the Latin emperors. But they were still very much united in one church, and they're both looking at Constantinople for leadership. So in the middle decades of the 6th century, the Eastern Emperor Justinian sets out to truly reunite the Roman Empire and to make that western half once again fully a component of a unified and solidly centralized imperial regime. So Justinian sets out, he conquers North Africa, he conquers Spain and from the barbarian tribes that were holding it, and then he also retakes the Italian peninsula from the Ostrogothic kings that had controlled it for about 50 years. So with Justinian's conquests, the Roman Church in Rome itself is again definitively integrated into the imperial church. Now this made perfect sense to the popes. Right? The bishops in Rome understood themselves as occupying a special place within the imperial system. So the popes were the patriarchs of Rome, but there were also patriarchs in Constantinople, Antioch, Alexandria, and Jerusalem. So each patriarch ruled their own region through their bishops, and they came together under the emperor for councils when necessary. So this system is sometimes called the Pentarchy. And the papacy within it had special authority to ensure orthodoxy, so special sort of doctrinal and teaching authority within the system, even if this authority was not always recognized by the other patriarchs. Obviously, when Italy was under barbarian rule, this system was dramatically strained. But when Justinian reconquered the peninsula, it was really reestablished. But it's of crucial importance for the history of Roman Catholicism that Justinian does not conquer all of the old Roman Empire. So Italy, Spain, North Africa, so we're just talking about the Mediterranean world, just the loop around the Mediterranean. And so all of the sort of northern and western provinces, think all of the provinces that make up Central Europe, that make up France, even England, those provinces were left outside of Justinian's control and remained under the control of barbarian tribes. So this reunion, though, that Justinian effects is put under almost immediate strain. So first, there's a terrible plague that ravages the empire and severely weakens Justinian's power. And then a tribe called the Lombards, which is a very powerful tribe, they successfully invade Italy in 568 and rule most of it for about 2 centuries after this. So even though the Lombards conquer most of Italy, the area directly around Rome, they don't succeed in conquering. And this territory remains a part of the empire that is controlled by Constantinople. So in the 6th and 7th centuries, when Italy itself is being ruled by Lombards, Rome remains within the empire. So even though the imperial power is growing weaker and weaker, and so in effect, what ends up kind of happening in effect is that the Pope steps in to be the governor of this central Italian territory directly around Rome. He does so as a part of the Byzantine Empire, and separate then from the barbarian tribes that surround him and who are occupying the north and western provinces of the old empire. So the next major threat that comes to imperial power comes from the Arabian Peninsula. So sometime in the 630s, a man named Muhammad unites the various tribes of the region into a vast military machine. And he, of course, claims to be a prophet from God and to have a mission to spread what'll come to be known as Islam. So he produces this military powerhouse, starting in the Arabian Peninsula, but they very, very quickly and with amazing speed conquer most of the southern Mediterranean world. So they sweep across North Africa, they actually cross over into Spain and conquer almost all of Spain, and then penetrate deep into France. And it's not, in fact, until the Battle of Tours, which happens in 732, Tours is only about 150 miles or so outside of Paris, that the invading Islamic forces are pushed back, finally defeated and pushed back over the Pyrenees and back into Spain. So this rise of Islam, though, has major consequences for the formation of the Catholic Church, and we'll see that as we move forward. But the first major consequence is that the Eastern emperors become almost totally consumed with fighting Islam in the East. So the Eastern Byzantine Empire was reduced to a sort of stump empire, basically right around Greece, what's modern day Turkey and a few other territories. And they're under constant attack from the Islamic forces in the East. So all of their interests, all their political power moves eastward. And that means that they don't have much time or resources to deal with what's happening in the West, including what's happening in Rome. So as the empire then becomes less and less capable of defending the territory directly around Rome, the papacy steps in to fill that vacuum, right, and becomes more politically important in central Italy. Now, one of the most important popes of this general period is a pope named Pope Gregory the Great. So Gregory strengthens the papacy as an institution. He reforms the liturgy and is known also as a doctor of the church, of course, for his really, really phenomenal theological writings. But perhaps the most important thing he did from a historical point of view is send missionaries north and west to convert the barbarians. So most famously, he sent missionaries to England and to the British Isles. Most of the barbarian tribes were either Arian Christians or retained a lot of their pagan practices. But these missionaries that Gregory had dispatched were largely successful in converting them to Roman Catholicism, to Orthodox Catholicism. And the most important of these tribes were the Franks. So the Frankish kingdom stretched. It was a huge kingdom that stretched across much of Western Europe. So it includes modern France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, parts of Germany. It's a huge territory of land in Central and Western Europe. Now, the Franks had technically converted to Roman Orthodoxy very early in the 6th century under their king Clovis. However, it had been a very sort of ineffectual conversion. And it was really during the 7th century where missionaries from the British Isles, led by such famous missionaries as St. Boniface, came into the Frankish kingdom and built for them an episcopal hierarchy and a network of monasteries. And this is what converted the Franks sort of definitively to a Roman form of Catholicism. So and this is terribly important and kind of odd, because what you have is these missionaries were sent out from Rome to the British Isles. And so they were imbued with a certain Rome-centered understanding of Catholic Orthodoxy. So then they cross over back onto the continent, and convert the Franks and the other barbarian tribes, but most importantly, the Franks, to this form of Christianity. And this focus on Rome is called Romanitas, which just means something like Romanness. So as the Franks are strengthening their kingdom, they internalize this notion of Romanitas that they're getting from these missionaries. So they see themselves then as building a truly Christian kingdom, the Franks do. And they understand that this meant that they had to be united with the bishop in Rome. This was something that they were getting from their missionaries. Now, the problem was that Rome was still a part of the Byzantine Empire. So even though that empire had grown weaker in the face of Islam, the papacy was still focused on the Mediterranean and the East, and really wasn't too concerned with what was going on in the old kind of provinces of the Roman Empire, the wilds to the north and to the west. So the Christian world, it was therefore at this point largely divided between an imperial world that was really Mediterranean, and then a Christian world, and then a barbarian Christian world outside of the imperial world's direct control. So, and there's actually a linguistic distinction here, so that Byzantine imperial world church spoke primarily Greek, and then the barbarian one, when they wrote, their literacy anyway, was done in Latin. Now, one of the ironies here is that that barbarian church looks to Rome for leadership, even as Rome is looking to Constantinople. So things change in the 8th century, the 700s. The Byzantine Empire had evolved in its governance into a form of politics and religion that is sometimes referred to as Caesaropapism. Now, what this just means is that the emperor was effectively the head of both the ecclesiastical and what we say the political or imperial hierarchies, and sometimes even verging on the point of a sort of return to a pagan idea that the emperor is the high priest and the high king, right? That he has sort of control of both the spiritual and the temporal power. Now, the emperor, since Constantine, had always been involved in ecclesiastical issues, that is clear. But what happens in the 8th century is it verges over into outright doctrinal issues. So in 726, the emperor Leo III launched what has become known as the iconoclastic policy. And what this basically amounted to was he thought images themselves were a sin. And so the forbidding of images and the destruction of images became imperial policy. So you have mobs and military units sacking churches basically and destroying the images. Now, the Pope directly condemns this. Pope St. Gregory II condemns iconoclasm outright as a heresy. And then, of course, the whole principle of the emperors making doctrinal pronouncements, he also condemns. So in response to this, the emperor in Constantinople, and you have to remember, Rome is still a part of the Byzantine Empire, the emperor in Constantinople attempts militarily to take Rome back from the Pope, but lacks the power. He can't do it. His power in Italy had just become too weak. So what he does instead is confiscate all the lands and all the jurisdiction that the papacy had in lands that the emperor did control. So you think about the effect of this. He couldn't retake the papacy. He couldn't take Rome or the papal lands directly surrounding Rome. But what he could do is take all overlap between Roman control or papal control and his control, which is what he does. So he confiscates all Greek-speaking lands that the papacy has jurisdiction over. Now, what this, of course, is, in effect, is the ejecting of the Pope out of the Greek-speaking imperial church, so out of the Byzantine Empire. So what we have then is the Pope basically on his own in Italy. And this is very dangerous because all around the papacy, all around Rome and Italy lays the Lombard kingdom, which had long wanted to conquer Rome and to conquer the surrounding territories. So the papacy needs protection. It needs help. And where does it find it? It finds it to those kind of old lost provinces of the Western Roman Empire, to the north and to the west, to the Franks. So you have the rising power of the Franks in Western Europe at the same time that the Byzantine Empire and the papacy are splitting. So the Franks, of course, are imbued with this notion of Romanitas. So they're already looking to Rome for leadership. So Rome needs protection. They look north, and what do they see? They see a big, powerful Roman Catholic tribe that's looking to them for leadership. This is the way providence works. So in 751, Pope Zachary transfers the Frankish crown. He steps in and transfers the Frankish crown from an ineffectual Merovingian dynasty to the Carolingians, who had actually been the ones who wielded power in the empire, or in the kingdom for a very long time. And what this action does is make the now Carolingian kings of the Frankish kingdom united to the papacy, like fundamentally, right? The papacy was the source of them, in fact, achieving kingship. So the papacy and these new Frankish kings develop a very, very intimate relationship. The papacy calls on them for help, and the Franks deliver it. In 755, the Carolingian king Pippin invades Italy, beats the Lombards, doesn't definitively destroy them, but does restore control of Rome and the land around Rome to the papacy. But really then Pippin's son, Charles, invades again in 773. And this time he destroys the Lombards entirely and names himself the king of the Lombards. So now you have a Frankish king, Charles, who we will come to refer to as Charlemagne, which is just Charles the Great, is now the king of Italy as well. And he is one of these Roman Catholic Frankish kings who the very action of taking control of Italy is now not to dominate the papacy, but is rather to protect it. So what we have then is the convergence of Frankish and Roman interests and ways of seeing the world. And at the same time, Roman liturgical norms and practices are being promulgated throughout the Frankish lands. The Carolingian kings, for their part, describe their own rule making use of biblical images. So they see themselves as a Davidic king, but it's not a Davidic king in just a merely Old Testament sense. It's rather a Christological reading of a Davidic kingship. So this means that they understand themselves to be Christ's representatives on earth, but it's Christ the sword bearer, Christ the David, right, the enforcer of law. So they're not usurping Christ's position at the New Testament priesthood, which is what's claimed by the papacy, right? So the papacy is king and priest, the sort of restored order of Melchizedek is the language they'll use, whereas the kings of the Franks are a Christological David. So you have the sort of Old Testament and New Testament together, right? Which is exactly what we've seen was the way in which the political theology of the New Testament imagines a Christian social order. So what we have then here is that this idea of Romanitas, and especially the Roman papacy, is integral to the Franks' understanding of their own rule. So this movement, this convergence of the Franks with the papacy, reaches its culmination on Christmas Day, the year 800, when Pope Leo III crowns Charlemagne, Charles, the king of the Franks, as the Roman emperor. And so what's going on here, of course, is that in everyone's still thinking in terms of the Roman Empire, but the Eastern Empire has descended into unjust political rule and into outright heresy. And so what does the papacy do? The papacy doesn't just sort of resolve not to have an emperor. The papacy instead crowns a new emperor in the West. And they're viewing this as the reestablishment of the Western half of the Roman Empire, the reestablishment of the Western Latin imperial rule. But it's different now, fundamentally, right? So it's not an empire that is then converted to Christianity and has to make sense of how to convert the institutions of the empire. And remember, we talked about how the bishops are undermining the legal order and all this. Like, that conversion is not happening. There isn't the pain of an institutional kind of turning over. Rather, this kingdom or this empire is being built from the ground up as Christian. So Charlemagne himself writes to Pope Leo III. He says, "For it is our task, with the aid of divine goodness, to defend the holy Church of Christ everywhere from the attacks of pagans without, and to strengthen it within through the knowledge of the Catholic faith. And it is your duty, O Holy Father, with your hands raised high to God after the manner of Moses, to aid our armies, so that by your intercession with God, our leader and benefactor, the Christian people may always and everywhere be victorious over the enemies of his holy name, and the name of our Lord Jesus Christ be proclaimed throughout the world. The sort of mission for Charlemagne. And he sees that the papacy is absolutely integral to it. So it's not so much that the Franks are making an alliance with the papacy. This is sometimes the way historians describe it. That's not really true. The Franks, their conception of their own power includes the papacy. It's rather, so really what we're seeing is the creation of a new social order, or the formation of a new social architecture, we should say. So one of the clearest manifestations of this new order is Charlemagne sending out these representatives that are called missi, or the sent. They're kind of envoys that he sends out throughout his empire. And they're tasked with making this Carolingian vision of a Christian society a reality. Their commissioning document is very insightful into seeing what they were about. And it reads, "And let no one, through his cleverness or astuteness, dare to oppose or thwart the written law, as many are wont to do, or the judicial sentence passed upon him, or to do injury to the churches of God, or the poor, or the widows, or the wards of any Christian. But all shall live entirely in accordance with God's precept, justly, and tender a just rule, and each one shall be admonished to live in harmony with his fellows in his business or profession. The canonical clergy ought to observe in every respect a canonical life, without heeding base gain. Nuns ought to keep diligent watch over their lives. Laymen and the secular clergy ought rightly to observe their laws without malicious fraud. And all ought to live in mutual charity and perfect peace. And let these missi," so these are the king's representatives, "themselves make a diligent investigation wherever any man claims that an injustice has been done, and by anyone, just as they desire to deserve the grace of omnipotent God and to keep their fidelity promised to him, so that entirely in all cases, everywhere, in accordance with the will and fear of God, they shall administer the law fully and justly in the case of the Holy Church of God and of the poor, of wards, of widows, of orphans, and of the whole people." So this is a promulgation, this is a project, a plan for the building of a civilization. It's the reestablishment of the Roman Empire on a totally new foundation. From the bottom up, it's Christian. Christianity, and not just any sort of Christianity, but a particularly Roman form of Christianity, is its very raison d'etre. So what we're seeing here is the merger of Roman culture, Romanitas, merging with the Germanic culture. So and as Charlemagne's empire grows, conquering one barbarian kingdom after the next, this notion of Romanitas, or Rome-centeredness, spreads throughout Europe. And one of the ways that this is the most pronounced, the spread, was in the spread of Benedictine monasticism. So we've already discussed St. Benedict and the formation of his rule and the sort of moderate genius. It's really a perfect example of a sort of Roman cultural ethos. But it doesn't spread outside of Italy in the early Middle Ages or in the late Antique period. In fact, it seems to be the case that the Lombards destroyed St. Benedict's monastery and that there were no monasteries in Italy that were actually living by the rule of St. Benedict for several hundred years. Really, where it survived was in England and the British Isles, where those missionaries from St. Gregory had been sent. And then when they came to the continent, they brought Benedictine monasticism with them. And that's what was then spread throughout the Carolingian Empire. And as it spread then, it spread this notion of Romanitas even further, a sort of Italian-focused form of Christianity. So under the Carolingians, Benedictine monasticism became the standard form of monasticism, the sort of standard monastic rule of the Latin Church. And this was integral to the Carolingians' understanding of their own rule. So the way they understood their power, it was that they had soldiers for Christ that wielded the iron sword, their armies, and then they had the soldiers of Christ that were wielding the sword of prayer, who were the monks. These are, of course, literally brothers, right? So they have two armies. Charlemagne thinks of himself as having these two armies that are both crucial to his conquest and his conversion of the barbarians to Roman Catholicism. He needs both of them to do their work perfectly. So Charlemagne, of course, not only focuses then on the strength of his material army, but he also is focusing on the strength of the monastic army. And so we get a cultural phenomenon that's sometimes called the Carolingian Renaissance, which is really an intellectual reform movement or an intellectual renaissance that tries to reinvigorate the intellectual life of the West that had deteriorated rather greatly after the fall of the Roman Empire. They don't particularly care about literacy for literacy's sake. What they really care about is the liturgical life of the monastery and the prayer of the monastery. And what that means is that it was very important to them that the monks pray correctly, right? That they sing the right words, that their scripture is not corrupted, that they have the literary ability to pursue holiness, and so to find union with God intellectually in their prayer, and so as to have efficacious prayer to serve the empire as a whole. So to this end, the Carolingian Renaissance is a rebirth of much of classical learning, but it's not classical learning within the ends that classical learning had for itself. It's really about the perfection of the monastic life. So these monasteries really become the cultural centers of the West. In fact, in a sort of ironic twist, the Roman liturgy, what we think of as being the Roman liturgy, what we call the Roman liturgy, was in many ways a production of these Frankish monasteries. And the strongest formulations of papal power of the period are not formulated in Rome. They're actually formulated in the Frankish Empire by Frankish monks, intellectuals. So they actually develop this, the Roman liturgy, for example, and then export it back to Rome. And the modified Carolingian version of the liturgy becomes what we now call the Roman liturgy. Similarly, Frankish formulations of the theory of the papacy are exported to Rome and then adopted by the papacy as its own understanding of its authority within the church. So you have you see the interesting dynamic here, where Romanitas, the importance of Rome, is almost imposed upon Rome, even when the papacy was just coming out of its sort of dependency on the Greek emperor. So this merger of the Frankish kingdom and the Roman world is really the formation of something new. It's really the formation of the foundation of what we think of as like Western European culture and politics. And some historians have gone so far as to say it's really the creation of Europe. And that's not too far of a stretch. When you think about the Roman world was really a Mediterranean world, right? The heart of it is the surrounding of the Mediterranean Sea. But this civilization that we're seeing starting to be formed here, the heart of it is actually in France, Germany, northern Italy. Right? So it's not the Mediterranean world, which had already been largely dismembered, of course, by the conquest of Islam. This shift can be seen very clearly in the nationalities of the popes of the period. Between 685 and 752, all the popes were either Greek or Syrian, so they were all from the East. In the years between 752 and 844, all of them were Romans. Right? So we have this. The papacy is no longer a part of the Eastern Empire. It's now a part of a Roman thing. And this is what we'll start to call, with confidence, Roman Catholicism. And what we're seeing then is the formation of a new cultural entity, building a new social architecture that will eventually be known as Christendom. The Carolingian Empire did not last long. It was partitioned between Charlemagne's three grandsons. The partition of the empire would eventually be the basis for the division of Europe into its three major kingdoms, which were Germany, France, and Italy. But at this point, the partition, so it dismembers the empire, and then they immediately begin fighting over it. So you have civil war and destabilization. Now, at the same time, so the empire has been dismembered, it's been weakened through civil war, and then at the same time, in the 9th and 10th centuries, the Vikings come from the north and invade from Scandinavia, and they're raiding deep into the empire. And then from the south, you have Islamic raiders who are preying upon Christian settlements along the Mediterranean, which is they're both stealing their wealth and also launching kind of slave harvesting raids against the populations there. And this gets so bad that in the year 846, Rome itself is raided by an Islamic force. So then again, on top of all of this, in the east, you have Hungarian raiders, Hungarian tribes that are attacking deep into the empire and then retreating back to the east. So during this period of turmoil, very shortly after the death of Charlemagne, the central government almost faded away. So the Carolingian army had been based on free men. It was based then on the muster. So you summoned the free men to the host. So you'd have to have enough time to call the army together, and then it would campaign together in force. But what was happening was the nature of this weakness, these attacks that were coming from the Vikings, from the Hungarians, from the Islamic forces, was that there was no time to summon the host, right? These raiders would come sweeping in, attack, and then go sweeping out again. And the solution to this problem that the Carolingians sort of organically developed is what we start to begin to call feudalism. But the basic idea of it is this, that we decentralize the military. So instead of having a host of free men that are called together only for a campaign season, you need to have some sort of standing force. And this standing force then has to be distributed throughout the territory because you never know where the raids are going to occur. And so you get the formation of more or less self-reliant or self-sufficient, very small military units that are focused on castles or fortified positions that could protect the local inhabitants. Now, these will evolve over a couple centuries to being what we think of as knights, who have direct control over the population over which they rule. And they develop, the whole apparatus of imperial government kind of devolves onto these petty nobles. So they become, in effect, the government, such as it was for the populations over which they ruled. So over time, they take over more and more of the functioning of the government. So feudalism, if we think of this as being the basis of the feudal system, it's important that we don't try to attribute too much to that concept. The feudal system is not some sort of constitutional arrangement. Basically, all it means is decentralized and personalized control, where the bonds between these men are not in any way institutional, right, but are rather merely personal. So there may have been the case that there's a particularly powerful noble, and he has many knights who've sworn allegiance to him. And so he has some sort of control over a territory. You might think of this guy's a duke or something like that. But this is in no way a formalized system. It's actually profoundly decentralized and in reality, rather chaotic. So as imperial power is decentralized, so too was ecclesiastical power. So remember, the ecclesiastical system was integrated into Charlemagne's government. He understood these as being, and it was built as really two aspects of the same thing. And so as the imperial regime fractures out into this feudal system, the ecclesiastical components to it do as well. So the bishop, it was not uncommon at all for particularly strong local strongmen to think of the episcopacy for his local diocese as something that belonged to him, or the monasteries as things that he owned. And so he would put his allies or his brothers or his cousins in these positions, and it was a part of his power base. So what we're seeing then is the sort of corruption of the church into what's really a decadent political system. So what is more, while this sort of decentralized system may have been necessary to defeat invaders, it also made warfare between the Franks very easy. Right? So you have basically a massive decentralized military apparatus. Well, those different components fight with each other as easily as they fight with a common enemy. And so as they become sort of increasingly corrupt, they do this. And so you have more and more local warfare. So even though it's smaller, it's spread out and much more common. And so violence, in a sense, I think in a very real sense, becomes sort of ubiquitous. The idea that society is really a place of strife and of conflict seems to become an increasingly dominant worldview. So during the same time, the papacy in Rome reaches a low point, both morally and with regard to its ecclesiastical and political power. Without connection to a strong imperial power, remember it really freed itself by aligning itself with the Franks. Without a strong imperial power, the papacy became in large part a plaything of local Roman politics. This was the reassertion of the worldly element within the church. The church, meaning the full body of Christ, right? The full body of the baptized, both laity and clergy alike, were really sliding into worldliness. The city of man, we could say, is gaining ground within the city of God. And another way of thinking about this is that the particular is being asserted against the universal. So remember, one of the geniuses of the Christian conception is that the particular are united in their diversity in the universal, right? In a unity that's higher than the particular. But when you have this descent or this decentralization, I don't just mean that it's decentralized and being particularized. I mean those particulars are no longer unified in anything bigger than themselves. So that is really the very basis of the city of man, which is the city of division. The city of man, of course, is fundamentally divided, and unity only occurs through dominance. And this is what's increasingly the case in the sort of fallen and decadent Carolingian Empire. So what we're seeing then really is the church is falling into corruption. So as we've seen, the Carolingian Empire had hardly gotten started by the time it started to fall apart. And the sort of cultural ethos of the Carolingian Empire, the idea of a Christian society was there, and it had been formulated, but it hadn't really taken root, especially culturally. The vast majority of the population, the great territory of the Frankish Empire, remained, it was Christian certainly, and wanting to be Christian, but not having sort of enveloped or sort of internalized the very forms, the social forms that might take. The empire just didn't last long for such things. And so in the post-Carolingian world, after the fall of the Carolingian Empire, you have a fragmentation of the empire. And we talked about this last time as a sort of an independence of local power, really centered on the knightly class and their control of fortified positions. And one of the things that we discussed was that the church, or the sort of ecclesiastical hierarchy, had itself been fragmented as well within this feudal system, is the term that's often used for it. So as we move into the 11th century and those invasions of the Vikings, the Hungarians, the Islamic forces really sort of began to subside, this knightly class or this warrior class sort of emerged as a violent and disordered class, but as a profoundly Christ-haunted class. They knew their life of endemic violence, really verging on a form of brigandry or sort of mafia rule, was unjust. And so what they began to do was to found monasteries. And they founded thousands of them. So this knightly class is founding monasteries within their territories and then populating it with their sons and daughters. So you have thousands of monasteries being founded, or the old monasteries being reformed. And the idea here was that the way of sort of violent lordship that was dominating society as a whole could maybe be offset by the penance and the prayer, the pursuit of perfection that their brothers were doing in the monastery. So in the initial stages of what will ultimately be the high medieval reform movement, it really centered on this notion of vicarious merit. All right, so that the knights in the world could gain vicariously through the merit and perfection of their brothers in the monastery. So in addition to founding these monasteries, they also started to sort of donate back a lot of the territory, a lot of the assets, we might say, the lands and the churches, back to the bishops or to the abbots of these reformed monasteries. So there was a massive movement of eliminating what's known as the proprietary church, or the sort of private property church of the knightly class. And this is something that's emerging out of that class, right? Really sort of from the bottom up, as they sort of try to conceive of how they can make good on the visions of the Carolingian Empire that still stood out to them as sort of the thing they were aiming at. The reason why the monasteries become the focus of this drive is because they really are a microcosm for the city of God. So if your drive is to build the city of God, and you have in the monasteries, you have to understand what's going on, how the monks are living. All right, so their life focuses on a number of practices. One of them is a practice that we've come to call Lectio Divina, or divine reading. But the idea here is that they meditate upon the scripture, really memorize it. And the feats of memory that are documented are really phenomenal, things as phenomenal as being able to recite the scripture backwards and stuff like that. But this isn't just sort of data retention memorization. The idea is they're meditating and praying upon the scripture and internalizing it. So here we have that move from the law to the internals, so the formation of virtue. And this is the whole monastic life is a way of instantiating that very dynamic between law and virtue,
right? The movement from the external, what's on the page, into the internal, in the heart. And they actually develop a way of talking about this, which is a way of sort of eating the law or eating the text and chewing it up, and that's meditation. So you have, in the steps, you have lexio, which is the reading of the text, and then meditatio, which is that eating, chewing, swallowing, and that's the process of internalizing it into yourself. And then oratio, or prayer, so it pours out of you in prayer. And in the monks, this is primarily liturgical prayer, right? So the Mass and the liturgy of the hours is the focus of this step in their process. And then the culmination of it all is contemplatio, contemplation, which is the final union with God. And so you can see that in the monastic life itself, all those stages that we talked about throughout this series, right? The stages of the movement from the age of nature through the age of law into glory, the movement from law to virtue is what the monks are doing. And so in a world of chaos, in a world that had been divided, right, and become particular and the universal, that aspect, the spiritual aspect that binds the temporal together and the ideal was more or less absent. What they did was try to realize that vision in particular ways, right? This monastery and that monastery and these monasteries all become little cities of God. You'll recall that the Carolingian Empire had been divided into three, for Charlemagne's three grandsons. And one side to the west became what we call France now. Then you had Italy to the south, which had Rome, of course, as its capital, and then the Germanic lands. And the imperial title remained with the Germanic lands. So you have a king in France and an emperor in Germany. This reform movement, this monastic reform movement, has two real centers. One of them is in Germany, and one in France. So the one in the German monastic reform movement is championed by the emperors in Germany, who are still there, even though the Carolingian Empire had more or less fallen, the imperial line had continued. There were still emperors there, even though they weren't very powerful. And they become the champions of the monastic reform movement in the German lands. And then in France, so the other side of the old Carolingian Empire, the monastic reform movement was centered on a monastery called Cluny. And here there's virtually no imperial rule left, and the monarchs of France are very, very weak, and so it takes on a much more independent form. So you have two centers of the monastic reform movement, but they were very closely related. So as this reform movement is starting in the late 10th century and then moving into the 11th century, and as it gains ground, the focus shifts, right? So it shifts away from that idea of vicarious merit and towards the idea that the perfection that the monks are achieving, the perfection that they're pursuing, is by rights a perfection that all the baptized are called to. The monks knew this. I mean, you can see this in their literature. They talk about their life as a little world or a temple. They use the language of temple a great deal, that the monastery is a temple of the Lord, and that each individual monk is himself a temple. But by rights, all of Christendom, or all of humanity, ought to be the temple for the Lord, which is, of course, going back to what we've been talking about throughout this lecture series. So while everyone knew that the external world was going to have a much harder time achieving the type of perfection that was achieved in the monastery, they thought that dynamic or that drive was crucial. And the example of the monks affirmed that it was possible, right? That a degree of perfection was possible, that a degree of holiness and peace was possible. So the emperors in Germany seized upon this movement in their lands, and they sought to reunite the fractured empire under their rule, largely by spreading this monastic reform movement under their patronage. So one of their the sort of rallying cries here was the liberty of the church. And what that meant in the German context was the extraction of the monasteries from the feudal nobility. And what that meant was that the emperor becomes their patron or their defender. And we can see here in the empire then the attempt at the recreation of that, the particular being united with the universal idea. So for the particular monasteries to achieve protection, they have to be connected to a universal idea. And the emperors put themselves forward as that idea. And as they're building their imperial rule, these monasteries, reformed monasteries and the reformed episcopate, become integrated into their expanding imperial control or imperial rule in the German lands. Now, the dynamic is different in France, where the Cluny movement is thriving. So there, the emperors have very little power. The kings are incredibly weak, the French kings. And so the way in which these monasteries seek the kind of universal protection that's necessary for the particular to thrive is by looking at the papacy. So they try to get papal protection, and really it's papal protection, again, against the sort of greed or power-hungry motives of certain sections of the local nobility who would like to monopolize and sort of appropriate the social power of the monasteries. The problem that the Cluniacs and their movement was facing, though, here is that the papacy was extremely corrupt. In fact, it was at sort of its low point in its history, I would say. And really, it reached its low point in the papacy of Pope Benedict IX. So Pope Benedict IX was the member of a powerful royal or Roman family, I should say, Roman aristocracy, and he was placed on the papal throne in 1032 through bribery. They basically bought the papal throne. His family did, and put him on it when he was about 20 years old. Now, he was orthodox in his teaching to the extent that he had any. In fact, his real point was just to avoid saying anything theological because he didn't much care about it. And his life was actually one of debauchery. And the sort of sins that are recounted are, of course, incredibly horrendous and upsetting. So the Roman people finally grew tired of this debauchery in the papacy, who was, of course, also basically the monarch of their city. And so they force him to flee the city. They basically overthrow him in a sort of popular revolt. And then the people then elect a new pope, Pope Sylvester. Now, so we have Benedict is in exile, you have Sylvester on the throne, but then Benedict rallies his forces, his supporters, and drives Sylvester out and takes the papal throne, retakes the papal throne. So now he's under intense pressure, he's very unpopular, and so what he does is actually sell the papacy to his uncle, who takes the name of Gregory VI. Now, after this sale of the papacy to his uncle, Benedict retires to private life. After a while, he starts to decide that may have been a mistake. He starts to have second thoughts about giving up the papacy. And so he then raises an army and attempts to drive his uncle Gregory from the papal throne. Now, this is more than just about anyone can take. And so prominent members of the Roman aristocracy appeal to the German emperor, who at this time was Emperor Henry III, who was a very saintly emperor, who was championing reform in his lands, and asked him to intervene in Rome. So then what Henry does then is he does intervene. He calls a synod, a famous synod at Sutri in 1046. And what this does is depose now all three claimants to the papal throne, right? There's three at the time. And puts on the throne a reformer who takes the name of Clement II. So Clement II is committed to the reform movement, and there was hope here that the papacy maybe would be reformed, but then he dies very quickly after taking office, and Benedict IX, who's still out there, decides to take the opportunity to take the papal throne by force again. So at this point, Benedict IX is pope again. He's been pope now 3 separate times. So the emperor then intervenes again, removes Benedict from the throne, this time for good, and has a reforming bishop placed on the throne who dies again very, very quickly. And then that pope is replaced in 1049 by Saint Leo IX, who is a German who's committed to the reform movement, to the ideals of monastic reform. So this papacy, the papacy of Saint Leo IX, really marks the beginning of the papal reform movement. So we had these monastic reform movements. Now the monastic reform movement is moving into the papacy. So Leo brings a reforming zeal to the papacy, and he also brings with him an entourage of monks, basically products of this monastic reform movement. Now one of these monks will become pope himself and takes the name of Gregory VII. And so it becomes one of the most powerful reformers on the papal throne during the period.
And so we often refer to the papal reform movement as the Gregorian reform after Gregory. So these reformers take immediate action. And their focus, their initial focus, is on two major abuses, which are simony and clerical marriage. So simony is the practice of buying and selling ecclesiastical offices, or buying and selling spiritual power itself. And this and celibacy for priests, of course, so that's one side. Then you have the celibacy issue. Celibacy for priests had been championed since the very beginning of the church, but over in the early Middle Ages, and especially in the corruption after the fall of the Carolingian Empire, it becomes very, very common for priests to marry, or at least to live with women and have children with them and to have a family. As one reformer wrote, "The whole world was placed in wickedness. Sanctity had failed, justice had perished, the truth lay buried. Iniquity was king, avarice was lord. Simon Magus held the church. Bishops and priests were given over to pleasure and fornication. Priests were not ashamed to take wives. They held their weddings openly. But what is even worse than all of this, hardly anyone was found who was either not a simoniac or had not been ordained by simoniacs." So both simony and marriage were part of the way in which the clerical church had been integrated into the corrupt feudal society, right? So simony, buying and selling church offices, that the offices were integrated into the temporal power structures. And so the sort of negotiations and politics that go into controlling those power structures bled over into the ecclesiastical offices. And then, of course, clerical marriage. So the way in which alliances were formed, the way in which temporal power was combined in new ways was largely through marriage. And so clergy who had achieved their offices through simony also were often implicated in marriage. Now, and of course, in both of these things, you're talking about clergy who are not particularly holy or interested in holiness, right? So the ambition of greater office leads to more simony, and as well, something as spiritually rigorous as chastity is uninteresting to them. So the reformers go after both simony and clerical marriage. And so there's both a sort of practical side of this, that this undermines the corrupt political order that exists, attacking these abuses. And then there's also the moral side, right? So the reason why they undermine the corrupt abuses is because they themselves are terrible sins. And so the reformers understand that if they're going to reform society as a whole, if they're going to take this monastic ideal and extend it to all of society, they have to have a holy clergy. And they have to have a holy clergy so that first they can preach with conviction, that they can convey the gospel to the people as a whole, and then also so that they can confect the sacraments worthily and give the sacraments worthily. So the papacy then, this reforming papacy, attacks first abuses within the clergy, but it's not obsessed with the clergy at the expense of the people as a whole. The reason why the papacy focuses on the clergy is because they understand the clergy are the conduit of the preaching of the gospel and of the grace that allows that dynamic of law and grace to work and to move people into more perfectly being the city of God. So the reforming papacy was first and foremost a monastic papacy. And what they were seeking was the extension of the perfection of the monastery that really manifested itself most perfectly in the perfection of the liturgy. So what you can see is what they're moving for is an attempt to turn society into a sort of monastery, into one liturgical act of worship. And this brings us right back to what we talked about in the very beginning of the series about the idea of society as a temple. Right? So this is that same impulse is what's motivating this, but it's coming specifically, the historical contingency in all of it is that it's being the pathway is going through Benedictine monasticism and then out into society as a whole. And this is a sort of unexpected or unpredictable way in which that primordial commission manifests itself. So the papacy is concerned with Christendom as a whole, but they understand that the papacy itself needs to be somehow protected. And one of the problems that they had with the papacy was that it had been the popes had been elected for centuries through basically a form of acclamation. So the people of Rome, the people in clergy of Rome, would sort of place a candidate on the papal throne. Now, this
So, you can imagine the scenario is sort of like candidates are being placed by prominent families, different factions, and then the people, the sort of mob, is acclaiming who they want, and that's the way the popes are chosen. Now, there's vestiges of this system even today. So when you think about today, when a new pope is elected, and he goes out onto the balcony, and the crowds are there, and they acclaim him, right? And this is a vestiges of like, how is it that a pope is elected? Well, he's elected by the acclamation of the people, and so they've maintained that form even to this day. But what the reformers in the 11th century realized was that if the people are corrupt and if the people are dominated by corrupt political factions, then this is part of the reason why the papacy was corrupt. I mean, all we have to do is go back to my description of what was going on with Benedict IX to see how that worked. And so what they devised instead was the idea of the College of Cardinals electing the Pope. So the cardinals were the principal clergy of Rome, and so they instituted the practice of these principal clergy of Rome coming together and electing someone to be the Pope, and then that person going out to be acclaimed by the people. So this is the basic system that we have today, and this is the origin of it, is in this papal reform movement. The reforming papacy was embraced in its initial stages by both the Germanic reform movement and by the French reform movement, monastic reform movements. And there, in the initial stages especially, the papacy's allies are the German emperors, right? As we saw, the emperor was integral to establishing the reforming papacy. So it seems to be sort of one movement. But there was opposition, right, to this reforming movement, as you would expect. Feudal power, sort of local power, was very, very strong and hard to break. And so for a lot of noble families, they're resisting this. But nevertheless, the reform movement did steadily gain ground through this period. In the initial stages, this reform movement had both a Germanic and a French that then also aligned itself with Rome, so a sort of French-Roman wing. But they were after the same goals. They were after the reform of society, the reform of the clergy, the reform of the monasteries, and ultimately both of them championed the liberty of the church, which they meant the ability of the clergy and the monks to pursue their vocation of holiness and perfection without intervention from a corrupt sort of nobility. But there was an inherent flaw or tension point in the relationship between the Germanic and now the Roman wings. And what this was is that both sides are seeking to reestablish the universal, right? The universal principle under which the particular can be aligned. But the emperors, they're building their empire in Germany, and they're thinking that the imperial power is going to be this universal principle, that the imperial power, this is almost a hearkening back to a certain extent of a sort of Roman conception of the emperor being at the top of both the princely and temporal and the ecclesiastical hierarchies. And it's also sort of what's going on in Byzantium at the time. And the word we sometimes use for that is Caesaropapism, which is the idea that the emperor takes on the universal role, the office that's above all else is the emperor himself. And so the emperors are kind of building themselves into this position in the interest of reforming the church, because it needs a universal principle. And the papacy is weak and corrupt. And so it's not, I mean, I think we're tempted to see this as some sort of great power grab initially, but I don't think that's what's going on. I think they're sincerely trying to reform the church. The papacy then, once the papacy becomes reformed, and it's moving into that position again, its rightful position as the universal spiritual power, there emerges a tension between these two. And it comes to a head when in Milan, there are two bishops are elected, right? One from the imperial party, one from the papal party, and then schism, right? There's two bishops in Milan, a fight breaks out, excommunications go both directions so that German bishops align with the emperor, the pope and his bishops align together, they excommunicate each other, and now we have conflict. And this is the beginning of what will be known as the investiture contest. And I'll explain in a second why that is called that. Now, in the beginning of this conflict, the papacy, who's now under Gregory VII, who this is the reason why it's called the Gregorian Reform Movement, is because Gregory VII emerges as an extremely powerful pope. And he actually excommunicates the emperor, Henry IV, and frees, claims to free all of the nobles and the bishops and everyone who's sworn fealty to Henry, frees them from their oaths, which is a
a bold move on his part. In fact, he makes quite a few bold claims. So Gregory VII claims, he claimed to have authority over all bishops and asserted that no temporal power could invest a bishop with his office. The Pope asserted, quote, "It may be permitted to him," meaning the papacy, "to depose emperors. He may absolve subjects from their fealty to wicked men. And he said, of the Pope alone, all princes shall kiss the feet. And he alone can depose or reinstate bishops, that he himself may be judged by no one, and that the Roman Church has never erred, nor will it err to all eternity, as the scriptures bear witness." Now, these are some pretty bold and aggressive claims that Gregory VII is making against Henry. And unsurprisingly, the emperor and his supporters view this as a direct threat to their authority. So both sides then hunker down for a fight. And the investiture contest then is really about the investiture of bishops. That's the specific issue at hand. Do bishops gain their office from the emperor? Does he invest them with their office? Or does the Pope invest them with their office? And you can see that this is a proximate kind of juridical fight, but really it's about who's at the top of the spiritual hierarchy. Is it the emperor or is it the Pope? The argument then, I think, can really boil down to, will the Western Church go down the Byzantine route with an emperor at the top of both, or will it go down the route of St. Ambrose or St. Augustine, with the idea that you have an emperor and you have kings and they're important, but you also have the papacy, you also have the spiritual power, and that they're different and that it's in their harmony, sort of like body and soul. That's an analogy that's often used. Or would it go down the route advanced by people like St. Ambrose or St. Augustine, where the temporal power and the spiritual power are both necessary and they're distinct, but they're united, and that the papacy is that universal principle, not the temporal power? And so the way the sort of images they use are the idea of a body and a soul being united, right? The body is the temporal, the soul is the spiritual power and the temporal power being together, even if distinct. So that's the vision that's being advanced by the papacy. And then the vision that's being advanced by the imperial power is more of a sort of Byzantine vision. So this conflict raged for 50 some years, and it broke out in open warfare. So you can think of this as sort of a civil war within this reform movement. And finally, in the year 1122, a compromise is reached. Both sides are really exhausted with the conflict. And the compromise is that the papacy recognizes that the bishops are are themselves powerful temporal lords as well as being spiritual lords. And so what the gist of the compromise is that we can separate those two offices of the bishop to a certain extent. And so the king or the emperor, he can invest the bishop with the scepter, which is the sign of the control over the temporal lands that the bishop controls. And so in that regard, the bishop is under the emperor or the king, but the Pope will invest the bishop with the signs of his spiritual office, so the ring and the crozier. And so in his spiritual component, he's going to be subject to the papacy. And this is the way the investiture contest finally comes to a resolution. And it's really the way that the vision of the temporal and the spiritual power living in harmony and working together, even in the single person of a bishop who holds both, comes to be solidified within the Latin Church. So what we've seen is that over the 11th century, the monastic reform movement captured the imagination and really the institutions of all of the Western Church. But it wasn't just a sort of top-down imposition, right? I want to emphasize, as we saw from the very beginning, that it was the laity that had initiated this reform in the establishment and populating of the monasteries. In the High Middle Ages, at this point in the High Middle Ages anyway, that we're talking about, the monks were understood as being laity. They were not ordained clergy. And so this was actually, the monastic movement was initially understood as a lay movement, which is something for us to keep in mind. We can think of the reform movement as being sort of two-pronged, right? You have the monastic movement that takes control of the clerical hierarchy and then attempts to reform it. So you might think of this as sort of a top-down reform. But that itself had sprung from the bottom. And so simultaneously, as you had this sort of top-down institutional reform, you had a bottom-up reform. The laity are clamoring for holiness, for a participation in the holiness of the monks. And so It's not a top-down imposition, it's also a bottom-up one, but really they're two sides of the same reforming movement. And the vision here is that everyone can can participate in holiness. Everyone can, in fact, achieve a form of holiness, and society itself can be peaceful. So this universal call to holiness, we might say, is really what's driving the whole reform movement. And we can see this in the establishment institutionally in the formation of some new major institutions, such as the university system. So you'll remember I talked about the monastic practice of Lectio Divina, right, which is the way in which the law is internalized into virtue, and it's really ultimately a form of liturgical worship that's focused on the sacraments. Now, how does this dynamic, right, how is this then spread out to the population as a whole? How do you translate that kind of monastic devotional practice into the people as a whole? And this is really what the universities are about. So what the universities do is they're formed to train preachers. So the idea is the sort of perfection that leads the monk ultimately to contemplation will lead the people being trained in the universities, the clergy, they're all clergy, being trained in the universities to be able to preach to the people who aren't going to be able to read the text. They're mostly illiterate. So the gospel that the monks are meditating on in the books now becomes sermons and spiritual care that the people then participate in and can then internalize into their own form of contemplation, right? The laity then have access to the basic monastic dynamic. And so they build the universities, and they actually explicitly understand the training that's going on in the universities as being parallel to that in the monasteries. So if in the monasteries you went from lectio to meditatio to oratio and finally to contemplatio, right, so from reading to meditation to prayer to contemplation, they change this or they modify this in the universities to go from lectio, reading, which is where we get the concept of a lecture, right, to disputatio, so meditatio, meditation is what the monks are doing, they're mulling it over. Dispute is when the scholars are mulling it over, what they've just lectured on, and now they're mulling it over through discussion. And then oratio for the monks is an outpouring of what they've internalized in the lectio in prayer. But for the new scholars, the next step is predicatio, or preaching. So now the prayer is this pouring out of what they've just internalized through preaching. But the goal, the final goal, is the same for both, contemplatio, or contemplation. So the preacher now, who's formed in the universities, they're understood that they achieve their perfection and their vocation through this form of preaching, and it simultaneously is extending the possibility then of perfection for the people hearing the sermons. So it's really a way of opening up the dynamic of the monastery to the people as a whole. So these scholars then who are building the monasteries form a whole new distinct disciplines for this very function. So for example, what we think of as moral theology, which is an attempt to understand how it is that all Christians, right, from merchants to peasants to princes, can live in their vocations and yet pursue and achieve holiness. So the idea of what does it look like to be a holy prince? What does it look like to be a holy peasant? And then what are the pitfalls and the dangers, and how do we move people from vice to virtue in these different vocations? This is really the content of moral theology, which is created at this time. They also develop the discipline of canon law. And so the idea that the church, if it's going to be a universal institution under which all the various temporal institutions function, that it itself has to have a juridical structure of some form. And so the discipline of canon law develops as how to build that universal structure, which is the church. Sacramental theology is developed. What are the sacraments? What is their efficacy? How do they work? All of this is all part of the same movement of extending the monastery, which is really primarily experiential, right? The monks live the liturgical life and the sacramental life. And it's not terribly important that they understand it all in sort of systematic detail. But for the scholars who need to instruct the people and guide them into holiness, this becomes important. So they develop what's called scholasticism, what we call scholasticism, which is really a way of doing philosophy and theology that brings together the biblical and the patristic with the philosophical, so the very best of classical thought. And scholasticism, of course, reaches its peak in the 13th century with such giants as St. Thomas Aquinas and St. Bonaventure. And it's profoundly speculative and really very deep in its investigations. And if we read it now, we can sometimes lose sight of the fact that it was about preaching, and it was. The Summa Theologiae of St. Thomas Aquinas was about training Dominican preachers. That's what it was for. So what we're seeing in the 12th century and into the 13th century is the stabilization of the Reform movement into an established way of life with a social structure. And so this is a social architecture, like we've been talking about throughout this lecture series. This is what they're building, right? They're building a social architecture that can instantiate the drive to worship God as a sort of temple society. So what are some of the pieces of this? I mean, this is the period where the parish system is built. This is the period where the sacrament of matrimony is elevated in importance and becomes regulated by canon law. And this is about the lay vocation, right? This is about the distinctly lay act of marrying and having children is itself a sacrament, a vocation, similar to, say, holy orders. This is the period where regular private confession, which had been a monastic practice, becomes extended to the laity. So going to confession becomes a part of the laity's spiritual life in this very period. This is a period where devotion to the Eucharist becomes greatly intensified. It's the formation of things like Corpus Christi processions, and even like kneeling at the consecration. These sorts of acts are being developed at this very period. So the church, including the laity, they knew that through the preaching and through the preaching of the church and through the sacraments, that everybody, everyday Christians, the whole society itself, could receive the faith and the charity that was necessary to build a holy and peaceful society. The religious orders that emerged during this period reflected this universal pursuit of holiness. During the 12th century, many priests, secular priests, started coming together in order to live according to a modified monastic rule. And these communities became known as the regular canons, and they were basically Augustinian. And they sought personal holiness according to their rule, right? So the monastic life. So they're living a sort of modified monastic life, but they're living it with the charism of preaching and the sacraments. So it's a combination of a monastic style personal formation with the purpose of then going out into the laity to preach and to give them the sacraments. And this is essentially the formation of a new type of being a priest. It's a new religious order. It became basically a new religious order. And so it's a combination of sort of retreating from the world in order to reach out to the world. So another new religious order at the time was the Cistercians. So the Cistercians were a reformed branch of the Benedictine movement, the Benedictine monasticism, and they took on a slightly different form, or significantly different form, I should say, than the regular canons. So their idea was to retreat from the world. So there's sort of an inversion of the regular canons, to retreat from the world into the wilderness, but then to build there little microcosms, little worlds. So you had in these, they were economically self-sufficient and sort of politically self-sufficient. That was the idea. So you have the choir monks, who are sort of the elites, the monks who pray the office and are praying the liturgy. But then these monastic colonies would include the blacksmiths and the farmers and the thatchers, all of who took modified vows. And so the idea was, here we can construct a whole little society that is basically monastic in its orientation. But in both these movements, whether you're talking about the regular canons or the Cistercians, what you're seeing is a sort of refusal to accept the idea that there's a hard line between the perfection of the monastery and the life in the world, right? That either the monastery can be brought out into the world, or the inverse, that the world can be brought into the monastery. But either way, that line is not hard, it's porous. So these movements reached a culmination in the early 13th century with the formation of the Franciscans and the Dominicans. Right, so the Franciscans, St. Francis, led by St. Francis, begins as a lay penitential movement. These lay penitential movements had spread all over Europe during the period, and they were sort of spontaneous organizations of lay people that then would adopt a way of life, and it was primarily focused on penance. And Francis, in his movement, begins as one of these lay penitential movements that were very common at the time. But Francis is driven with an ambition to convert the church, to rebuild the church. And he becomes recognized by the Pope, and then his order starts to grow. And over the first generation or two, it starts to become regularized. They write a rule, they start having priests involved so that they can preach. Right? So the lay people can do penance, the lay people can exhort to moral reform, but the lay people can't preach doctrine. They can't preach the law, in a sense, for the conversion of people deeper into the truth. And so the clericalization of the Franciscan order in the early 13th century is about adding that ability, and then the ability to hear confessions and to say Mass to this what starts out as a lay movement. Now, interestingly, the Dominicans under St. Dominic, they're coming not from the lay side of this reform movement, but really from the clerical side. So they start out as a modified form of the regular canons of these priests, and their primary function is preaching. But in order to preach effectively, what they learn is that they need to adopt many of the forms of these lay penitential movements. So they're going to take on poverty and go out into the cities, into the countryside, and preach as poor beggars. So there's an interesting dynamic here where you have the Franciscans coming from the sort of bottom up side of this reform movement, and you have the Dominicans coming from the top down, but they meet in pretty much the same place. Right? They look very much the same, and together they're called the mendicant orders, which means this sort of order of beggars. But we should be seeing here in both of these orders, and the way this works is this idea that the whole world, right, from the laity to the clergy and everything in between, is to be converted. So the mendicants focused their efforts in the cities that were growing at the time, and these cities revolved around their cathedral. So around the liturgical life of the cathedral that was at their center. Part of what it meant to be a member of a city was to have been baptized in the cathedral font. This was a form of their sort of solidarity, their municipal solidarity. The daily life of the city moved to the rhythm of the bells of the cathedral and her chapels. So on certain saints' days, for example, different chapels would ring in different orders because they had different devotions to the different saints, and that would convey to the populace what saint day it was. When there was a funeral, particular bells would ring out so that everyone in the city would know that it was time to stop and pray for the soul of the dead. So the liturgical life of the city, the sort of daily timekeeping even life, the temporal life, we'd say, is animated or sort of guided by, structured by the spiritual life or the life of the cathedral. The laity's trades themselves were organized in this period into guilds, which were really trade-based clubs, you might think of, but that were really religious organizations. So they were focused on devotion to particular saints and to certain service to the cathedral. So bringing so many candles on certain days or leading certain processions and these sorts of activities. So even the sort of trades of the laity, their organization is integral then to the liturgical life that's really pouring out of the cathedral. So, and this is the world where the mendicants are thriving, right? Because the mendicants then are traveling 2 by 2 through these cities, preaching and hearing confessions, confecting the sacraments. So where does this leave us? By the mid-13th century, we're not saying that the typical Catholic was some sort of scholar, right? That's not the case. But it's definitely the case that the typical lay Catholic at the very bottom of the sort of social hierarchy could recite the prayers of the Mass. He knew the creed, he attended Mass, he went to confession, right? He could follow the sermons of highly trained preachers, and he could so then pursue a form of holiness within his vocation that was appropriate to his calling in life. So we get to this whole reform movement, a movement then from the cloisters of the Benedictine monasteries to the tradespeople of the towns and the peasants in the fields. But we can trace a line of development from that perfection of the monks to this life of a Christian civilization. So what about the knights? What about the warriors? You remember when I started talking about the Reform movement, that it really emerged in this knightly class that had been dominant in the post-Carolingian period. So is there a place in this new Reformed Christian society for the wielding of the sword, for knighthood? And the answer that the Reforming Church presents is yes, definitively yes. There is a place for the sword.
But this couldn't be, this properly Christian knighthood would not be the kind of glory-seeking fighting that characterized the previous era, but rather knighthood could only be justified, or the wielding of the sword, if it was integrated into the reforming dynamic, into the dynamic of building a Christian society. So they had to be pursuing justice, and so ultimately pursuing peace with their wielding of the sword. Now, this became possible. How can the sword produce peace? It becomes possible because of the reality of the fallen world, because there is sin. So sin is ripping the peace apart. And to stop that sin so that the peace isn't torn apart might require force, but it always has to be in the service of the peace that's being disturbed by the sin or by the violence. And this concept really forms the heart of what will come to be known in the period as chivalry. And chivalry, you think of as a sort of rule or code. You know, the monks have a rule to live by, and there's a sort of rule for Christian knighthood, or sort of a way of life, a way of being a knight that is understood as being holy or potentially holy. And this is the content of chivalry. So these knights, chivalry consists of things like being honest, being brave, keeping their word, willing to sacrifice themselves for the weak. So in the sort of ethos of chivalry, it's about you as a knight. Your function is to serve the women and the orphans and the widows and the weak. And this is the reason why, you know, I think in our popular mythology, we have the damsel in distress stories with the knight, the heroic knight who's rescuing her. And these are really what comes out of chivalry. How do you be a knight? You sacrifice yourself for those who are weaker than you. And then there was also profoundly Christian. Like, there's just no possible way to separate the sort of military ideological content of chivalry from its devotional content. So the knights had to be pious. This was part of what it meant to be a good knight. So the idea is that you're aligning your sword with the universal principles of Christian morality, and are fighting always in favor of the reform of society as a whole, the extension of the church ever deeper into who we are. So the knights then war against the physical forces of evil, right? So even as the monks, you might say, are warring against the spiritual forces of evil. So the theologian Alan of Lille, who's writing just in this period, explained that just as a man is made up of both body and spirit, so there are two swords with which to protect humanity. You have the material, which repels injury, and the spiritual, which repels bodily injury. And then you have the spiritual sword, which repels molestations of the mind and the soul. So Alan of Lille says, externally, let knights take up violence, therefore, for the reformation of peace and time. Internally, though, with the sword of the word of God, let them seek the restoration of peace in their own hearts. So true knights, according to Allen, protected the poor and defended the church. Knights who oppressed the weak, he argued, were not knights at all, but robbers and plunderers, not defenders, but invaders who thrust their swords into the very gut of Mother Church. So for Allen and thinkers like him, the exercise of knighthood is bound up with warfare against the devil. And he explains this actually in great detail. It's just warfare against the devil in its temporal dimension. And that's what the knights are called for. This is chivalry, right? The rule of holy knighthood. And chivalry reaches its culmination in the Crusades. The Crusades were a continuation, really, of the war that had never stopped being waged between the Muslim forces and the Christian forces. You remember when Islam spread, it spread across North Africa into Spain, and then also north and east. So it's fighting the Byzantine Empire in the east, and then fighting Latin Christians in Spain, and then fighting both types of Christians throughout the Mediterranean. And this has been going on for centuries. But what happens in the High Middle Ages is that the Muslim forces make huge gains against the Byzantine Empire in the east. In fact, they conquer what is modern-day Turkey. Now, this area, Asia Minor, had been a part of the Christian Roman Empire for 700 years, and it had been a part of the Roman Empire itself for 1,100 years. This is the very heart of Eastern Christianity that fell. And so when this happened, it was a shocking event. If Asia Minor could be lost, Asia Minor, where St. Paul preached, right? If Asia Minor could be lost, then why not Italy? Why not France, right? That this was a serious, serious problem. And so the emperor in the East asks for help from the West. So he sends letters to the Pope asking for help. Now, at the same time, there was
a movement, as a part of this reforming movement in the West, an increase in pilgrimages to the Holy Land. So people are setting out on pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and this renewedly militant and strong Islamic force in the Holy Land was suppressing these pilgrimages and really massacring the pilgrims. So pilgrimage is always supposed to be arduous, but in this period it became basically suicidal to go to the Holy Land. So you have the convergence of these two dynamics, and so the Pope Urban II in 1095 calls for the First Crusade. So the response is phenomenal. Up to 100,000 men are said to have risen to the response to the call of the Pope and set out on a 3,000-mile march to Jerusalem, where they ultimately conquered Jerusalem and established what became known as the Crusader states, or the Latin kingdom in Palestine. After that, there's a tenuous hold on this kingdom in the Middle East, and so more crusaders are called for continuously in order to defend Latin control of Jerusalem and the surrounding area. So for the next 200 years, the knights of Europe, it was a sort of culmination of their chivalric knighthood to go on crusade, right? So they would go on crusade and fight in defense of the Holy Land against the Islamic forces. Every once in a while, there'd be a major expedition with an army going to fight, and this is normally in response to some sort of defeat on the part of the Christians, and so it's a counterattack type of a thing. And those are the numbered crusades that we have, right? The Second Crusade, the Third Crusade, the Fourth Crusade, those sorts of things. But those weren't the only expeditions. Rather, it's a continuous stream or a continuous cycle of knights through the crusading states. So if this is a sort of basic history of the Crusades, we have to, in order to understand them, we have to combine it with this idea of chivalry. So the Crusades are not merely a sort of defensive war that's being fought along just war principles. We like sometimes in modern apologetics to talk about them that way because we're sort of embarrassed about the idea that they were holy wars, right? And so we want to say this is just defensive. And that's true, of course. I mean, the Islamic armies were conquering what had been Christian lands and were oppressing the people there. But it was way more than that to the people who went and fought. It wasn't just a defensive war. It was understood as a holy war. And the men who died in it were considered to be martyrs. So the chivalry that underwrote Christian knighthood really underwrote the spirituality of crusade itself. So crusade is understood as a form of pilgrimage. And they actually make these analogies that in the same sort of way that the monks in the monastery are marching towards the spiritual Jerusalem, they talk about the crusaders in the world marching towards the physical Jerusalem. In both sides, it's a form of sort of martyrdom. One is a spiritual martyrdom in the monastery, and the other is a literal martyrdom on the battlefield. And you'll remember that one of the crucial aspects of the monastic ideal was the idea of penance, right? And so pilgrimage in the Middle Ages bears very little resemblance to what we call pilgrimages today, which are sort of vacation-y type things. In the Middle Ages, pilgrimages were arduous. They were a form of penance. And so the spirituality of pilgrimage and the spirituality of crusades unite. So the crusade is a form of supreme penance where you may, in fact, lose your life as a martyr. And this is the logic behind the full indulgence that the Pope gives to crusaders. So to go on crusade was to be forgiven all of the penances that you might owe in your life. They got what we have come to call plenary indulgences. But this is really the origin of the plenary indulgence. It's invented in order to account for what the crusaders are doing. So the crusaders literally took up their crosses. And I mean it literally because the sign of a crusader was that he sewed a big cross onto his clothing. And so he took on his cross to go to the Holy Land. So a very common theme among the preachers of crusade was to ask the knights, who do they want to be? Do they want to be the impenitent thief on the left of Christ? Or do they want to be the penitent thief on the right of Christ? There's no avoiding the cross. You get to pick which one you want. One will be with Christ in heaven at the end. The other will go to hell, but you're not going to get out of the cross itself. So pick the right one. These are the sort of sermons that would be preached to them, and they would put on their crosses to go and fight for the Holy Land. So this interpretation of the two thieves had long been applied to the monastic life, and then it was transferred to the life of the crusaders. This identification of the crusaders with the monks was so profound that the crusaders actually took vows, right? So they vowed to go on crusade, and then they were understood as being ecclesiastical persons like the monks and protected by ecclesiastical law, and they were held to then satisfy their vow, which was to make it to Jerusalem, or at least as far as they could. And the identification then of the Crusaders with the monks became so pronounced in the 12th century that their lives actually merged with the formation of the military orders. Most famously, the Knights of the Temple, which are often just called the Templars. Now, these were warrior monks. They combined both the monastic life with the vows of the monastic life with chivalry, and they combined them together. A great preacher of the period, James of Vitry, said of the Templars, going in time of war, returning in time of peace, going by means of action, returning by means of contemplation, going in war to fight, returning in peace to repose and devotion to prayer, so that they are like soldiers in battle and like monks in the convent. So ultimately, the idea is that the sword can only be wielded without sin if it is always wielded with the intention of peace, always with charity in one's heart. So with such a heart, the use of force becomes like Christ driving the money changers out of the temple, or that of a loving father who's disciplining his child, rather than the kind of violence for glory or gain that characterizes a non-Christian use of the sword. And in this way, the sword can be integrated into the city of God that was still in pilgrimage on this world, right? Still trying to convert the city of man into itself, and still needing to fight. But it had to always be integrated into this bigger mission, this unified mission of creating the peaceful society. So what we're seeing here really is the Christianization of the sword. But this Christianization of the sword is really the scandal to the modern mind and the Crusades. Right? The modern mind wants to say that Christianity should have nothing to do with the sword, that the war is something that happens totally separate from Christianity. But what you're actually seeing here in the Christianization of the sword is the idea that the sword can't be wielded for gain, that it ought not to be wielded in a lust for power or for wealth or even for glory. It meant that the pursuit of territory, the pursuit of power, the pursuit of resources are never justification for war. Those things, crusades, are the very, such justifications for war in this period would have been the antithesis of chivalry. In fact, they were the perversion of chivalry. So when the Crusaders violate the crusading ethos and say persecute Jewish populations, which they sometimes did, or conquered Christian towns and plundered them, the papacy promptly excommunicated them, and their fellow knights were humiliated and embarrassed by their behavior. So what it ultimately means is that in order to fight a holy war, you must love your enemies and not seek to destroy them out of vengeance or out of pride, even if you are compelled to fight them. So what we're seeing then is that the Crusades give us the notion that war really ought not to be fanatical. It ought not to be homicidal. It ought not to fight to be based on power or greed. So really we can see here even the beginning of the formation of sort of war crimes theory and things like this, or the idea of a war that's only justified if it's fought for moral reasons. Another way of saying all this is that all wars ought to be holy wars, otherwise they ought not to be fought. Now, the reason why that idea of a holy war is so abhorrent to moderns or so shocking to them is really because they've lost the conviction that Christianity, the morality of Christianity, is true. Not the idea that we should fight wars. The modern idea that we should fight wars in national self-interest or over resources or over territory. Any of those sorts of things would have been abhorrent to the Crusaders. That would have been the very antithesis of the crusading mentality. And I think deep down inside, even moderns know that fighting wars for anything other than what is true and just and in defense of the weak is wrong. And that's the lingering inheritance of chivalry and the crusading movement. The civilization of the High Middle Ages, from roughly 1000 to 1300, was a civilization of remarkable creativity. It was defined by the conviction that through grace and in hope, a world of peace and charity was really possible, that the city of God was a real place in which real people could really live. So it held a profoundly sacramental understanding of society. The spiritual was not some distant realm, right? It wasn't just like sort of the realm of God and heaven and of personal reflection. The spiritual was everywhere and always intermingled with the temporal, with the world of things and of men, God, after all, had been incarnate. The monks, after all, did achieve a real anticipation of the perfection of the world that could be found finally only in glory. But they really showed that it was possible on earth to anticipate that. So that means that redemption here is understood as redemption of this world, even if it's not perfectly completed until the next world, but it begins here and now. So this is, of course, the understanding of St. Augustine's City of God, that history is a contest between those who would redeem the world and those who would finish its damnation. So in this, there is no neutral ground. All of the earth, all of men, like all of the cosmos, is implicated, and all of history then is salvation history. And of course, the hope or the hope that animates this whole thing is the conviction, the knowledge that the city of God will ultimately win. So animated by this hope and this confidence, the scholars of the High Middle Ages produced unbelievably ambitious works. All we have to think about is the work of, say, St. Thomas Aquinas, right, which is just the sort of culmination of scholasticism, where he produced this unbelievable synthesis of the pagan with scripture and with the church fathers. And the idea is really rather simple. The idea is basically that all that is good in the world is already Christian, and that there's a great deal of good in the world, right? So the world is not a foreign place. Right? It's not a place that we can't understand. Rather, we can make sense of it. And really, Christianity is a lens that doesn't extract us out of the world. Christianity is the lens through which we can see reality clearly. And this is really the animation of St. Thomas and the scholastics' conception of reality, the idea that nature and grace are not in competition, that nature is elevated and perfected in grace. So you think about this vision is perfectly captured in the architecture of the period. If we look at, this is the period of the construction of the Gothic cathedrals, the amazing cathedrals that took hundreds, sometimes hundreds of years to build, with generations of workmen building these massive structures of devotion to God. But architecturally, you look at the Gothic, what is it? It's characterized by very, very simple patterns that are repeated over and over again in different degrees of scale, right? And they start out very small and then they mount to heaven. And the idea here is that the world is very complicated, but it's also kind of simple, right? It's very complex, but it all builds towards heaven and it's intelligible. This is the reason why they combine sort of ornamentation with order, right? There's a balance between the complexity and the orderedness to it. It's also, Gothic is also characterized by huge windows, right? Like huge, for example, stained glass windows. And what's that? That's reducing the boundaries between the church and the world, right? The light from outside pours into the church and fills it. And this can be contrasted, say, with the Romanesque architecture of the earlier period, which is more of a bunker, right? You walk into the church and it's beautiful, but outside the church is a different world. And this is sort of an appropriate architectural style for a world that wasn't yet a Christian civilization, right? But in the Gothic, we get a different ethos, right? In the Gothic, you think about, not only is the light pouring in from out to in, and it's so important that they have these big windows. It's the reason why they come up with the flying buttresses and all of that, but also that the way that the architecture on the inside and the architecture on the outside are the same. Right? You're outside and the church looks a certain way, mounting to heaven. You go inside and it looks the same. There's no inside-outside hard breaks. And this is an architectural expression of the world of the High Middle Ages. The church, the cathedral, is the most perfect anticipation of the city of God that we're going to get on earth. But it's not sealed off from the world outside. It, in fact, is porous and merges with the world outside. So the papacy rose in importance during the High Middle Ages to become the leader of Christendom. A peasant in Scotland could appeal to the Pope. So could a bishop in Naples or a prince in Spain. He was the highest court of appeal, so there was a unity to Christendom here that focused on the papacy and that transcended language or custom or political organization. And this is really the unity that's offered by the spiritual power, by the Roman Catholic Church. But this is not to say that the Pope was the king of Christendom. That would be to misunderstand what was going on at all completely. The Pope did not rule with the sword. Rather, he taught what was right and what was true, and he acted as a universal judge of what was sin. So he could wield immense power, right? If he declared, say, a monarch to be in mortal sin, and then called for the other Christian monarchs to join forces against him, he could wield that kind of power and bring a wayward prince to heel, perhaps. But it was never his own power, right? He himself had no military force to command. He commanded no armies. So the priesthood centered on the papacy was powerful, but it wielded the spiritual sword, not the temporal sword of iron. So the power, what we're going to have to see then is the power of the papacy, the social power, the kind of political power of the papacy, was always wedded, therefore, to the power of the Christian princes. And for their part, the power of the Christian princes was always wedded to his, because it was as Christians that they had legitimacy, and they required his grace, the unity. They required the unity that the spiritual power provided in order for their offices to have coherence. So the Pope's political efficacy was the product of their obedience, and their legitimacy was the product of his spiritual efficacy. They required each other. Okay, so together they sought to lead Christendom deeper into its conversion. And this conversion, of course, is understood as a perpetual reform, right? The story of the city of God and the city of man won't actually end until the very end. What this means is that the power of a king, the power of the kings, could never be the power of the pagan kings. And the power of the priests could never approach the power of the pagan idols and their cults. Pagan power was always predicated on anxiety and fear, and always tended towards the maximization of power. That's what it was attempting to achieve. So the god kings and their priests attempted to establish themselves as gods, as the sources of all authority and order. The kings and priests of the High Middle Ages, however, did the opposite. Right? Their power was never anything other than the mediated power of God himself. So they were anointed, both the priests and the kings. What just means is they could never hold that power as their own. It was their objective then. The true calling of their offices was to replace their swords, the sort of external power of law and violence, with the law of charity, which is the internalization of that external. So the internalization of the gospel into the hearts of the subjects is the fulfillment of their power, but it's also the surpassing of it. So they were not the source of order, or at least not the final source of order. They were the source of order only where man remained in need of reform. That's where their juridical and their political power exerted itself. So there's source of order where there's sin, but where we move past sin into virtue, as society is converted and the architectonic capacity for people to rule themselves through human law was returned to the Christian people that was now reformed by the gospel. As this conversion progressed and true peace was established, the kings and the priests shifted. They shifted to being not the source of order, but the judge of real lived peace. So what this means is that the dynamic of the society was therefore the exact opposite of the dynamic of the pagan societies, of pagan empires. So rather than the drive to centralize power into some sort of an imperial position that maximizes the power of people at the top, the drive here was to decentralize power, was to minimize power, the place to reduce the purchase, you might say, or the places where force was necessary. So it wants to expand where true peace reigns, which is the reduction of external law. Nevertheless, the drive toward peace, and so away from power, was at the same time the drive toward unity. And now this feels paradoxical to us, but it only feels that way because we are used to thinking of unity as a product of force, like the pagans did. So for the Christians of the High Middle Ages, however, the most profound unity was found in faith and charity, not in the law. Law was particular, law was temporal. Justice and truth, on the other hand, were universal, spiritual. This is why the profound diversity of Christendom was compatible with a profound unity. The Pope emerged, for example, as the most powerful man in Europe, and yet at no point did he consolidate that power into an empire. Consider, for example, the 200 years of crusading. So the Pope would call together immense armies, sometimes hundreds of thousands of men, and yet they came freely and fought without an empire being established, without some sort of an emperor over them. So they had all the pieces of empire here, right? They had agriculture, they had literacy, they had a shared religious and ideological system, they had really relatively advanced military technology, the institutions that sort of would span a civilization. You would think about all the pieces that need there for a sort of pagan-style empire to be built, and yet they didn't build it. It didn't happen. And this is a historical anomaly that has to be explained. And the explanation really is the very driving force of Christianity, what Christianity is. Christianity doesn't build empires because it's the undoing of empires. Christianity and Christendom here is a sort of un-empire. It's not the empire of Christianity, it's the inversion of empire, which is what Christianity is. So this is Christendom. Christendom is the city of God, not the city of God in perfection. That only happens in the church triumphant. That the city of God at the end of time is the city of God that sees God face to face. But it is the attempt at the city of God in the world, the movement of the city of God into its perfection. This is what Christendom was attempting. This was the hope of Christendom.